You cannot be without books like Bulugh Al-Maram min Adillat Al-Ahkam. You read a book of fiqh and they won't mention evidences for you. So I'll just mention the types and the categories and the do's and the don'ts. Now you might think to yourself, where's the evidence for all of this? So Hadith al-Ahkam are basically books that have been written for fiqh. That's it. The chapter that we're going to focus on from the book Bulugh Al-Maram is we're going to focus on the chapters of Kitab As-Siyam. What's coming up for us is what? Fasting. So we need to know the ahkam related to fasting, the do's and the don'ts.
إن العلماء لم يورثوا درهما ولا دينارا وإنما ورثوا العلم.
الحمد لله رب العالمين له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. Inshallah ta'ala, today we're going to start the explanation of the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram min Adillat Al-Ahkam, authored and written by the great scholar Al-Imam Hafiz ibn Hajar rahimahullahu ta'ala. This kitab, the author of it, I will leave his biography for the end, inshallah ta'ala, if we finish in time. And if not, Hafiz ibn Hajar, inshallah ta'ala, ghaniyun an al-ta'rif. Wal-mu'arrafu la yu'arraf, as they say. The one who is known is not defined, huh? He is known. Lakin a bit about the book Bulugh Al-Maram is important to talk about. What is this book? Why do the scholars explain it? What is this book about? This book Bulugh Al-Maram, when we look at the books of Hadith, Bulugh Al-Maram falls under the chapter of Hadith Al-Ahkam. It's called what? Hadith Al-Ahkam. What does Hadith Al-Ahkam mean? It means Hadith that are collected only to give halal wal haram. That's what it is. Those ahadith, they focus on al-halal wal haram. And the scholars like Ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala, and I'll mention other scholars who've written in this field, the reason they did it was because, as you know, in books of fiqh, so hadith al-ahkam will not be considered as books of fiqh. They will be considered what? Books of hadith. But the books of fiqh, whichever madhab you study, you need evidences for what the Imam has mentioned in this book. As you all know, they mention the مثلا أنواع المياه, for example, the types of water. So he will list the waters. ماء البئر وماء العين وماء السماء وماء. You see a list of names of water. Now you might think to yourself, where's the evidence for all of this? These books, that's not what they've gone through a phase where, pay attention, where the Quran was written, the Hadith were now written. All of this was sucked out, the ijtihad of the alim, and they summarized it for you in this little text. Does that make sense? So it's a process that you'll see at the end. To explain that process to you might take some time. So, recently I explained the Kitab Al-Bani rahimahullah ta'ala, and it's on the AMAU Academy, the Mukhtasar, the Talkhisu Sifat Salat al-Nabi. The Talkhisu Sifat Salat al-Nabi, Al-Bani authored it. If you look at it, there's no hadith or ayat in there. But if you go to the original book, which was Aslu Sifat Salat al-Nabi, Shaykh Al-Bani wrote the hadith, ayat, the dalil, and the proofs there. This small one that you're studying is it's two books before it. There's the Aslu Sifat Salat al-Nabi, which is 3 volumes. And then there's the normal Sifat Salat al-Nabi that the people know about, which also has evidence in it. And then there's the Talkhis Sifat Salat al-Nabi that Shaykh Al-Bani wrote, where there is no evidence in there. So you might look at the book and say, wow, where's the proof? Where's the hujjah? Where's the evidence of the Shaykh? Well, you have to go back to the original book. Same thing when it comes to Kutub al-Fiqh. You will find, for example, you read a book of fiqh and they won't mention evidences for you. So I'll just mention the views and the types and the categories and the do's and the don'ts. But that same author may have written a hadith for it somewhere else, but he doesn't mention it here. He wants to give you the simplicity and the ease and what's been filtered and worked on. He's giving you the khulasa, the summary. For example, the madhab of Imam al-Shafi'i, Imam Shafi'i's madhab, one scholar said, I'm going to find the proofs and the evidences for the madhab. And he authored the biggest book on Hadith al-Ahkam. That is none other than Imam Abu al-Husayn al-Bayhaqi rahimahullah. His Kitab Sunan al-Kubra. Sunan al-Kubra is the biggest book when you look at Kutub Hadith al-Ahkam. Are we all together? All of these Hadith is in Bulugh al-Maram and Umdat al-Ahkam, and all of them are there. Why did he write it? When he looked at the madhab al-Shafi'iyya, every mas'ala they mentioned, he wrote the hadith for it. Whether it's sahih and da'if, you can do the research later, but their proofs are there. Does that make sense? So that's why when a student of knowledge studies Kutub al-Madhab, and he studies a book on madhab, for example, Hanbali madhab or Shafi'i madhab or Hanafi madhab or Maliki madhab, he can then go to the books like Bulugh al-Maram, Umdat al-Ahkam, Al-Muntaqa by the grandfather of Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, or you can go to the Ilmam by Ibn Daqiq al-Eid, or Al-Muharrar Ibn Abdul Hadi, all of which are books or Hadith al-Ahkam. But there's also something else missing from you. There is also tafsir that restrict themselves and they focus on ayatul ahkam, which is the second thing, inshallah ta'ala. This week we're going to do Bulugh al-Maram, and next week we're going to be doing ayatul As-Siyam from the books of hadith kutub ahkam al-Quran. Does that make sense? Because I want you to look at it as hadith al-ahkam which focus on halal and haram, and books of tafsir that focus on what? Not the ayat which are heart softening. They don't focus on the ayat which talk about qisas necessarily. They focus on the ayat that speak about fiqh issues. One of the greatest book, if not the biggest book in this, is Al-Imam Abu Abdullah al-Qurtubi. His tafsir, it's Ahkam al-Quran, and that's what he does. When it comes to those verses, he focuses on it, and I'll be talking about it there. So you cannot be without books like Bulugh al-Maram min Adillat al-Ahkam. You need them. Once you've understood them, fiqh, but you cannot study fiqh merely from Kutub Hadith al-Ahkam. You can't. Why? لأن the hadith are all over the place. And to connect them and to understand this hadith is connected to another hadith over there, a student of knowledge, you put him through the process again. Why don't you just give them what the scholars of fiqh did by a matan in fiqh, understand it, and then later look at the adillah and the proofs in books of hadith al-ahkam. Does that make sense? So hadith al-ahkam are basically books that have been written for fiqh. That's it. It's not going to talk about aqeedah. It's not going to be talking about targhib or tarhib. For example, Riyadh al-Salihin, is it Hadith al-Ahkam? Nope. It's not Hadith al-Ahkam. Arba'un al-Nawawiyya, is it Hadith al-Ahkam? Al-Imam al-Mundhiri's Kitab, At-Targhib wa Tarhib. We're all together, brothers. They're not. The books that are being authored specifically in Hadith al-Ahkam are as follows, inshallah ta'ala. There's a book called Al-Ahkam al-Kubra. Ahkam al-Kubra, wal-Wusta, wal-Sughra. And what we have from it today is the Sughra. Okay? And it's all written by the great scholar Muhammad Abdul Haq al-Ishbili, rahimahullah ta'ala. There is also Umdat al-Ahkam min Adillati, Umdat al-Ahkam min Kalami Khayr al-Anam. Authored and written by who? Abdul Ghani ibn Abdul Wahid al-Maqdisi. By the way, Umdat al-Ahkam, there's two Umdat al-Ahkam. A lot of the people, the one that they know is As-Surah, where he specifically only mentions the hadith which are in Bukhari and Muslim. But he actually has Umdat al-Ahkam which is Al-Kubra, which is, it contains in it more than a hadith fi Sahihain. So it's not just Bukhari and Muslim, but it's actually more than that. There is also the Kitab Al-Muntaqa min Ahadith al-Ahkam, authored and written by Abu al-Barakat Majduddin Abdul Salam ibn Taymiyyah al-Harrani. Ibn Taymiyyah's grandfather authored it, sah? Al-Muntaqa. And the Muntaqa, the sharh that has been placed on it is the sharh of Al-Imam Al-Shawkani rahimahullah, Nail al-Awtar. is a sharh of what? Nailul Awtar is a sharh of the Muntaqa. Muhammad ibn Ali Shawkani goes in great details. You also have a 2-volume Hadith al-Ahkam, authored and written by Al-Imam al-Nawawi, called Khulasatul Ahkam fi Muhimmati as-Sunan wa Qawa'id al-Islam. It's written by the Faqih Shafi'i, Al-Imam Yahya ibn Sharaf al-Nawawi rahimahullah ta'ala. You then have Imam al-Madhhabaini, the Imam of 2 madhabs, Ibn Daqiq al-Eid. Ibn Daqiq al-Eid is a Malikiyun Shafi'i. وأتقن المذهبين, mastered both madhabs. He used to be a Maliki and then he became a Shafi'i. Some say, no. The Maliki say, he's still Maliki, like he studied the Shafi'i madhab very well. By the way, him and Ibn Taymiyyah met. He's much older than Ibn Taymiyyah in age, and his sharah of Umdatul Ahkam is the best sharah of Umdatul Ahkam. Ibn Daqiq al-Eid sharah on Umdatul Ahkam, it's the best sharah. I encourage any talib ilm who can read to really take time to read it. And there's actually the Hashiyah of Amir al-San'ani rahimahullah on there, which Darul Luba published it together. They published the sharah. They basically published Umdatul Ahkam and the sharah of Ibn Daqiq al-Eid with the Hashiyah of Amir al-San'ani, called it Al-Udda. Amir al-San'ani, where he dictated it to his students in the Haram. All published together. He also has a book on Hadith al-Ahkam, which he called it Al-Ilmam bi Hadith al-Ahkam. Also from the books of Hadith al-Ahkam, which are very good, and it's actually taught in Jami' Islamiyya. The students are not taught Bulugh Al-Maram. In Jami' Islamiyya, the students are made to memorize this one, and it is called Al-Muharrar. And the reason why they do it is because Bulugh Al-Maram is written in Hadith al-Ahkam ala madhab al-Imam al-Shafi'i. Then the author of this book is who? Ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala. And the hadith that he's mentioning are in support of who? The madhab of al-Imam al-Shafi'i. Whereas Abdul Ghani ibn Abdul Wahid al-Maqdisi, he's a Hanbali. So Umdatul Ahkam is more in favor of the Hanabila. Are we all together? And the Muharrar is written by who? Ibn Abdul Hadi. He's a student of who? Hafiz ibn Hajar, the student of Imam Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah. He's Ibn Taymiyyah's student. By the way, he died at the age of 38. Ibn Abdul Hadi. He died in the age of 38. Ibn Abdul Hadi. Anyone who reads his work will be like, 38, like this knowledge? He authored a kitab called As-Salim al-Munki fi al-Radd ala al-Subki, which you will be left baffled. To the extent, pay attention to this. Ibn Abdul Hadi, who died at the age of 38, Abu al-Hajjaj al-Mizzi, who was at the caliber of Ibn Taymiyyah, maybe even stronger than Ibn Taymiyyah when it comes to the science of hadith, he said, "Ma dakhala alayya Ibn Abdul Hadi." Ibn Abdul Hadi never entered onto me. He never came to me, illa wastafattu minhu, except that I benefited from him. Ibn Hajjaj al-Mizzi said this. Very young man, very knowledgeable, deeply rooted in the knowledge of the religion. And he said, every time I met him, I benefited from him. Al-Hajjaj al-Mizzi is the one who authored which book? The 35-volume book called Tahdhib al-Kamal fi Ma'rifat al-Rijal, where he summarized the book of Abdul Ghani ibn Abdul Wahid al-Maqdisi. And the At-Taraf and Tuhfat al-Ashraf. Al-Hajjaj authored that. Al-Hajjaj al-Mizzi, Ibn Taymiyyah used to read hadith on him. And he was the father-in-law of Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir was married to the daughter of who? Al-Hajjaj al-Mizzi. Ibn Abdul Hadi was a knowledgeable person. Actually, his kitab, Al-Muharrar, is better than Bulugh Al-Maram in some aspects. Na'amullah. And the reason why it's better is when it comes to Ilalul Hadith, mentioning the defaults of Hadith, being more precise on the grading of Hadith, Ibn Abdul Hadi is better than Ibn Hajar on so many fronts in this regard. Haqiqatan. Doesn't mean that Ibn Hajar is not knowledgeable in that regard, but anyone who does Muqarana will realize that. He mentions detailed credit. Maybe Ibn Hajar didn't want to do that, but we have to base the two works together and look at it. Muharrar is better in that regard. So the students of Jami' Islamiyya are made to memorize that book. Okay? And the book we have today is Bulugh Al-Maram. And so this is one of the books on Hadith Al-Ahkam. And Ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala, he doesn't mention the chain of narrations. He cut out the chain of narration for it. And he just mentions terminologies which we will touch on. He will, for example, say Rawahu al-Khamsa, for instance. Rawahu al-Khamsa, the five narrated it. So what does he mean by five? In order to understand that mustalah, that terminology, you would have to read the muqaddimah of what? You have to read the muqaddimah of the Kitab. So he means by that Ashabu Sunan, the four Sunan, Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Nasa'i, and Ahmed. And what? Ahmed. So he has those terminologies. Rawahu Sitta, he will say, for example. Sahih. So we'll see those terminologies as we go along, and bi'idhnillah we look at it bi'idhnillahi al-kareem. The chapter that we're going to focus on from the book Bulugh Al-Maram is we're going to focus on the chapters of Kitab As-Siyam. We're not going to go into the other chapters. We're just purely going to focus on Kitab As-Siyam. And what's coming up for us is what? What's coming up for us is fasting. So we need to know the ahkam related to fasting, the do's and the don'ts, inshallah ta'ala. I do encourage you all to get your pen and papers out and write certain things down, inshallah ta'ala. If you don't have that, then inshallah ta'ala write it down in your phone, because of course the information is going to be a lot, and it's good to, as a student of knowledge, and anyone who doesn't have a paper to write on that, I did bring you some papers. So you can take it inshallah ta'ala from here, but you have to have the pen yourself, inshallah ta'ala. So the word As-Siyam, let's start with that. What does the word As-Siyam lughatan mean? What does the word As-Siyamu lughatan mean? The word As-Siyamu lughatan, it means what? It means mutlaqul imsak. The word As-Siyamu, it means mutlaqus al-imsak. It means to withhold from anything. If you refrain from anything, any lughatan. In lughat al-Arab, the word al-siyam means what? It means mutlaqul imsak. It's to unrestrictedly hold yourself from something. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned that in the Quran, وَكُلِي وَاشْرَبِي وَقَرِّي عَيْنًا فَإِمَّا تَرَيِنَّ مِنَ الْبَشَرِ أَحَدًا فَقُولِي إِنِّي نَذَرْتُ لِلرَّحْمَنِ صَوْمًا فَلَنْ أُكَلِّمَ الْيَوْمَ إِنسِيًّا. If you look at Maryam, what did she say? She said, إِنِّي نَذَرْتُ لِلرَّحْمَنِ, I have made an oath to Allah, فَإِنِّي نَذَرْتُ لِلرَّحْمَنِ صَوْمًا. Sawman. So the word Sawman is what? Is the word that we're looking at today. She said, I made an oath to Allah, Sawman. What does the word Sawman mean? It means al-imsaku anil kalami. That's what she means here. Is to refrain from what? Speech. It is to refrain from what? Speech. So what does the word as-siyamu mean lughatan? It means mutlaqul imsak. Mutlaqul imsak means anything you withhold from, anything you refrain from, what's considered siyam. ولذلك what did نابغة الذبيان say? نابغة الذبيان, one of the early poets, he said, خيل صيام وخيل غير صائمة تحت العجاج وأخرى تعلو كل جماع. So he said, خيل صيام وخيل غير صائمة. What does he mean by that? He means a horse where the rein is put in his mouth. So this one is what? It's being held back. And one that doesn't have that, so it's running fast. So the Arabs use anything, whatever it may be, whatever you hold back, whatever you refrain, whatever you pull back, they call it what? They call it siyam lughatan. Does that make sense? Now that's what it means in the Arabic language, and that's what the Arabs used to use the word as as-siyam. What does the word as-siyamu mean shar'an? Shar'an means what? The Sharia comes, it takes the word and it adds things to it, subtracts things from it. This is what the word is done to it in the Arabic language. The word as-siyamu shar'an, and Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen rahimahullah ta'ala mentions this in the Kitab Sharh al-Mumti'. He mentions this is important. He says that someone has to say this, which is a lot of people define the word as-sawm shar'an. They don't actually mention the word at-ta'abbud at the beginning. And they start by saying what? Al-imsaku anil mufattirati min tulu'il fajri ila ghurub al-shamsi. They say it like that. And Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen pointed this point out, which is every one of these acts, which is as-salah, والزكاة والصوم والحج. All of these are ibadat. So at the beginning, they're not just mere holding back. It's a ta'abbud. You're worshipping Allah by holding back. So he said that has to be part of the definition. So the definition would be التعبد لله. It's to worship Allah بالإمساك, to withhold from عن المفطرات. It is to worship Allah by withholding. You're worshiping Allah by imsak. التعبد لله. By what? بالإمساك عن المفطرات. By staying away from the things that break your fasting. Al-mufattirat, we have to explain that. Then that we're going to do in the whole lesson. Later we're going to talk about what are the things that break your fasting. Like in 3 things is the asal, and everything that happens is always brought back to one of these 3, generally speaking. What are they? Al-aklu, which is to eat. Wal-shurb, which is to drink. Wal-jima', and intimacy. Generally speaking, when somebody says your fasting has broken, they have either put it under eating or drinking or intimacy. That makes sense? And the ziyada, inshallah ta'ala, of the issue of intention now, it enters the beginning, which is a ta'abbud, that it's an act of worship. Now we've mentioned it's a ta'abbudu lillahi, you're worshipping Allah bil imsaki, to withhold anil mufattirati, the things that break your fasting. And we mentioned those things are what? يعني عن الأكل والشرب والجماع. Okay, you stay from those, away from those things. And also all the other things that the ulama mentioned, which we'll talk about inshallah ta'ala. من طلوع الفجر, from fajr. إلى غروب الشمس, to when? To night time. يعني till maghrib, till the sun sets. Okay, so that's the first thing that I wanted us to know inshallah ta'ala. What's the ruling on fasting? Hukmu Sawm Ramadan, the fasting of Ramadan. What's the ruling regarding that? And why was it called Ramadan? We'll talk about that inshallah ta'ala later. The fasting of Ramadan, the ulama are unanimously agreed upon. There's no difference of opinion on this issue. Ijma'ul Muslimin. All of the ulama and the Muslims all agree that the fasting of Ramadan is a ruknun min arkan al-Islam. It's a pillar from the pillars of al-Islam. There's no dispute about that. And it's a fardun min furudi al-'idham. That is one of the greatest obligations in our religion. Because remember the 4 pillars, putting away shahadatain. The 4 pillars, which is what? As-sawmu, as-salatu, was-sawmu, was-zakatu, wal-hajj. These are called al-mabani al-arba'a. In the Ahl al-Sunnah, there is a khilaf fi takfir. There is a qawl in Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah ta'ala whether you can make takfir of somebody based on those 4. That's how the level it's reached. And of course, the dispute is very weak for the other 3. It's very strong for the prayer. But there is a discussion on whether the person who leaves the salah is a Muslim. The one who leaves hajj is a Muslim. The one who leaves zakat is a Muslim. And there is a khilaf within the religion. Somebody deliberately leaves it, deliberately chooses not to do it. Okay, as I said, the other 3 is very weak, which is as-sawmu, az-zakatu, wal-hajj. It's weak. Like in salah is a very strong difference of opinion. So why am I mentioning this? The fact there is a dispute of whether the person is a Muslim or not, what does that show you? How big this issue is and how serious it is. That's what it shows you. Sah, brothers? Okay. What is the wisdom of why fasting of Ramadan was legislated? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He said in the Quran, Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu, those of you who believe, kutiba alaykum as-Siyamu kama kutiba alal ladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. And then the ending of the ayah has shown us the hikmah min fard as-Siyam, the wisdom of why the fasting was legislated. So this idea of some people saying, Ramadan's coming, I'm going to lose weight. MashaAllah, my 6-pack is going to come out. MashaAllah, the bills for this month, food shopping is going to go down. All of this is wrong. It goes against the real wisdom of why fasting of Ramadan was sanctioned for. Are we all together? Some people now, they gain more weight in the month of Ramadan. So you see supermarkets and shops are actually becoming full the days before Ramadan, everyone needs to go shopping. Now, like, if I don't go, the shops are gonna, do you understand, brothers? And that's not what fasting of Ramadan was made for. It was the month where there are foods we only see in Ramadan. And the idea was to reduce all of that. So the real wisdom of why Ramadan was sanctioned is a taqwa. It's to attain taqwa. All these things are distracting us, like food. Because Ramadan, remember, breakfast doesn't exist. Lunch doesn't exist. All of that. So you're meant to use that time that you used to sit down and eat and drive to the restaurant and drive back from the restaurant, and all of that time that used to be wasted, now is going to be what? Fully focusing on ibadah and ta'ah and good deeds. So the month of Ramadan is a taqwa, is to attain taqwa. And in simple terms, taqwa means what? Doing what Allah told you to do and to stay away from what He told you to stay away from, subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's what taqwa it means. But also this verse is evidence to show you that the fasting of Ramadan is what? Wajib. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykum as-Siyam. Kutiba here means furida. The fasting of Ramadan has been made obligatory on you, as it has been made obligatory on those who came before you. And then this ayah is an evidence, a proof that the fasting of Ramadan is a must. Another evidence is فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْهُ. Anyone who has seen the month, then they should fast. If the month has entered, you have to fast, because the ayah commanded you. فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Fast. So you have no choice. You have no choice. When was the fasting of Ramadan sanctioned? It was sanctioned in the 2nd year of the Hijrah. When was it legislated? When was it made obligatory, the fasting of Ramadan? It was made obligatory في السنة الثانية من الهجرة. The 2nd year of the Hijrah is when it was legislated. But of course, the way that it was legislated it went through ثلاثة مراحل. It went through what? 3 stages. It's not the way it is today, how it started. The first stage it went through was التخيير بين الصيام والإطعام. The people were given the choice of whether they want to fast or if they don't want to fast. That was the first stage. If you wanted to fast, you could, and if you didn't want to, you didn't have to. And that's what the ayah came down on. وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ طَعَامُ مِسْكِينٍ. That's where it came from. فَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ خَيْرًا فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَهُ وَأَنْ تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. So based on that verse, وَأَنْ تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. For you to fast is better for you. But if you wanted to, you could leave it. You didn't have to fast. You had a choice. ولذلك معاذ رضي الله تعالى عنه, he mentioned كان في ابتداء الأمر, the beginning of the fasting, Mu'adh said من شاء صام, whoever wanted fasted, ومن شاء أفطر وأطعم عن كل يوم مسكينا, and whoever wanted would not fast, but he would feed a miskin every day. That's the choice he had. وعلى الذين يطيقون فدية طعام مسكين. So every day he would just feed a miskin. Based on that hadith, that's what it was at the beginning. Then the second marhala came, which is the 2nd stage. And by the way, this is a concept that you see, which is the legislation being done tadrijiyan, gradually, slowly. Are we all together, brothers? Just like the khamr. The beginning of the khamr was what? يسألونك عن الخمر والميسر قل فيهما إثم كبير ومنافع للناس وإثمهما أكبر من نفعهما. It wasn't made haram, but it was just mentioned that there's a lot of harm in alcohol, but there's also some benefits. Nothing. That was the first stage. 2nd stage was what? يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقربوا الصلاة وأنتم سكارى حتى تعلموا ما تقولون ولا جنبا إلا عابري سبيل. Don't come to the prayer if you're intoxicated. 2nd stage. So now they were allowed to drink, but they had to make sure that the times of the prayer that they weren't drunk. So they used to drink at night time after Isha, because they got a long time between Isha and what? And Fajr. So they used that time to drink. But the daytime, they would avoid drinking. Then came down ayah that was clear, إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه لعلكم تفلحون إنما يريد الشيطان أن يوقع بينكم العداوة والبغضاء في الخمر والميسر ويصدكم عن ذكر الله وعن الصلاة فهل أنتم منتهون. When the ayah came down, they stopped. clear, crystal clear, no ambiguity or vagueness in it, stay away from it. You're not allowed to drink. The same with the fasting, gradual. So the second stage of the fasting of Ramadan was what? وجوب الصيام على المكلف. That it was made obligatory on anybody who possesses two qualities. He's sane and he's reached puberty. So if you reach puberty and you have sanity, which is a mukallaf, you have to fast. But إذا نام الإنسان, if you sleep lacking, your fasting will start. So if you slept, you woke up, you were fasting. You can't eat. You're in trouble. We're all together. And you're not allowed to eat that night. So let's say the time of iftar, you didn't eat anything and you slept. And you woke up. Sorry, brother, you have to withhold. The sleeping, that's what happened. And some of the companions actually struggled because of this. So that ruling was scrapped. The ayah came down. أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَى نِسَائِكُمْ هُنَّ لِبَاسٌ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ لِبَاسٌ لَهُنَّ عَلِمَ اللَّهُ أَنَّكُمْ كُنْتُمْ تَخْتَانُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ وَعَفَى عَنْكُمْ فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُوهُنَّ وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ ثُمَّ أَتِمُّوا الصِّيَامَ إِلَى اللَّيْلِ. The ayah came down. The Sahabas فَفَرِحُوا بِهَا فَرَحًا شَدِيدًا. The Sahabas became very happy because of this ayah, because it really lifted from them. Because the whole day they would be working, and at night time, of course, they get tired. So the whole night they have to be awake. Does that make sense? Or else if they sleep, they wake up. Whenever they wake up, they're not allowed to eat. Then came the final and last stage, which is the marhala التي استقر الشرع, where the legislation has become sealed, and it is the way that it is today, and it is to withhold from eating من طلوع الفجر إلى غروب الشمس. And the ayah I just recited, أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ, it's that meaning, that the entire night after Maghrib onwards until Fajr, you can eat intimate with your spouse and everything. But after Fajr comes in, until Maghrib, you're not allowed to eat, you're not allowed to drink, no intimacy, nothing like that. So that's the stages of the fasting and what it went through. Later, inshallah ta'ala, we're going to see the stages, the name of the word fasting, and where did it come from and what is meant by it. Let me just quickly mention the benefits that are in fasting. Let's quickly go over the benefits and then we can start the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. Number one, it's an act of worship. أنه عبادة لله تعالى. This is the benefits of fasting. أنه عبادة لله تعالى. It's a ibadah for Allah. It's an act of worship, where you will get closer to Allah. يتقرب بها ما يتقرب العبد فيها. That the slave will get closer to who? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's an act of worship. That's the first benefit. While you're fasting, there's an ongoing ibadah that you're engaged in. That's the benefit. The second benefit is أنه سبب للتقوى. The second benefit of fasting is that it's a means to attain taqwa. Because of what we mentioned, لعلكم تتقون. So fasting is a means to attain. By fasting, you're attaining taqwa, inshallah ta'ala. You've taken one of the steps in order to attain what? Taqwa. That's why the Prophet ﷺ, he mentions, مَنْ لَمْ يَدَعْ قَوْلَ الزُّورِ وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ فَلَيْسَ لِلَّهِ وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ. Some of the narrations add وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ وَالْجَهْلَ, and ignorance, which we're going to see later. فَلَيْسَ لِلَّهِ حَاجَةٌ فِي أَن يَضَعَ طَعَامَهُ وَشَرَابَهُ وَشَهْوَتَهُ. So the person attains taqwa. In the month of Ramadan, remember, you're not going to fulfill your desires. You're withholding from eating and drinking for Allah's sake. This is piety. This is good. Number three, the benefit of it is, what food does is, brothers, is that it slows down the brain. Food, what does it do to the brain? Slows you down. The more you eat, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, what did he say? Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he said, Man akala, anyone who eats, namatil fikrah, the brain switches off. وَكَفَّتِ الْأَعْضَاءُ عَنِ الْعِبَادَةِ. And the limbs, they withhold from what? Engaging in good deeds. I don't know about you guys, but I'll speak for myself. I don't want to speak for anybody else. But when I eat, I get tired. I feel sleepy. Put your hand up if you're like that, just so I don't feel lonely. Yeah, so you realize, right? When you eat, you start feeling tired. And so when you don't eat lakin, what does it do for you? It keeps the brain awake. You're more focused. That's one. I know a group of brothers who, mashallah, what they do is sometimes they do water fasting. They water fast for days. And they've told me, I haven't really gone to that level. I tried for 3 days and I tapped out. I said, I'm not getting rewarded for it. And plus, I can't keep up. I'm starting to see things flying around. But mashallah, these brothers, after they said, if you were to carry on after 3 days, I said, I don't want to. But they carried on after the third day, say, look, our seeing, our hearing, our brain, everything's fresh. Like our focus is so good. That's what they told me. Well, do you understand, brothers? And I would agree to that because that's what withholding from food does to the person. It keeps the brain clear and also the body. Remember when you put everything inside your body, you've retreated your body as a wasteland. Sah? So fasting, the benefit that it has is you get your brain fresh, free from being busy. So what does it focus on? Al-dhikr. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, wallahu akbar. That's a benefit. That's why the Prophet, he said in a hadith, and this is, by the way, something I want to tell you all. Some people, when food has been given to them, or if they go and get food from the kitchen and they get a lot, and then there's something left over, they say, it's haram, I have to finish it. And he finishes it. Don't finish it. Put it in the fridge again. Eat it tomorrow. Or eat it later. He says, I have to finish it. Why? Because this is no. The Prophet actually said, مَا مَلَأَ ابْنُ آدَمِ وِعَاءٌ أَشَرَّ مِنْ بَطْنٍ. There's nothing worse than filling your stomach. The Prophet said, there is nothing that you feel worse than your stomach. So when you see food and you say, I have to finish this food, and some mothers, what happens is they finish all the kids' foods, but like not eat the kids' food. But what they do is when the kids leave food behind, she says, oh, I can't throw this away, so I'm going to eat it. And so she eats it. And this one left his food, oh, let me finish it for him. And so what happens is she fills her stomach, and this is not good. Good for you health-wise, of course, is not good for you. And also the hadith. So fasting of Ramadan, this is the benefits of what it has. Like this doesn't happen, this doesn't occur. And so your body really, for that 1 month, it cleanses itself. It replenishes itself. So, brothers, the benefit for that is not to lose weight or all of that. If that comes, walillah alhamdulillah minna, that's good. But that's not the reason. The reason is so your brain can focus on ibadah. Remember, the time that a lot of us spend on eating is sometimes hours. If you sit down, when you went there, how long did it take to drive? When you sat in the restaurant, how long did it sit? All of that's taken time from us. But Ramadan, none of that. So what do you use that time for? Reading, memorizing, dhikr, etc. Also from the benefits of fasting is you really realize what you had. And you appreciate food. You see it for what it is, right? Before it was like luxury. You didn't realize the ni'mah of al-ta'am wa sharab. But when you're thirsty, you're like, subhanAllah, I'm so thirsty, I wish I could. Then you realize, subhanAllah, cold water. Blessing, sah. Cold water is a blessing, it's a ni'mah. You realize that. And this is a principle, brothers, if you always hold on to al-mu'asaratu hirman. What does al-mu'asaratu hirman mean? Whatever is with you blindens you from seeing its value. The Arabs, they say, Laylatul Dhalma yuftaqadul Badr. The dark night, when it's pitch dark and the moon is not there, that's when you say, Allah, where's the moon? Before that, no one cares, no one appreciates it. A lot of people will say that to you. They didn't appreciate someone who was in their life. Now that the person is not in their life anymore, they're like, subhanAllah. Either the person passed away or the person left, or whatever it may be, you appreciate what the person used to do for you. So the little things, you start thinking about it. And then the blessings of fasting is that we appreciate the ni'mah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah, we appreciate it. And we also actually realize what the poor people have, or the situation that they're in, and what we can relate with them and say, wallahi, this is something they go through, which is also benefit. Also from the benefits of Ramadan is it really teaches us that we can control our nafs. But the nafs doesn't control us. It's to teach you to be in charge of your nafs. And that the nafs doesn't control you. A lot of people are like, Shaykh, wallahi, I can't stop myself. I just see myself opening the fridge and I'm eating. I don't know. So this is the month where you learn what? Dabtun nafs. Control the nafs. At-tamarrun ala dabtin nafs. Controlling the nafs. And this is something that the awliya and the salihin have reached. Like when you look at the story of Nabiullah Yusuf, and a woman, the woman of Imra'atul Aziz, the woman of the Ministry of Finance, beautiful again, she said that she was beautiful. Her husband is extremely wealthy. He's a man who's got the finance of the country in his hand. And it's a locked room and it's just her and him. And she calls him for zina and she says, come on, let's do something haram. This shows you how powerful Nabiullah Yusuf was as a person. And what did he do? Dabtul nafs, control the nafs. Refrain from entertaining that. What did he say? قال معاذ الله إنه ربي أحسن مثواي إنه لا يفلح الظالم. What did he say? He said, معاذ الله, I seek refuge in Allah. أعوذ بالله. That word that just came out in that context, in that situation, shows you ضبط النفس, the control that Nabiullah Yusuf had over his nafs. And that's something, if you look at the books of Tazkiyatun Nafs, this is the thing that they keep telling you, training, controlling the nafs. وَالنَّفْسُ كَالطِّفْلِ إِن تُهْمِلْهُ شَبَّ عَلَى حُبِّ الرَّضَاعِ وَإِن تُفْطِمْهُ يَنْفَطِمِ. The nafs is like a little baby. The mother, when she breastfeeds the child, the 2 years is over. When she's finished the breastfeeding, وَالْوَالِدَاتُ يُرْضِعْنَ أَوْلَادَهُنَّ حَوْلَيْنِ كَامِلَيْنِ لِمَنْ أَرَادَ أَن يُتِمَّ الرَّضَاعَ. The 2 years is over. The mother has to say to the child, خلاص, the 2 years is over. I'm not going to breastfeed you after that. If the mother just keeps on breastfeeding, the child will take the breast milk. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. She has to say, you're not going to get this. The ulama here are saying what? وَالنَّفْسُ كَالطِّفْلِ وَالنَّفْسُ كَالطِّفْلِ. The nafs is like a baby. It will say to you, take this. Again, okay. Take this even more, and even more, and even more. And so what happens? You want everything. And now the nafs becomes greedy. So Ramadan, what does it do? It teaches you, control it. Put a leash on it. And so that's what you're doing. You're controlling your nafs. وَمَا أُبَرِّئُ نَفْسِي إِنَّ النَّفْسَ لَأَمَّارَةٌ بِالسُّوءِ إِلَّا مَا رَحِمَ رَبِّي. So Nabiullah Yusuf's story, Allah brings it to this verse. وَمَا أُبَرِّئُ نَفْسِي إِنَّ النَّفْسَ لَأَمَّارَةٌ بِالسُّوءِ. That the nafs calls you to evil. صح? So that's what the month of Ramadan is. Also, what the month of Ramadan teaches us, brothers, is the concept of shahwa, desires. That month is gone, it dies. This is the benefits. Like when we're youths and we have full of shahwa, one of the things that's legislated for us is to what? يَا مَعْشَرَ الشَّبَابِ مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ مِنْكُمُ الْبَاءَةَ فَلْيَتَزَوَّجْ وَمَنْ لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ فَعَلَيْهِ بِالصَّوْمِ. So a youth hasn't got money, he can't get married, he really desires, he really wants to. What is he told to do? Fast. What does the fasting do? The fasting, the ulama mentioned, it tightens the veins. When it tightens the veins, where does the shaitan flow? إِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ يَجْرِي مِنْ إِبْنِ آدَمِ مَجْرَى الدَّمِ. So you're really trapping shaitan. He cannot flow into your body easily. Does that make sense? So that's the benefit of fasting. That month, it kills, it weakens your desires, and that's something very beautiful. So these are benefits of the fasting of Ramadan. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as He has allowed us to live for this long, that Allah allows us to reach this Ramadan saliman, safe, healthy, so that we can fast the entire month, and Allah allows us subhanahu wa ta'ala to benefit from it. Akhuna Ibrahim ibn Shaykh Fahim is going to read for us the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram. فَلْيَتَفَضَّلْ مَشْكُورًا مَأْجُورًا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم ولا يومين إلا رجل كان يصوم صوما فليصمه متفق عليه.
This hadith, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated. It's a hadith which is muttafaqun alayhi. And muttafaqun alayhi means what? Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. And this hadith, when you look at the isnad, madaru isnadihi, the isnad, it revolves around Yahya ibn Abi Kathir, who narrates from Abi Salama, who narrates from Abu Hurairah. That's the sanad for it. Madaru isnadihi, the sanad revolves around these three people. Yahya ibn Abi Kathir, who narrates from Abu Salama, who narrates from Abu Hurairah. So we would say Yahya ibn Abi Kathir an Abi Salama an Abi Hurairah radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Bukhari narrated this hadith mu'allaqan, in one place, without the chain. And he also narrated it, Bukhari, also mawsulan, connected. So one time he narrated it disconnected, and at one place he narrated it connected. The time that he brought it mu'allaqan, Bukhari rahimahullah ta'ala, is he was trying to use it under a chaptering. And we'll come to that later inshallah ta'ala, the chaptering that he brought it under. When he brought it in the chapter in Bukhari, he brought it mu'allaqan, the chain is disconnected. But when he brought it fi sulb al-kitab, in the book, he brought it mawsulan, and as I said to you, the chain revolves around Yahya ibn Abi Kathir from Abi Salama to Abu Hurairah, that the Prophet said. This hadith, let's look at it a bit. The hadith says, La taqaddamu. The word La taqaddamu, the Arabs, they have this thing which they remove one of the ta, and that's what it was removed, omitted here. It's meant to be La tataqaddamu. Sah? But حذف إحدى التاءين, one of the two tats were removed. Just like قوله تعالى ولا تيمموا الخبيث. ولا تيمموا الخبيث, the two tats that were in تتيمموا, one of the tat was omitted. So this is very common, it occurs a lot. And so just keep that in mind, inshallah ta'ala. لا تقدموا, don't go before Ramadan. The word Ramadan is taken from what? مأخوذ من الرمض. The word Ramadan is originally taken from the word الرمض. الرمض. That's what it's taken from. And what does the word الرمض mean? What does it mean? It means شدة الحر, the excessive heat. So Ramadan originally comes from the word Ar-Ramad. And Ar-Ramad is Shiddatul Harri, the excessive heat. That's what it comes from. Yani when the sun burns the pebbles and the surface of the ground, this is what? That's why they call those pebbles and that surface, they call it Ar-Ramda. Ar-Ramda. The Arabs. That's the ism. So why did they call Ramadan Ar-Ramad? And Ramadan occurs in sometimes winter, sometimes summer, and all of that. They say that originally when the Arabs were choosing and they were coining the name, and when they were choosing the month, what they're going to call it, the time that was out, that time was hot. So they called Ramadan that name. Are we all together? They named it after that heat, that time. But of course, it moves around, so it's not always going to be at a hot time. Other scholars, they said that the months are not like that, and they disputed this argument. لا تقدموا رمضان, don't go before Ramadan بصوم يوم ولا يومين. What is it? This narration, don't go before Ramadan. Before Ramadan, don't go 1 day or 2 days before it. Yani don't fast a day or two before Ramadan. Don't fast a day or 2 days before Ramadan. Don't do that. إِلَّا رَجُلٌ, and some of the copy, before I go into بِصَوْمِ يَوْمَيْنِ بِصَوْمِ يَوْمٍ وَلَا يَوْمَيْنِ, and there's some riwayat which mention بِصَوْمِ يَوْمٍ أَوْ يَوْمَيْنِ. It has O, and this copy doesn't have, this narration doesn't have it. Here it has بِصَوْمِ يَوْمٍ وَلَا يَوْمَيْنِ. So just keep in mind, with the two narrations, it becomes clear to us that the O here is لا للشك. It's not for shak. وإنما هي للتنويع. That the O here is to say 1 day or 2 days. Because the word O sometimes can be used by the Arabs when they doubt something. Sah? So here is not shak. It's not doubt, it is tanwi'. You're not allowed to fast a day or 2 days before Ramadan. إِلَّا رَجُلٌ. That the word rajulun, you can say it. Or you can say illa rajulan, you can say it. Both are sahih. يعني in Bulugh here it's بالرفع and جميع نسخ صحيح المسلم, that's how it's in. Okay, so that's it. But also إلا رجلا, some of the narrations mention it, and the Arabs they say that. We won't go into that issue in details. إلا رجل أي man. So which one is أفصح? Is it better to say إلا رجل أو إلا رجلا? والرفع أفصح. والرفع أفصح. It's more better to say إلا رجل rather than إلا رجلا to say it. إلا رجل أي man كان يصوم. So now listen to this hadith. The hadith is saying, do not fast. لا تصوم. Don't fast. أما لا تقدم رمضان. Do not go before Ramadan. بصوم يوم أو يومين. 1 or 2 days before it. إلا رجل, except a man. Of course, the word man here is للتغليب, because majority of the people who are going to be fasting are men. Women, some of them might not fast, صح, due to reasons here and there. So إلا رجل here, it's because men are going to have to fast, صح. Whereas women, they might have an excuse, menstruation, etc. But they're in there, of course. Okay? إلا رجل, a man. The exception here is now, you're not allowed to fast a day or two before Ramadan, except إلا رجل كان يصوم صوما, except a man who used to fast a fasting, فليصومه, let that person fast. Let's say you had a habit of fasting Mondays and Thursdays. This is something you used to do. This is who you were before Ramadan, etc. Used to fast. Now, your Monday and Thursday happen to go a day before or 2 days before Ramadan, then no problem. There's no issue in this regard. Are we all together, brothers? So if the voluntary fasting is allowed here, what about if it's an obligatory fasting? Maybe awla. And if I had some days of Ramadan missing from me, from last year, which I have to bring back, can I fast it a day or 2 days before? Of course I can, because if the hadith has just given me permission to fast a day or two, for what? For a voluntary fasting that I just used to habitually do. مثلا I used to fasting of Nabi Dawood, كان يصوم يوما ويفطر يوما. One day I fast and one day I break it, one day I fast, one day I break it, one day I break it, and I do it like that. Monday I fast, Tuesday I break it, Wednesday I fast again, Thursday I break it, Friday I fast, Saturday I break it. I do that every week. This is permissible, and it happened to be a day before Ramadan. This is allowed based on the hadith. إلا رجل كان يصوم صوما فليصمه. If that is allowed for the voluntary, then the wajib should be allowed, because wajib is more important than the nafila and the voluntary. صح? So let's look at this mas'ala in great details now. With this issue of fasting a day or two before Ramadan, what is the views of the scholars regarding this hadith? How did they perceive it? How did they look at it? What was their view on this hadith? Did they all agree that this is the interpretation for it, or did they have difference of opinion on what the hadith means? There are two opinions on this issue. The first opinion is قول الجمهور, the view of the majority of the scholars, which is what? That the prohibition in this hadith, this is the view of the majority, that the prohibition in this hadith, لا تتقدموا أما لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم أو يومين. They said this لا here is what? نهي الكراهة. It's disliked. It's not haram. This is called Jumhur al-ulama believe this. That it's what? للكراهة. It's disliked. And this is the view which is mashhur min madhab al-Hanabila. The Hanbali madhabna, this is the most common mu'tamad in their madhab. Okay? So they believe if a person fasts a day or two before Ramadan, he's not sinner, and his fasting is accepted. And Imam al-Tirmidhi, he says in his Jami', Al-amalu ala hadha inda ahli al-ilmi. This hadith, according to the people of knowledge, the way that they acted upon this hadith and the way they understood and perceived this hadith is what? كَرِهُ أَن يَتَعَجَّلَ الرَّجُلُ, that they disliked for a man to hasten بِصِيَامٍ, a fasting, قَبْلَ دُخُولِ شَهْرِ رَمَضَانَ, before the entering of the month of Ramadan, لِمَعْنَى Ramadan, for the reason of Ramadan. for the purpose of Ramadan. وإن كان رجل يصوم صوما فوافق الصيام ذلك فلا بأس به عندهم. The second group, what did they say? They said أن النهي على أصله للتحريم. The second view, they said لا لا لا. The hadith says لا تقدموا رمضان. They said this is haram. The asl of the nahi is what? The asl of the nahi is that هو للتحريم, that it's haram. And this is the madhab al-Shafi'iyya. Shafi'i madhab, we believe that what? The fasting the day or two before Ramadan, Shafi'iyya believe it's what? Haram. And also Sahibu Kitab al-Furu', which is a Hanbali text, Ibn Muflih, he also takes our opinion. He agrees with us. And this is also the fatwa of Shaykh Abdul Aziz ibn Baz rahimahullahu ta'ala. And this is the strongest of the two opinions. Because of the zahir of the hadith. Zahir al-hadith is like that. So that is, inshallah ta'ala, second mas'ala that we take from the hadith. Another mas'ala. So the first issue that we took from the hadith is what? Fasting a day or two before Ramadan. What is the ruling for it? We took two opinions and we said that inshallah ta'ala, the second opinion seems to be stronger because of the zahir of the hadith. Again, the tarjih is subjective. Is what? Subjective. You can look at it yourself and you may disagree and take the first opinion. Then inshallah ta'ala this is fiqh, and inshallah ta'ala there's no harshness in it. Al-mas'alatu al-thaniya. The second mas'ala here is Ramadan. Can you call it Ramadan or do you have to call it Shahru Ramadan? It's a mas'ala disputed amongst the ulama. And this is one of the hadith that is used. Can I just call it Ramadan? Or I have to say Shahru Ramadan, the month of Ramadan. Where did this dispute come from anyways? Why they even differ on that? Where does it come from? It comes from the hadith where the Prophet, he said, لا تقولوا رمضان فإن رمضان اسم من أسماء الله. Don't say Ramadan because Ramadan is a name from the names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ولكن قولوا شهر رمضان. But say what? The month of Ramadan. Say that. And then Imam al-Bayhaqi narrated this in his Sunan al-Kubra. And Ibn Adi in his Kamil. So what is the issue of this hadith? What's the discussion on this hadith? This hadith is weak. Okay? It's a what? Weak. ولذلك الإمام النووي said about this hadith in his Majmu' هذا حديث ضعيف. This is a hadith. It's a weak hadith. Because in the sanad is a man by the name of Abi Ma'shar. Abi Ma'shar is in the chain. He said هذا حديث ضعيف ضعفه البيهقي وغيره. Bayhaqi weakened it and other than him. والضعف فيه بين. And the weakness is clear, Nawawi says. فإن من رواية أبي نجيح السندي وهو ضعيف سيء الحفظ. Anyways, it's weak. So the hadith, inshallah ta'ala, is weak. And Imam al-Bukhari rahimahullah ta'ala refuted this view. Who refuted it? And Imam al-Bukhari. What view did he refute, Bukhari? He refuted the view that said that you can't say Ramadan. He refuted it, Bukhari. He actually has a chaptering in his Sahih where he said, Babu hal yuqalu, the chapter, should we say Ramadan or Shahru Ramadan? Should we say Ramadan or the month of Ramadan? Bukhari is saying this. وَمَنْ رَأَى كُلَّهُ وَاسِعًا. And the one who sees that both can be said. So he's saying, are we allowed to say Ramadan or the month of Ramadan, or can we say whichever we want? Then Bukhari, what does he do? This is his fiqh, Bukhari. It's in his chapterings, right? Fiqh al-Bukhari fi tarajibi. Bukhari's fiqh is in his chapterings. So what did he do? ثُمَّ أَوْرَدَ الْأَحَادِيثَ. He mentions all of the narrations to support that you can say whichever you like. You can call it Shahr Ramadan, or you can call it Ramadan. And which hadith did he bring to say that you can call it Ramadan? Is this hadith. لا تقدموا رمضان. The Prophet said it. Don't fast يعني رمضان بصوم يوم ويومين. Okay? ولا يومين. And the word do we mention لا تقدموا رمضان? What does it mean? It means أي لا تستقبلوه بصوم. Don't put a fasting before it. Okay? Also, Imam al-Nasa'i did the same in his Sunan al-Sughra, in his Mujtaba. He also put a chapter in there, Nasa'i rahimahullah, where he said, Bab al-Rukhsah fi an yuqala li shahri Ramadan Ramadan. And then Imam al-Nasa'i did similar to what Bukhari did. He mentioned all of the hadiths on this issue. Imam Malik, like in his students and him, they disliked it. To just say Ramadan. But anyways, as we showed, you can say this one and you can say that one. So there's no issue, inshallah ta'ala. Now, this hadith, it told us, what did the hadith just say right now? Don't fast 1 or 2 days before Ramadan. Sahih? That's what the hadith says. And then it gave an exception of whoever used to fast normally, habitually, that person can what? That person, inshallah ta'ala, there's no problem. They can fast a day or two before Ramadan. If they had a habitual fasting that they used to do. Okay. But if we look at the hadith, what I've just told you is the mantuq of the hadith. Mantuq means what the hadith said. But there's an understanding that we can take from the hadith, which is called mafhum. Which is what? The fact that it restricted it. Biyawmin or yawmayni means 3 days before Ramadan is fine. Or 4 days before Ramadan is fine. And the list, does that make sense, brothers? And if we look at the hadith now, the hadith has a mantuq. The mantuq is what the hadith says. And there's a mafhum, which is the understanding that is what? Extracted from the hadith. From what we can extract from the hadith, or the understanding that we can say that the hadith is given us, is that it's permissible to fast 3 or more days before Ramadan. What's the month before Ramadan that we're in right now? What's the month that we're in? Sha'ban, right? So we're in this month of Sha'ban. So 3 days before Ramadan is still Sha'ban, right? You're allowed to fast. Or 4 days before Ramadan, or 5 days, or 6. You're allowed to fast. Sah? Based on this hadith. How? And the mafhum of the hadith. If the hadith restricted the prohibition to only 1 or 2 days, it means 3 days, 4 days is not a problem. Sah? Does that make sense? Okay, now, is this agreed upon? This mafhum? Are we all together, brothers? Is this mafhum, what we understood from the hadith, is that agreed upon by the scholars? If it's 3 or more days, according to the jumhur al-ulama, the majority of the scholars, they believe it's allowed. Okay? فَيَجُوزُ إِذَا كَانَ بِثَلَاثَةٍ أَوْ أَكْثَرٍ. And this is what jumhur ahl al-ilm is upon. If it's more than 3 days, 3 days or more, before Ramadan, you're allowed to fast. This is the view of the majority of the scholars. You understand now, brothers? Majority of the scholars, that's what they believe. Many of the Shafi'iyah, they take that the prohibition starts not 2 or 1 day before Ramadan. Shafi'iyah, some of the Shafi'iyah, they believe it starts from half of Sha'ban. The month of Sha'ban, half of it. When the second half of Sha'ban starts, you're not allowed to fast. You're not allowed to what? Fast. Yani from the 16th of Sha'ban, okay, you're not allowed to fast. Okay, why? They say the reason is because of the hadith of Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman an abihi an Abi Hurairah. Ala ibn AbdulRahman al-Madaniyu, Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub al-Madaniyu an abihi, he narrates from his father, who narrates from Abu Hurairah, that the messenger said, إِذَا انْتَصَفَ الشَّعْبَانِ. If Sha'ban hits the middle, so now 15 days is gone, and now you're moving to the 16th day of Sha'ban, the hadith of the Prophet here, he says, إِذَا انْتَصَفَ رَمَضَانَ. If Ramadan splits, you're in the middle, فَلَا تَصُومُوا, don't fast. Okay, you have an issue now. The first hadith mentioned 2 days or 3 days before Ramadan, you're not allowed to fast. Now this hadith came and it said from half of Sha'ban. Is everybody with me, by the way? Or am I just talking to myself? We're all on the same page, right? Okay, so what do we do in this hadith? This hadith, Ashab al-Sunnah narrated it, and Jam'un min Ahl al-Ilm authenticated it. A large number of scholars authenticated it. Just to show you the names of those who authenticated this hadith, Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi. He graded this hadith to be sahih. Ibn Hibban rated this hadith to be sahih. Abu Awanat al-Isfayini rated this hadith to be sahih. Ibn Hazmi, Abu Muhammad ibn Hazmin, he rated this hadith to be what? Sahih. Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah rated this hadith to be sahih. Okay? Hatta his student, Hadith al-Sunan, Ibn al-Qayyim, I believe, he transmits the call of his teacher, but did he agree with him or not? I think he agreed with him. Ibn al-Qayyim also authenticates it. غلبة الظن, high speculation. Okay? Also, Shaykh al-Albani rahimahullah authenticated it. Shaykh Ibn Baz rahimahullah ta'ala authenticated it. But there is also other great scholars who weakened it. And who are they? The scholars that weakened this hadith, ala ra'sihim, the head of them is Abdurrahman ibn Mahdi. He weakened it. Ahmad ibn Hanbal weakened it. Yahya ibn Ma'in weakened it. Al-Bayhaqi rahimahullah, he weakened it. And they said that this hadith, by the way, Al-Ala ibn Abdurrahman ibn Yaqub al-Madani, عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة, we took this mas'ala on this hadith on a mas'ala in the Kitab Fadl al-Quran when we were teaching it. The Kitab Fadail al-Quran by Imam Ahmad ibn Shu'ayb al-Nasa'i rahimahullah. We spoke about this sanad and how at certain situations Sufyan and Malik ibn Anas, they disagreed on it. But you can go to that book inshallah ta'ala and benefit from it there. Like in here, we have two scholars here weaken it. So my heart, without going into more details, I'm more inclined to the authenticity of the hadith. إذا انتصف شعبان, if the month of Sha'ban comes in, half of Sha'ban comes, فلا تصوموا, don't fast. So then how do I reconcile that with this mantuq? How do you reconcile it with the mafhum of this hadith? The hadith, لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم أو يومين إلا رجل كان يصوم فليصومه. How do you reconcile the two hadith? Because the mantuq of this hadith, what this hadith is saying, and the other hadith, what we understood from it, seems to be an issue, right? Also this hadith, إذا انتصف الشعبان فلا تصوموا, don't fast. It goes against the hadith of our mother Aisha, where she said there was no other month in the year where the Prophet would fast in its entirety except what? Sha'ban. So how do we reconcile that with it? Then the entire of Sha'ban, the Prophet was fasting, majority of it, most likely, and definitely he'll be fasting the second half of it. So how do we reconcile all of these ahadith without going into tarjih and saying this one is weak? And because that's why a lot of scholars weakened it. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, one of the reasons he weakened it is that he goes against all these narrations. Are we all together? What we need to do is وَالْجَمْعُ وَاجِبٌ مَتَى مَا أَمْكَنَ إِلَّا فَلِلْأَخِيرٍ نَسْخٍ بُيِّنَا. The qa'idah is that we need to try to find a way to reconcile the ahadith and to harmonize them, rather than weakening one and strengthening one. We need to find a way, if we can reconcile between them, that they all go together. Are we all together? And there is a way to do that. And that is the statement of Ibn Qudam in his Kitab al-Mughni, and other great scholars have mentioned, which is the prohibition of إِذَا انْتَصَفَ الشَّعْبَانِ. إِذَا انْتَصَفَ الشَّعْبَانِ, if the month of Sha'ban comes, or the next second half of Sha'ban comes, فَلَا تَصُومُوا, don't fast. The prohibition is for the one who didn't fast the first half. The first half of Sha'ban, if you didn't fast, and you start the fasting in the second half, you're not allowed to. Are we all together, brothers? Are we all together, brothers? You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to start it on the 16th, on the 17th, on the 18th, second half of Sha'ban, you're not allowed to. But if you were fasting before Sha'ban, the beginning of Sha'ban, the first 4 or 5 days, you threw some days in and you fasted, or you had a routine of fasting, you can carry on until the end. Does that make sense? That's the way to reconcile it. And that is what the madhab al-Shafi'iyya is, that the man' of min as-Siyam is what? Man yabtadi'u, the person who starts min al-nisf, who starts from the second half. Like in the one who's fasting before that, it's fine, inshaAllah ta'ala, bi-idhnillahi al-kareem. What's the wisdom of the prohibition here now? Which is the last point. Al-hikmatu min al-nahi. What is the reason of this prohibition, aslan? Why are we even prohibited from fasting 1 or 2 days before Ramadan? What is the reason? Hafidh ibn Hajar in his Kitab Fath al-Bari, he mentions 3 views of the scholars, what they suggested. The hadith of Abu Hurairah, لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم ولا يومين إلا رجل كان يصوم صوما فليصمه. Hafiz ibn Hajar said that the hikmah min al-nahi, he said it's 3 wisdoms. 2 of them he said it's weak, and he dismisses them. And he says there's one which is the reason. What are the 3 wisdoms? The first reason that he mentioned, and he's going to get rid of it, is that the reason why we're prohibited from fasting 1 or 2 days before Ramadan is what? At-taqawwi bil-fitri. It's to basically get you strong for Ramadan when it comes. You don't eat before the day before Ramadan. Be strong, so when Ramadan comes in, you can do it. That view, he said, that's weak. Ibn Hajar said that wisdom, or that reason is what? Da'if. The reason why it's da'if is ليدخل فيه بقوة ونشاط وفيه نظر. He said, no, this doesn't make sense. Why? لأن مقتضى الحديث أنه لو تقدم بالصيام 3 أيام أو 4. And the one who had the habitual fasting, he can fast a day or 2 days before Ramadan. صح? Are we all together? So what about him? He should have been told not to fast as well. صح? The one who is fasting habitually, we said he can fast. So if the reason is to get strong to go into Ramadan, you're saying that Allah is going to make him get into Ramadan weak, where the rest can... No, that won't work. The illah, or the reason, or the hikmah has to encompass everybody. صح? So that reason, he said, is weak. If 4 days are allowed, what's the real difference between 4 days and 3 days? There's not really much of a difference, he says as well in Hajar. So he said that reason doesn't seem to stand. The second reason that the scholars bring is al-hikmatu fi khashyati ikhtilat al-nafli bil-fardi. That there's a fear that what's going to happen is the voluntary is going to mix with the obligatory. So separating, we need to separate them. And this is also weak. Why? Because the one who is fasting, voluntary fasting, who had the habitual fasting, he's going to fast a day or 2 before Ramadan. And he's allowed to enter Ramadan with a day before it if he was habitually fasting. So this also is not a good reason. Ibn Hajar says that. The third reason is the best, which is what? لأن الحكم علق بالرؤية, because the ruling of Ramadan has been connected to the sighting. That's what it's been connected to. So anyone who fasts the day before it or 2 days before it, he has now dismissed that ruling of the sighting of Ramadan has to be done by sighting. Does that make sense? What's the significance of sighting of Ramadan if I can fast the day before it just to be on the safe side? You've really destroyed the idea of, I need to know tomorrow of Ramadan, is it entered or not? But if you were fasting a day or 2 before it, you're like, yeah, whether it comes in or not, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm fasting anyways. Fahimtum? So this is the real reason, which is a hukum shar'i, which is the way that Ramadan comes in and it's cited, and you're basically dismissing that. And that's why you're not allowed to fast a day or 2 before Ramadan. Are we all together, brothers? That hikmah seems to be the strongest reason. Wallahu a'la wa a'lam. Yeah, should we take the second hadith? Each hadith, as you can see, there's a lot that can be taken out of it, right? A lot of discussions. But we have time, inshallah, on our hands. Inshallah. So bear with me. We have a lot of time on our hands, inshallah ta'ala. So we can slowly take each hadith and squeeze out as much understanding as we can. بإذن الله الكريم.
وعن عمار بن ياسر رضي الله عنه قال: من صام اليوم الذي يشك فيه فقد عصى أبا القاسم صلى الله عليه وسلم. ذكره البخاري تعليقا ووصله الخمسة وصححه ابن خزيمة وابن حبان.
Bukhari narrated this hadith ta'liqan. What does ta'liqan mean? Bukhari has something that he does in his Sahih, but sometimes he doesn't mention the entire chain from himself to the Prophet ﷺ. At some occasions, what he does is he jumps either to the tabi'i or he jumps to the sahabi, or sometimes he might even just jump to the Prophet and say, Qala Rasulullah. And we know that Bukhari has to mention the chain for us. Like, where did he hear it from? Because this was the time when the chain is needed. Sah? And that's the purpose of his book. That's why he called it Al-Jami' Al-Musnad Al-Sahih. So his book is a musnad, meaning it's connected, there's chains. So what did the scholars say? Those ahadith which are mu'allaq, where Bukhari didn't really mention the connection of the narration. He didn't mention all of the people in the chain, and he dropped certain people out. They say we look at Bukhari, how he transmitted it. If he says, قال, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And in this situation, he disconnected it until he took it to Silat ibn Zufar al-Absi. That's the tabi'i that narrated from Abu Hurairah. So he connected it up to there. What we do is we look at the way that he brings it to the person he's bringing it to. If he brings it بصيغة الجزم, which is, for example, if he says قال, روى, then this is what? This is jazm. He's affirming it. And so that means it's authentic to him, even that though he chose not to mention the chain. Are we all together? That doesn't mean that we just take it because Bukhari did that. We're still going to try and look for the chain in other books. If there is someone else who narrated the same hadith, have they mentioned the chain? Which in this situation we have Abu Dawood and Tirmidhi and Nasa'i and Ibn Majah and Ibn Khuzaymah. They mentioned the chain for it. So it's all connected. So there's no worry. But I'm just focusing on Bukhari. So if Bukhari mentions a hadith which is mu'allaq, it's one of two. It is either بصيغة الجزم or بصيغة التمريض. بصيغة الجزم is when he narrates it with affirming it. So the scholars, they say that those narrations to Bukhari is what? حكم بصحته إلى من علقه. We will place authenticity to it, to the person who he took it to. And here, that's what he did. He took this chain directly from the narrator who narrated this from Ammar ibn Yasir, which is, as I said, Silat ibn Zufar al-Absi. He took it to him بصيغة الجزم. So this is connected. And Silat ibn Zufar al-Absi is min kibari tabi'in. He's from the senior tabi'in. He's not small, he's senior. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because if a tabi'i is min sigari tabi'ina, like مثلا Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, then the majority of the teachers are going to be from the tabi'ina as well. So then we want to know the tabi'i that he narrated it from. But if the tabi'i is from the senior tabi'ina, the majority of his teachers are going to be who? Sahabi. That's why he's min kibari tabi'ina. And the ambiguity of a companion does not harm. That's just a side point. But also, Silat ibn Zufar al-Absina, he's a thiqatun jalilun, as Hafidh ibn Hajar mentions in his Kitab at-Taqrib. But again, this is all just a side point. The main point is that the hadith is connected by who? And Hafidh told you here. Look at it. He said it to you. He said, ذكره البخاري تعليقا ووصله الخمسة. What does he mean, ووصله الخمسة? The five connected it. Who are the five that connected it? Abu Dawood, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawood, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, and Nasa'i. Lakin, the fifth, Hafidh ibn Hajar is referring to who? Who is he referring to? Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He's mistaken in this. It's not in the Musnad of Imam Ahmad. The hadith, he's saying that Bukhari narrated it mu'allaqan بصيغة الجزم. He didn't say بصيغة الجزم. He just said رواه البخاري تعليقا. That Bukhari narrated it disconnected. And ووصله الخمسة. The five connected it. The five who connected it, Ibn Hajar is wrong. Only four connected it. And who are they? Abu Dawood, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, and Nasa'i. Ahmad, no. If you go to the Musnad of Imam Ahmad now, you look into it, you will not find this hadith in it. I even looked at the Al-Taraf, I didn't find it in this. I even came across Hafidh ibn Hajar's Fath al-Bari, and I wrote this benefit from it, that he himself, Hafidh ibn Hajar in his Fath al-Bari, narrated this hadith in the Fath, Hafidh ibn Hajar. And he mentioned that Ashab al-Sunan narrated it, but he didn't mention it for Musnad Imam Ahmad. So he was right there, and he is wrong here. But he's a human being, يصيبه ويخطئ. Hatta I looked at the Kitab al-Muharrar ibn Abdul Hadi, and he also doesn't attribute this hadith to Musnad Imam Ahmad. And if it's in the Musnad, he will mention it, Ibn Abdul Hadi. He doesn't. Are we all together? So then, وَوَصَلَهُ الْأَرْبَعَةِ would be more accurate. Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, and Nasa'i, they narrated it. Also from other scholars like Ibn Khuzaymah and Ibn Hibban and others, they also connected it. And also Al-Hakim also mentioned it. So that's in terms of the riwayah, the chain. Quickly going over it. Now let's go into the, by the way, every hadith, I'm going to look at it riwayatan wa dirayatan. Each hadith, I'm going to look at the ruling and the grading of the hadith. And I'm also going to discuss the fiqh that's taken from the hadith. Are we all together, brothers? Now let's look at the hadith dirayatan. The fiqh that's in the hadith. Let's look at that, inshallah ta'ala. The hadith, it says, Man sama, anyone who fasts, al-yawm alladhi yushakku fihi, anyone who fasts the day where there is a doubt. اليوم الذي يشك فيه. The day where there is a what? There is a doubt regarding it. What is it? اليوم الذي يشك فيه. There is shak regarding it. Now, pay attention here. اليوم الذي يشك. This is what the grammarians will call, what they call البناء للمجهول. أما مبني للمجهول. أما المفعول الذي لم يسمى فاعله. يشك. It's doubted. Who doubted it is not mentioned. Which is اليوم, the day. الذي, the day what? يشك فيه, which is doubted. And there's another narration which mentions من صام يوم الشك. Another wording came like that. Is there a difference in those two wordings? Yes, the big difference. What's the difference? The first, the one we have in front of us now, which says من صام, the one who fasts. اليوم الذي يشك فيه, it means the bare minimum. The shak here is very little. You have a little bit of shak. Are we all together? البناء للمجهول, when it's يعني unknown, like الطيبي mentions in his Kitab الكاشف عن حقائق السنن, إنما أتى بالاسم الموصول ولم يقل يوم الشك مبالغة في أن صوم يوم يشك فيه أدنى شك سبب لعصيان أبي القاسم. The الذي was brought here with the بناء للمجهول, he said it's for what? أدنى شك, the smallest doubt. Even if you have a little bit of doubt, you're not allowed to fast. Okay? You're not allowed to fast. It's like when Allah says, وَلَا تَرْكَنُوا إِلَى الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا فَتَمَسَّكُمُ النَّارِ. Similar to that. الذي was brought for that reason as well. مَنْ صَامَ, anyone who fasts. اليوم, the day. الذي يشك فيه, anyone who fasts, the day where there is a doubt. Anyone who fasts. فَقَدْ عَصَى, that person has disobeyed. Who? أبا القاسم. Abul Qasim is what? Abul Qasim is the kunya of the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Qasim was the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam's son. Are we all together, brothers? Qasim was what? It was the son of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. And the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he had this son Qasim from who? Khadija. All of his children are from Khadija except Ibrahim, who was the mother for it, was Maria. Maria was the mother of Ibrahim. The rest of his children were all from who? Khadija. No other woman gave birth to any of the kids of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. And Qasim, he passed away قبل البعثة, before Nabi Muhammad was sent as a prophet. Qasim died, passed away. And then after that, Ibrahim was born for him in Medina from his wife Maria. Okay? And the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, there is a hadith where some of the scholars mention, or you can find it in the Mustadrak of Al-Hakim, where Jibreel came to the Prophet and he said, As-Salamu alayka ya Aba Ibrahim. This hadith is not authentic, even that though Hakim narrates it in his Mustadrak, and the hadith which are in the Mustadrak of Al-Hakim is ala shart al-shaykhayn. It's the conditions of Bukhari and Muslim, or sometimes ala shart Muslim or ala shart al-Bukhari, he mentions it. And as we know, Hakim rahimahullah is mutasahil. He's very lenient when it comes to the tasheeh in hadith. And he even mentions in that book, sadly enough, a hadith which are mawdu'ah, fabricated. Okay, and it's meant to be sahih. Also, Al-Imam Ibn Abi al-Asim mentions it in his Kitab Al-Ahad wal-Mathani. He mentions this, but it's weak because in the isnad is who? Ibn Lahi'a is in the chain. And Ibn Lahi'a is what? احترق كتبه, his books were burnt, and he tried to narrate the hadith without his notes, and his narrations they're weak. And so they say that if he narrates from certain narrators, his hadiths are accepted. So they say if he narrates from some of the Abadallah, some of the Abdullahis, if Ibn Lahi'a narrates from them, his narrations are correct. And some scholars have proven that no, even those narrations, some of them can be weak, and it can be even others that he can narrate from, like Qutaybah ibn Sa'id, Abu Raja al-Balkhi, if he narrates from, for example, his hadith as-sahiha. Anyways, it's weak, so this is not authentic that the Prophet was ever called Aba Ibrahim. The Prophet's kunya is what? Abul Qasim. And this is something that the Arabs used to do, which is that they will call a person by their kunya in form of respecting them. As the poet said, "Ukannihi hina unadihi," I call him, I call him, أكنيه حين أناديه لأكرمه ولا ألقبه والسوءة اللقبة. I call him by his kunya, Abu something. The reason is what? لأكرمه, so I can honor him. And I do not call him by a laqab, a nickname, because the nickname is a what? It's not good. Nickname is a what? What did he say? أبا شجاع بفارس عضد الدولة فنا خسر شهنشاها المتنبي أبو طيب المتنبي سيف الدولة. He calls him أبا شجاع كنية أبا شجاع بفارس عضد الدولة فنا خسر شهنشاه. Shahinshah is a term that the Prophet prohibited, that nobody should use it, and it's used for to say Malik al-Muluk and Jalalatu, yani big titles and names that shouldn't be given except to who? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Arabs, they use this term, and he's referring to these names because he wants to praise him and honor him and he speak highly of him. So the question here is, if the kunya أكنيه حين أناديه لأكرمه ولا ألقبه, and I don't give him a laqab, this poetry is telling us that if you call somebody by their kunya, is to praise them. So why did Allah refer to Abu Lahab by his kunya and say tabbat yada Abi Lahab, if it's to honor him? Is it to honor him? Tabbat yada Abi Lahab wa tabba. Yeah? If the Arabs use the kunya to praise somebody, why did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refer to him at his kunya in this ayah? His name was Abdul. What was his name? Abdul Uzza, right? That was the name of who? Abu Lahab. And so then Abdul Uzza, the slave Al-Uzza, is shirk. The Prophet didn't want to do that, sallallahu alayhi, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't want to do that. Also, the other reason is because the word Lahab goes in line with the fire and Jahannam burning. Sah Abu Lahab, Lahab meaning to burn, and so then Tabbat yada Abi Lahabin wa tabba. So it can rhyme with the fire that's going to burn him as well. So it's using it for that reason, and you can't throw it under أكنيه حين أناديه لأكرمه ولا ألقبه والسوءة اللقبة. But also we're not allowed to call ourselves by this kunya. Abu al-Qasim is not a kunya anyone can take. Only the Prophet can take it. ولذلك the hadith in Bukhari and Muslim in hadith Anas ibn Malik, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was with his companions one day, and then نادى رجل رجلا, one man called another man بالبقيع, whilst they were in Baqi', the graveyard, and he said يا أبا القاسم, he said. فالتفت إليه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Prophet looked over because he thought it was him that was being called عليه الصلاة والسلام. فقال يا رسول الله, the man then said, O Messenger of Allah, إني لم أقصدك, I didn't intend you. أما إني لم أعنيك, I didn't what? Didn't intend you. You're not the person I intended. إنما دعوت فلانا, is so and so the one I was calling. فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the messenger then said, تسموا باسمي, call yourselves by my name. Yani take the name Muhammad, ولا تكنوا بكنيتي, but do not take my kunya. So now inshallah ta'ala we're going to take fiqh al-hadith. We're going to take the fiqh that's in the hadith ومسائله, and also the masail in the hadith inshallah ta'ala. This hadith, you can see that Ammar ibn Yasir radiyallahu ta'ala anhu is the one talking. It's saying وعن عمار رضي الله عنه قال من صام اليوم الذي يشك فيه. So he's not attributing this to the Prophet, is he? He doesn't say قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, صح? أما سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Ammar is speaking from himself, صح? And this is what the scholars refer to as mawquf. This is called what? It is called mawquf. So there's no dispute that it is mawquf, meaning, of course, Ammar attributed this to himself. He didn't attribute it to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But some of the scholars, they suggested something else. They said, no, it's not mawquf. This is actually marfu'. So mawquf is whatever is attributed to a companion, and a marfu' is whatever is attributed to a what? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The scholars that they said that this athar is mawquf, and it stays mawquf, and it remains mawquf, is Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala in his Kitab Tahdhib al-Sunan. Ibn al-Qayyim's view is that this here right now is mawquf. That's the view of Ibn al-Qayyim in his Kitab Tahdhib al-Sunan. And he also attributed this view to many of the scholars. Ibn al-Qayyim, Hafiz ibn Hajar mentions that this is the view of Al-Jawhari, Al-Maliki. And it's also the view of Al-Bulqini, Al-Bulqaini, however you want to say it, in his Kitab Hasan al-Istilah. Are we all together? What is it that they say? They say if a Sahabi says that something is a sin, if a Sahabi says this is a sin, or if a Sahabi says this is obedience, this act is an act of obedience, or if a Sahabi says this is ta'ah, obedience of Allah, or they say this is a ma'asiyah, or even says this is kufr, they say this is considered marfu'. This is considered what? Marfu'. And another group say, la, it's considered mawquf. Ibn al-Qayyim is of the opinion, if a Sahabi says something is a ma'asiyah, or ta'ah, or kufr, or whatever, Ibn al-Qayyim believes that this is mawquf. Ibn Hajar says Al-Jawhari al-Maliki's views also that it's mawquf, that this is it sticks to the companion. If he said it and he didn't attribute it to the Prophet, and the content of what he's saying is ma'asiyah and ta'ah, what he said, this is a mawquf. Okay? And Al-Bulqini in his Kitab Hasan al-Istilah. The second group of scholars, they say that when a Sahabi says that this is ta'ah, obedience, or this is a sin, which is the situation here. Man sama yawm alladhi yushakku fihi faqad asa Abul Qasim. Asa, he disobeyed. So he's mentioning, Ammar ibn Yasir, he is mentioning what? Al-Ma'siyah, Isyan, sah? So the second group of scholars are saying that this is what? It's marfu'. And this view is the strongest. And they say that this is mawquful lafzan marfu'u hukman. That the wording is mawquf, because the Sahabi didn't attribute to the Prophet. Like in the ruling it takes is as though the Prophet said it. And the scholars that say that is Hafiz ibn Hajar in his Kitab An-Nukat ala Muqaddimat ibn Salah. Hafiz ibn Hajar mentions it. And also Ibn Abdul Barr, Abu Amr ibn Abdul Barr, rahimahullah ta'ala, in his Kitab At-Tamheed, he mentions that. Also Al-Hakim, Al-Naysaburi, in his Kitab Ulum al-Hadith, he mentions that. And also in the Kitab Al-Mahsul by Fakhruddin al-Razi, he mentions this as well. Are we all together, brothers? So the strongest opinion is, as a principle that you need to know, is if a Sahabi says that something is a ta'ah, or something is a ma'siyah, or something is kufr, or something is, then the Sahabi didn't get this from himself. Legislating things is for who? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sahabi will never say this is a ta'ah or ma'siyah unless he got it from who? The Prophet salawatullahi wasalamuhu alayhi. So this is why we'll say that even though the Ammar did not attribute it to the Prophet, it's as though the Prophet said it. Why? Because the content of what he said is something he couldn't have said it from himself. He got it from who? The Prophet salawatullahi wasalamuhu alayhi. So we say it's mawquful lafdan, marfu'u hukman, and we take that and we strengthen that opinion, inshaAllah ta'ala. That's the first mas'ala that I want you to all know, inshaAllah ta'ala. The second thing that I want you to know about the fiqh of the hadith is that this day, which is yawm ash-shak, ama yawmul ladhi yushakku fihi, that day which the hadith is talking about, which is man sama, anyone who fasts, the day where there is a doubt in its fasting. What day is that referring to? And what's yawm ash-shak? What's the day of doubt? What day is that? There are two madhabs in this issue. There are what? Two madhabs. There are two views in this mas'ala of what is meant by يوم الذي يشك فيه أم يوم الشك. There are two views. The first view is the madhab al-Hanabila, the view of the Hanabila. The Hanabila believe that the Yawm al-Shak, the day of doubt, which you're not allowed to fast, and if you fast it, then you're a sinner, is referring to, the Hanabila believe, it's referring to the 30th of Sha'ban if it's clear in the sky. Hanabila believe if the sky is clear and we sighted nothing, the sky is clean, there's nothing hiding us from anything we can see, and it's the 30th of Sha'ban, they believe that day, the 30th of Sha'ban, is Yawm al-Shak, is a day of doubt. Because remember, the month could have finished on 29 and it could have also finished on the 30th, right? So they said the 30th of Sha'ban, if the sky is clear, that day is considered Yawm al-Shak, the day of doubt. You're not allowed to fast on that day. أما يوم الذي يشك فيه. This is the call of the Hanabila. You're not allowed to fast, they believe. It's prohibited to fast. But the Hanabila say, if on the 29th night we sighted, and there was so the 29th night, what I mean by that, I'm looking at it from a Western angle, but if I look at it from the Islamic or the Arabs, they consider the night before the day. So right now, today is what? Friday, right? We Westerners, we will say Friday night, right? But Islamically, it's what? Saturday night. The night comes before the day. So the night of Sha'ban, the night, because the night comes first before the day. Sah? The night of Sha'ban, which is on the 29th night, which is the 30th night of Sha'ban, okay, night. If it happens that there is ghaymun wa qatarun, there is some dust, smoky, somehow we couldn't see. There was we could not see because it was cloudy and all of that. The Hanabila believe this is not the day of doubt. That's not the day of doubt. They believe, are we all together? إن حال دون رؤية الهلال غيم أو قتر أو غبار أو دخان أو نحو ذلك فهذا ليس بيوم الشك. This is not the day of doubt where the fasting is prohibited. No, they don't believe that. Bel, the Hanabila believe it's wajib to fast that day. Some of them, they say it's mustahab. Why? Ihtiyatan, to be on the safe side. On the 29th, the 30th night, we started to go out and we started to look. We tried to look, we couldn't see anything. Tomorrow is going to be the 30th. Or is it going to be the next month of Ramadan, the first day of Ramadan? But no one can see it because it's the cloudy and everything. The Hanabila believe you have to fast. That's not what the hadith is talking about. The hadith of Ammar ibn Yasir here, من صام يوم الذي يشك فيه أما من صام يوم الشك فقد عصى أبا القاسم. They say it doesn't apply to it. Does everybody understand now? Have I made it clear? Or is it still not clear? Is it clear? Okay, let me repeat myself. The 29th, we go out, we sight. This is after Maghrib, on the 29th is when we go out sighting, looking. It has to be after Maghrib. We look. Because the month can be 30, Sha'ban, or it could be 29 nights. Or could be 29. Sah, brothers? We looked. The Hanabila say it depends. If the cloud is clear and the moon is not sighted, are we all together? They believe you're not allowed to fast. Are we all together? You're not allowed to fast. And you're prohibited from fasting. But if it happens that whatever it may be, something blocks you from seeing the moon or the crescent, what do they believe? It's wajib for you to fast. Because they believe it could have happened that the thing that's hiding from you is Ramadan there. Ramadan is being blocked from you and you can't see it, so you have to end the month of 29 and enter Ramadan straight away. Are we all together? But what about the Hadith of Ammar ibn Yasir? They say Hadith of Ammar is not talking about that. Hadith Ammar is not referring to when there is a ghaymun or qatarun, if something is concealing it from you. It's referring to the 30th when it's clear and you choose to just fast. Does that make sense? This view that the Hanabila have adopted, where they said you have to fast or even recommended to fast, it's a view that a lot of the Sahabas have taken. And also some of the Tabi'een took it. Such as Umar ibn Khattab held that opinion. Abdullah ibn Umar has been attributed to him the opinion of the Hanabila. Amr ibn al-As has been attributed to this view. Abu Hurairah has been attributed to this view. Anas ibn Malik, Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan, Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, Asma bint Abi Bakr. This is also the view that Abu Bakr ibn Abdullah al-Muzani took. Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, Ibn Abi Maryam, Mutarraf ibn Abdullah al-Shakhir, Maymun ibn Mehran, Tawus ibn Kaysan, Mujahid ibn Jabrin. Like in Ahmed, it's disputed whether this kalam is from him or is what's understood. It's not based on a clear statement of Imam Ahmed. Yeah, it's based on what? It's been understood from the madhab of the aqwal of Imam Ahmed. ولذلك المرداوي says in his Kitab Al-Insaf, after he mentioned the madhab, he says وَهَذَا الْمَذْهَبُ, this opinion which I mentioned on the 29th 30th layl, the night of the 30th, where there's qatarun and there is ghaymun, is the madhab that you have to fast that day. وهو المذهب عند الأصحاب. According to the Hanabila, this is our view. وَنَصَرُوهُ, they argued it. وَصَنَّفُوا فِيهِ, and because of it they authored books. التصاريف وَرَدُّوا, and Al-Mardawi says وَرَدُّوا, they refuted حُجَج الْمُخَالِف, the views and the arguments and the evidences of those who oppose this opinion. وَقَالُوا, look what they said, نُصُوصُ أَحْمَدْ تَدُلُّ فِيهِ. Ahmed's kalam is not sarih. It indicates this. وَهُوَ مِن مُفْرَدَاتِ الْمَذْهَبِ, and it's also from the things that the four madhabs, Ahmed is by himself. The other three on the other side. The other three madhabs, which is the Hanafiya, the Malikiya, and the Shafi'iyya, are all on one side. Ahmed, Hanabila are on this side by themselves. Are we all together? What's their evidence now? Their view is the hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar, which Nafi' narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar that the Prophet, he said, Ash-shahru tis'un wa ishuruna, the month is how many? 29. That's what a month is. فَلَا تَصُومُوا حَتَّى تَرَوُوا الْهِلَالَ, don't fast until you see the crescent. وَلَا تَفْطُرُوا, and don't break your fast حَتَّى تَرَوْهُ, until you see it. Don't fast until you see the Hilalu Sha'ban. And don't break it until you see the what? Hilalu Shawwal. Are we all together? And you don't start Ramadan or end the month of Ramadan unless you see it, the crescent. فَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ, if something is hiding it from you, there's a cloud, there's a ghaym, there is a dust or qatar or whatever, and you're not able to see that, they said فَقْدِرُوا لَهُ, فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ, which is going to come to it later. It's the hadith of Ibn Umar and Abu Hurairah. We're going to see it later. They said this hadith is a proof for us. How is this hadith a proof for you guys? They said the way that this hadith is a proof for us is, look what the hadith mentioned. It says فَقْدِرُوا. How does فَقْدِرُوا show this? They said فَقْدِرُوا, does it not mean in the Arabic language ضَيِّقُوا لَهُ, tighten it? Because of the ayah, they said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he said, وَمَنْ قُدِرَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ. وَمَنْ قُدِرَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ means what? وَمَنْ ضُيِّقَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ. That's what they said. أَمَا يَبْسُطُ الرِّزْقَ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ وَيَقْدِرُ. وَيَقْدِرُ, it means التَّضْيِيقُ لَهُ. So they said, the hadith says, فَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ, if there is a cloud or something blocking you from sighting the moon, فَقْدِرُوا لَهُ, أَمَا فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ. They said it means to tighten the month. And how do we tighten the month? By making it 29. Does that make sense? That's what they said. And of course, as I said to you, this is the view of a lot of the Sahabas had this opinion, from them being Umar radiallahu anhu, Abdullah ibn Umar. And Abdullah ibn Umar is Rawiyul Hadith. He's the narrator of the Hadith. Sah? And because he's the narrator of the Hadith, this is another issue, which is the one who narrates the Hadith is more knowledgeable than the others. So this is their argument, and they fought with their nails and their claws, the Hanabila, to push their arguments. So that is the first madhab, al-madhab al-awwal, al-madhab al-thani. The second madhab. The second madhab is who? Madhab al-jumhur. Madhab al-jumhur, the madhab of the majority. Are we all together, brothers? Jumhur al-ulama, and also وَمِنْهُمُ الْأَئِمَّةُ الثَّلَاثَةِ, the 4 imams who remain, and also a riwayah on Ahmad. Ahmad also has a riwayah on this second view, which is what? That the day of shak refers to, and it means if it is the 30th night, which is on the 29th when we sight it right after Maghrib. We start going out, we're looking, and there is a cloud hiding it, and it could be Ramadan and it can also be Sha'ban. Does that make sense? That is the qawl al-jumhur, that you're not allowed to fast. That's the yawm al-shak. You're not allowed to fast. We went out on the 29th after Maghrib, we started looking around, and there was a cloud or something hiding it from us. We was just, for whatever reason it may be, we were not able to sight it. We tried, we couldn't see it. Remember, there is, not seeing it is not what's meant here. It's meant that something's blocking you from seeing it. We're being blocked by either a cloud, we can't do it. So what happens in this situation? This is a doubtful day, okay? And we're not allowed to fast. We're not allowed to fast. What should we do? Carry on as the month of Sha'ban. This is qawl al-jumhur. The A'immatul Thalatha believe this. Hanafiyya, Malikiyya, Shafi'iyya believe this. And it's also a riwayah on Ahmad. Ahmad has a riwayah on this issue. And this is the strongest opinion. This is what? The strongest, stronger than the previous one. And there are reasons why it is stronger. The reason is because, number one, if you, the qawl that the Hanabila said, where the 30th, if the moon is sighted, the moon is not sighted, how can you refer to that as Yawm al-Shak? We went out, we looked, there's nothing blocking us from the sky, we looked and we didn't sight the moon. That's not a doubtful day, that's clear, we didn't even see it. It's clear that it's not a fasting day and that's Sha'ban. Does that make sense? So the Hanabila, that doesn't make sense here. Also, the issue with them here is they go against a lot of hadith, because they explain the word faqdiru lahu, ama faqduru lahu. They explained it to mean what? ضيقوا, ama التضييق له, based on the ayah وَمَنْ قُدِرَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ وَمَنْ ضُيِّقَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقُهُ. It means Allah يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء ويقدر التضييق له. We'll say that, yes, the Arabic language can take that meaning. But if a hadith comes and clearly and categorically explains to us that the word فَقْدِرُوا لَهُ أَمَا فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ, it doesn't mean that, then we're going to take the hadith that's clear, that's explaining the other meaning that it has, which is فَحْسِبُوا لَهُ, which is another meaning it can take. There is a wording in Bukhari and Muslim, which we're going to see, where the Prophet, he said, صُومُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ, fast when you sight the crescent or the moon. وَأَفْطِرُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ, and also break it when you see the moon. فَإِنْ غُبِيَ, that's a wording. فَإِنْ غُبِيَ عَلَيْكُمْ, and if it's concealed from you, فَأَكْمِلُوا عِدَّةَ الشَّعْبَانِ ثَلَاثِينَ. صَرِيحٌ صَحِيحٌ. We have a clear-cut hadith which says, if it's hidden from you, you cannot sight it. فَإِنْ غُبِيَ, the word غُبِيَ, it's خَفِيَ. The person who's dim-witted, the Arabs, they call him what? Ghabi, right? They call him Ghabi. Why? Because he's someone, so much things are hidden from him. Like he can't really see, he's slow. Sah? That's why they call him Ghabi. Ghubiya here means it's concealed from you. This is al-fadh which are isti'ara, kutub al-balagha. They borrowed it from that meaning and they brought it here. Like the word, when the Arabs, they refer to, what did the Arabs call The place where you do your call of nature. What do they call it? Al-Gha'it. The word Al-Gha'it, what does it mean? It means Al-Ardul Munkhafid, right? They took the meaning from the Al-Ardul Munkhafid, which is the land which is down, and they gave it to the call of nature. This is called isti'ara. They borrowed it from here and they gave it to the call of nature. This is similar here. Ghubiyya is isti'ara. They took it from that meaning and they put it here. فَإِنْ غُبِيَ عَلَيْكُمْ خَفِيَ عَنْكُمْ, it's concealed from you. فَأَكْمِلُوا عِدَّةَ الشَّعْبَانِ 30. That's صريح. وهو في الصحيحين. And it's in Bukhari and Muslim. Then the month has to be made 30. So this qawl is much stronger. They have hadith which are clearer. Are we all together? So the hadith Abu Huraira refutes this. The hadith of Ibn Umar himself that he narrates, which we're going to come to inshallah ta'ala, also refutes it. And also the qaida is what? Al-yaqeen la yazulu bish-shak. You cannot remove certainty with doubt. What does that mean? Sha'ban is a certainty. We knew the month was in. So there's no debate about that. And you want to remove Sha'ban with what? A day that we're not sure because it's hidden and we don't know. We're not allowed to do that. صح? The qaida, al-khamsatul kubra, one of the 5 legal maxims is what? You're not allowed to remove certainty, something which you're certain about. You cannot remove it without. Someone said to you, Akhi al-Kareem, Wallahi, when I go into the salah, I don't know, I have waswas, and I think to myself, did I pass wind? So I go and I do wudu. We'll say to him, Akhi, do you know if you did wudu? He said, yes, I know I did wudu. And now you're questioning whether your wudu ended. He goes, yeah, I'm questioning it. And do you have anything certain about it? No, the ideas and thoughts come to my mind. We'll say, al-yaqeenu la yazulu bish-shak. Ama al-yaqeenu la yuzalu bish-shak. You can say it both ways. That doubt coming to you cannot remove the certainty, which is that you are sure that you did wudu. Does that make sense? So this is a legal principle in our religion. So Sha'ban is a month that we were sure entered. We were sure that it existed. We were in the month of Sha'ban. Now you want to remove Sha'ban and say it ended for a day we're not even sure if Ramadan entered or not. So what do we have to do? We have to carry on Ramadan. So we have to carry on Sha'ban and finish it with 30 days. Does that make sense? We have to. According to us, the month cannot be less than 29 and it can't be more than 30. So it can either be 29 or 30. That's what it is. Does that make sense, brothers? And this mas'ala that the ulama mention is it's discussed deeply in books of fiqh. You can find it there inshallah ta'ala.
وعن ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما قال سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول إذا رأيتموه فصوموا وإذا رأيتموه فأفطروا فإن غم عليكم فاقدروا له متفق عليه ولمسلم فإن أغمي عليكم فاقدروا 30 وله في حديث أبي هريرة فأكملوا عدة شعبان 30.
So a correction, Ibn Hajar here, there's a issue that occurred on him, which is if the hadith he mentioned is hadith Ibn Umar and hadith Abu Hurairah, صح? Hadith Ibn Umar and the hadith of Abu Hurairah, right? Abi Hurairah. The hadith of Ibn Umar, he mentioned who narrated it. He mentions that the hadith of Ibn Umar is muttafaqun alayhi, صح? Muttafaqun alayhi. It's agreed upon by Bukhari and Muslim. And then Hafiz ibn Hajar, what he did was, he said, Wali Muslimin, and he mentioned that Muslim narrated something which is, فَإِنْ أُغْمِيَ عَلَيْكُمْ فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ 30. Some of the copies of the Bulugh, the word lahu is dropped out of it. Okay? But if you look at the Nusakh Khatiyya, it should be there, inshallah ta'ala. And that's also in agreement to the Sahih Muslim itself. If you go to Sahih Muslim and you check it, you'll find فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ. That's 30. And then he says, وَلِلْ Bukhari, and Bukhari narrated, فَأَكْمِلُوا الْعِدَّةَ 30. The mistake here, I haven't mentioned it yet, that Ibn Hajar fell into. Look what he said, وَلِلْ Bukhari, فَأَكْمِلُوا الْعِدَّةَ 30 وَلَهُ. In the Hadith Abu Hurairah, he says, وَلَهُ. The dhamir goes back to أَقْرَبُ الْمَذْكُور, صح? Lahu, the dhamir, the pronoun goes back to who? The pronoun goes back to أقرب المذكور. Who was the one that he just mentioned right now? Which book of hadith did he mention just now? Bukhari. So when he says walahu, he means walahu al-Bukhari. But that's a mistake, because that's a wahm. It gives this impression that the hadith of Abu Hurairah, only Bukhari narrated it. وهذا غير صحيح. He should have said what? وَلَهُمَا. Bukhari and Muslim, both of them narrated it. So this is a mistake that the Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala in this issue he had fallen into. Let's go to the hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar and the hadith of Abu Huraira. Hadith Abdullah ibn Umar, 4 chains of narrations. There are 4 asanid, 4 chains for it. The first chain for it is Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri narrates from Salim ibn Abdullah ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab. Salim is the son of who? Abdullah ibn Umar. And so the hadith is going to be Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri narrates from Salim, and Salim narrates from who? Abdullah ibn Umar. That is the chain. Bukhari and Muslim both narrated that. So Bukhari narrated it min tariq ibn Shihab, from the chain of Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, who narrated from Salim, who narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar. And by the way, there's a long discussion amongst the ulama, which one is better? Nafi''s narration from Ibn Umar or the Salim from Ibn Umar? Sah? Are we all together? Which one is better? Bukhari believes, which one? Nafi'. إمساكنا عن حكمنا على سند بأنه أصح مطلقا وقد خاض به قوم فقيل مالك عن نافع بما رواه عنه الناسك. الناسك is Abdullah ibn Umar. And then according to Imam al-Bukhari, أصح الأسانيد is what? مالك عن نافع عن ابن عمر. صح? Okay, the second, جزاك الله خيرا, the second chain is what? Ubaydullah narrating from Nafi', who narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar, and only Muslim narrated this. The third chain is Sulaiman ibn Dawood al-Ataki. He narrated it from Hamad ibn Zaydin, who narrated from Ayyub, who narrated from Nafi', who narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar, and this is Abu Dawood narrated this alone. And then we have Bukhari again narrating this hadith from who? He narrated it from Malik ibn Anas, Imam Dar al-Hijrah, who narrated it from who? Abdullah ibn Dinar and Ibn Umar. So that's the 4 chains for this hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar and how it comes to us. Let's go to the chain of who? The chain of Abu Huraira. The chain of Abu Huraira is min tariqin wahidin. It's only one chain. The chain of who? Abu Huraira is only one chain. And it is the chain that Bukhari and Muslim and Al-Bayhaqi and others narrated it from, which is Shu'bah ibn Hajjaj, Abu Bistam al-Ataki narrates from Muhammad ibn Ziyad, who says, I heard Abu Huraira saying. So this is min haythu al-kalamu ala al-hadithaini riwaya, talking about the 2 hadiths in terms of chain. And I'm mentioning it through the books that the Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned it, Bukhari and Muslim, and Kutub al-Sitta, I mentioned it from there. Let's go into the kalam of the hadith min haythu al-diraya. Let's look at the chain, let's look at the fiqh of the hadith now. What does this hadith mention? This hadith says that Abdullah ibn Umar, he said that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi, Abdullah ibn Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, may Allah be pleased with him and his father. I always have this bad habit of saying Abdullah ibn Umarin, and tanween cannot enter Abdullah ibn Umar لأنه ممنوع من الصرف. So I have a bad habit of saying this. So whenever you hear me say it, I know it, but it's the habit that's kicking in, and it's so you cannot place tanween on Umar. Umar is ممنوع من الصرف. صح? You don't say عن, which is a harf min huruf al-jar, and then Umar comes after it. You can't say عن عمري. You have to say عن عمر. Why? Because it's ممنوع من الصرف, right? So, but there's reasons why it's ممنوع من الصرف. Sarf, by the way, just means tanween. Originally, the name Umar comes from another name. Make sense? So it evolved. The name is not, it's not the original form. So you cannot place tanween on it because it evolved. Again, the question is, where did it come from? So every time you have to ask more questions. So that's your homework. Huh? Anyways, Abdullah ibn Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, he mentions that the Prophet ﷺ said, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ. So look at the word إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ. If you see it. The question we need to ask ourselves is, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ. That pronoun, what does it go back to? This is a ضمير للغائب, صح? إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, if you see it. It means إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ هِلَالَ رَمَضَانَ. If you see the crescent of Ramadan, what do you do? فَصُومُوا, fast. وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, the second time it's mentioned, is referring to what? هِلَالَ Shawwal. If you see the crescent of Shawwal, فَأَفْطِرُوا, break your fasting. Break your what? Break your fasting. This word, the word hilal, what is it in the Arabic language? What is it used for? Shall we talk about it later, b'idhnillahi? Later. The word al-hilal. What's the difference between hilal and qamar? Hilal and qamar. They say that the difference between hilal and qamar is the time that you call it hilal is في الليلة الأولى من الشهر. The first night of the month is called hilal until the 7th night in the month is called a what? It's a hilal. The Arabs, they call it the first night في الليلة الأولى من الشهر, they call it a hilal. إلى 7 ليال, 7 nights consecutively is referred to as what? Is referred to hilal. And also the last 2 nights of the month. وَلِلَّيْلَتَيْنِ مِنْ آخِرِ الشَّهْرِ, and the last 2 nights they call it a hilal. وَمَا بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ يُسَمَّى قَمَرًا, and anything in between they call it qamar, moon. What's the jama' of the word hilal? قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ. Ahilla is the jama'. That's the plural of it. So what the first 7 days, first 7 nights, and the last 2. So that's why they keep saying in these narrations, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, if you see it, hilal. Because the hilal is sighting on the last night, right? So that's why it's called hilal. You can't say qamar. Qamar is only what? From the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, until the last 2 nights. The last 2 nights are not in. The last 2 nights are called hilal. Okay? So the benefit that we take from the hadith is, number 1, that the word إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, what does it mean? If you see the first إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, it means hilal Ramadana. فَصُومُوا, fast. وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, يعني if you see the hilal shawwalna, فَأَفْطِرُوا, break your fasting. فَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ. What does the word غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ means? It means حَالَ بَيْنَكُمْ وَبَيْنَ رُؤْيَتِهِ, that there is between you and sighting it غَيْمٌ, a cloud. And some of the riwayat says, it doesn't say فَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ, it says فَإِنْ أُغْمِيَ عَلَيْكُمْ. And the word أُغْمِيَ, what does it mean? Again, something is covering it from you guys. That's why when the person is unconscious, the Arabs, they say أُغْمِيَ عَلَيْهِ. أُغْمِيَ means what? His brain is covered. His brain is what? Covered. So he cannot think, he's unconscious. That's why they use the word أُغْمِيَ. فَإِنْ غُمِيَ, we have. فَإِنْ غُمَّ, we have. فَإِنْ أُغْمِيَ, we have. All of those wordings, the hadith has come, and it's referring to the crescent has not been seen, something's hiding it from you. فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ, what did we say it means? We took it in the previous hadith when we were explaining it. We said فَقْدِرُوا لَهُ, ama فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ. Both ways you can say it. It means أَبْلِغُوهُ قَدْرَهُ. Let it reach its amount. فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ means let the month reach 30. Let it finish. That's what it means. Okay? Let it reach. أَبْلِغُوهُ, let it reach قَدْرَهُ. Let it reach its amount. And that is what? تَمَامَ 30 يَوْمًا, as some of the narrations have shown. This hadith, it's a proof that the 2 hadiths are a proof for what? That the fasting and the breaking of the fasting is based on what? Sighting. بِرُؤْيَةِ الْهِلَالِ. The crescent has to be seen. What about if we don't see it? Or it gets concealed from us? We have to finish the month 30. We have to what? 30. So you're not allowed to fast Ramadan unless you're sure Ramadan entered. Has to be حقق. لأن Sha'ban is yaqeen, and you can only remove that yaqeen with a what? Another yaqeen. Okay? The next benefit that we take from this hadith is a mas'ala that the ulama talk about. That because the sighting is what the Ramadan is based on, the question here is, what about if the moon is sighted in one place? Is it must for everybody on the globe to fast based on that sighting over there? Because the hadith here, it says, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, if it's seen. So the question here is, it's seen. We know it's been seen. And the sighting has been done. So what's happening if the people not of this land, other lands, is it upon them to fast? This mas'ala, there is 4 views in it. There is 4 views in it. Are we all together, brothers? Why is there even a difference of opinion in the first place? The difference of opinion is coming from اختلاف المطالع. اختلاف المطالع means what? Differences in the sunrise. This country's sunrise is different to this country's sunrise. So how can we follow each other? This is where the ishkal is coming from. If we have the same sunrise, then we're not اختلاف المطالع. There is no difference of opinion. We live in, all of us live here in the UAE. The Fajr is the same time for all of us, right? Same time. Maybe a few minutes, this city or that city, but generally speaking, we all have the sunrise and the sunset is the same. But we have another country over there, or over there, where the sunrise is maybe 4 hours later than us, or 2 hours later than us, or 1 hour later than us. It's big now. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It's called اختلاف المطالع. مطالع means what? The sunrise. So the scholars, they said, is the sighting of this country going to dictate for everybody else? So for example, Saudi Arabia sights it. Is everybody in the UK, for instance, do they have to fast with it? Or in India or Pakistan, etc. This mas'ala, does it come up a lot? Yeah? It comes up a lot, right? Every year it's coming up. Alhamdulillah, this country that we're in, we don't have to stress ourselves. Alhamdulillah. We just follow the system. Allahumma barik, it's been done and sorted for us. The sighting of the crescent, if it's sighted in one country and another country did not sight it, is it a must for that country to follow the other country? This is the mas'ala we were talking about, which is what the ulama refer to, and they talk about اختلاف المطالع. And I mentioned what اختلاف المطالع means. I said it means the differences in the sunrise. Matala is sunrise. This country and this country have different sunrise. Now there's 4 views. This is the reason why there's a khilaf, is because of اختلاف المطالع. And so let's look at the aqwal. Al-qawl al-awwal, it says, if the crescent was sighted in a land, then every single person has to fast. Everyone needs to fast. There's no exception. If it's sighted in Saudi Arabia, UK, everyone needs to fast. That's the first qawl. And this is the qawl that is attributed to Al-Layth ibn Sa'ad, the faqih of the people of Egypt. And it's also the view of the Malikiyya, the Maliki madhab. And also بعض الشافعية, some of the Shafi'iyya also believe that. And some of the Hanabila. Okay? And they base it on the hadith, the zahir of the hadith. They base it on the apparent hadith, which is إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, if it's cited, فَصُومُوا, fast. وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, and if you see it now, فَأَفْطِرُوا, break your fasting. Yani the end of Ramadan. So they said, look, the hadith, it's the khitab here, what the hadith is speaking about, what the hadith is addressing is it's general. It's general. So if it's cited in any land or any place, it is obligatory upon every single person to fast. And they said that there is wala i'tibara, and that there is no i'tibar باختلاف المطالع. There is no consideration that is given to the differences of the moon rising. It doesn't matter. Saudi Arabia cites it, everyone has to follow through. That's it. That's the first view. Or UAE cites it, everyone needs to follow through. Or Pakistan cites it, everyone needs to follow through. Or India cites it, everyone needs to follow through. Whichever place it's cited, we're all commanded to follow. That's the first opinion of the scholars. There is a second view within the ulama, amongst the people of knowledge, which is every land, they have their own sighting. أَنَّ لِكُلِّ أَهْلِ بَلَدٍ, that every land, the people have a what? رُؤْيَا خَاصَ بِهِمْ. They have a sighting which is restricted to them. Everyone. If this land, they sight it, then the rest of the other lands don't have to follow through with it. And this is the view of Ishaq ibn Rahuya. Ishaq ibn Rahuya, who is the teacher of Al-Imam Al-Bukhari. And it's also the view of Al-Qasim ibn Muhammad. Al-Qasim ibn Muhammad is one of the fuqaha السبعة. إذا قيل من في العلم سبعة أبحر روايتهم ليست عن العلم خارجة فقلهم عبيد الله عروة قاسم. Qasim is one of the 7 jurists of the city of Medina. So he believed that every city, كل أهل بلد, every country, every people, they have their own sighting. And also this is the view that's attributed to the son of Abdullah ibn Umar, Salim ibn Abdullah, and other than them. And it's the view of the Hanafiyyah. It's the Qawlul Hanafiyyah, which is everyone needs to follow their own sighting. And they have a very strong evidence, very strong. Very, very strong evidence. Because they say, look, first of all, they say that the moon rising is different. Why are we going to be the same? That's one, they said. So they said, because of that, everyone has to have their own. And they also said, Qiyas, Salah, we don't follow each other. Why are we going to follow each other in Ramadan? Salah, everyone has their own timing for prayer, right? And Ramadan is from the mawaqit. It's from those things where the Sharia gave it timing. But it's the same way that we don't follow each other in the Salah, that UAE doesn't pray Fajr at the same time in the UK, then the same thing is fasting. What's the problem here? Unity doesn't have to be looked at in prayer. Why would it be needed to look for in fasting? So that's what they said. Also, they brought a strong evidence in this regard, which is Quraib, who's one of the narrators, he said, أن أم الفضل بنت الحارث بعثته. الفضل بنت الحارث, she sent Quraib, she sent him to where? إلى معاوية بن أبي سفيان in Sham. She sent him for something. Quraib, he's the narrator. And she sent him to Muawiyah, who was in Sham. He said, فَقَدِمْتُ الشَّامَ, I came to Sham. فَقَضَيْتُ حَاجَتَهَا, I did what Fadl bint al-Harith, what she asked me to do for her, I finished it. قَضَيْتُ حَاجَتَهَا, I fulfilled her what she needed from me, I got everything she told me to get. Look what he then said. وَاسْتُهِلَّ عَلَيَّ رَمَضَانُ وَأَنَا بِالشَّامِ, and Ramadan entered and I was in Sham. Okay. فَرَأَيْتُ الْهِلَالَ لَيْلَةَ الْجُمُعَةِ, so I saw the moon, the hilal, I saw it on Jumu'ah, and he's in Sham. And al-Fadl bint al-Harith, she's in Medina. She sent him from Medina. For 1 month he traveled, and now he's going to have to travel another month, right? So he said, I saw on Jumu'ah, I saw the sighting of the moon in Sham. So Ramadan entered, and he said, for 1 month I traveled back to Medina to bring back al-Fadl bint al-Harith what she told me to get for her. So I came, Ramadan had finished, over. فَسَأَلَنِي عَبْدُ اللَّهِ بْنُ عَبَّاسٍ, Abdullah ibn Abbas asked me about Sham and the situation of Sham and everything, and then after that he asked me about the sighting of the moon over there. I told him, when did you guys see it? He said, we saw in Medina. رَأَيْنَاهُ لَيْلَةً, he said, Abdullah ibn Abbas said to him, when did you guys see it in Sham? He said, لَيْلَةَ الْجُمْعَةِ, we saw it on a Friday. And then Quraib then said to Ibn Abbas, then when did you guys see it? And Abdullah ibn Abbas, and he said, we saw it on a Saturday, the day after. He said, what did the people do? He said, the people, when Muawiyah, it was cited, Muawiyah told everybody to fast. Muawiyah was the governor, right? So he told everyone to fast, and everyone fasted. Abdullah ibn Abbas, they said, لَكِنَّا رَأَيْنَاهُ فِي السَّبْتِ, we saw it on a Saturday. فَلَا نَزَالُ نَصُومُ, we will carry on fasting. So this was the last day for Quraib. Quraib's fasting finished now. The 30 days had finished for him. And he's in Medina. He finished. But Abdullah ibn Abbas is 29. He added the 30th onto there. He said, but why are you adding a 30 on there? When the people of Sham saw it, you should stop it with them. Sah? That means you need to stop now. Abdullah ibn Abbas said, la. We're going to carry on and do our extra day fasting. We're going to fast the extra day for that fasting. So Qurayb fasted 30 days. Abdullah ibn Abbas said, we're going to fast our 30 days. So then that means he's going to finish it one day after. He could have said, no, you guys saw it. Then that means we were wrong. He should have said that, right? We are wrong that we stop at 29 because you guys cited it. That means it was out. We missed a day and we have to bring back that day. He should have said that, right? And then we're going to do qada. He didn't say that. He said, we saw it on a Saturday. We're going to fast on the 30th. Okay? And Muawiyah's sighting is for him. And what the people of Sham saw is for him. And look what he then said, هَكَذَا أَمَرَنَا رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. And this is what the Prophet commanded us. But this statement of Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhuma is not just him saying it from himself. He said, هَكَذَا أَمَرَنَا رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. Specifically when Qurayb said, but are you not going to follow Muawiyah's sighting or the people of Sham? And he said, هَكَذَا أَمَرَنَا رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. That was his response. So this shows that Abdullah ibn Abbas did not take into consideration the sighting of the people of Sham and the beginning of theirs. And this hadith cannot be questioned because it's in Sahih Muslim, sah? It's where? Sahih Muslim. So that's there. There's a third view now. The third view says, so the first view, it's between the two views that we mentioned. What was the first view? The third view is between the first and the second. What was the first view? Everybody has to do it. The second view was what? Everyone has their own. The second view, the third view is in between. What did they say? They said it depends on the distance. It depends on what? The masafa and the إن كانت المسافة بين البلدين. If the distance between the two lands is قريبة, very close. If it's very close, then no problem, inshallah ta'ala, they follow each other. Or they need to follow each other. Okay? And if the distance is too far, where one will see day and the other one will see night and they won't see the same timing at all, like Australia and us. Makes sense? When Australia is daytime, it's nighttime from us. For America, for example. It's very, it's different timing in totality. They say, in this situation, if the distance is too far, then فَلِكُلِّ أَهْلِ بَلَدٍ رُؤْيَتُهُمْ. Every people have their own sighting. But if it's very close, like for instance, the Middle East, the UK, we can put it in there as well, Western Europe, because it's not too far. It's not that far. We will share the day and we will also share the night. Kind of close, not too far. Especially now the world we're living in, right? This is قول الشافعي, the قول of Imam al-Shafi'i and the قول of Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah says it's all based on the distance. And this قول kind of goes back to the view of Abdullah ibn Abbas, because the people of Sham and the people of Sham and the people of Medina were very far. Does that make sense? And the issue of al-qurb wal-bu'duna, it differs from time to time. At that time, of course, it's a month journey. So of course it's very far for them. But for us, it's very close now. To go to one country to another country is 5-6 hours. So are we all together, brothers? The fourth and final view is this issue goes back to the ruler. Some of the fuqaha, they said, يُرْجَعُ هَذَا إِلَى الْحَاكِمِ. This issue goes back to the Muslim ruler. Some of the fuqaha said this. The Taymiyyah mentions all these views. That the Muslim ruler, it goes back to him. It's something Allah placed on him. If he wants to follow that, or if he wants to follow that, it goes back to him and the people have to follow him. Everyone needs to follow that. Those are the 4 views that the scholars mentioned. Kutub al-Fiqh, those are the 4 views. That, as you know, some of the rulings, the Sharia has placed it in whose hands? The ruler. The Sharia didn't give a punishment for it or didn't give anything like that to it. So what does it it goes back to the ruler. He's the one who chooses. For example, if a father kills his own son, the religion mentioned that the father is not allowed to be killed for killing his child. In Islam, you can't kill us. If a father kills his own child, he's not killed. لا يقتل والد بولده. The hadith is clear. Does that make sense? Because he's the reason why this child even came into the world in the first place. But the ruler can do anything other than kill him. Because that's the Sharia, right? So he can imprison him for life if he wants to. He can exile him from the land. He can lash him. Do you understand? This is up to him now. The only thing he's not allowed to do is what? He's not allowed to kill him for killing somebody, for killing his own child. Does that make sense? So some of the things that the Sharia brings it back to the ruler, and he is the one who determines. So these issues, some of the ulama mentioned, يُرْجَعُ هَذَا إِلَى الْحَاكِمِ. He's the one who cuts this issue, and he makes the decision on it. That which seems apparent to me, Wallahu a'la wa a'lam, is the third view. The third view seems to be the strongest to me. The view that I mentioned, Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, and the statement of Imam al-Shafi'i, which is, it's the distance. Are we all together? It's the distance. Now, countries where we share day and night, we share the day and night, then inshallah ta'ala, those countries are not too far. But if the country is like day and another country is at night time, then of course they shouldn't follow each other because they're totally far from each other. And this is like, when that day country is daytime, your country is nighttime. And when your country is nighttime, that country is a daytime. How can you follow each other? You totally have two different time zones. But if it's close, like for example, the countries they share those, I think inshallah ta'ala that can be a safe path to take. Wallahu a'lam. But again, it's an issue which is khilafi, and a lot of Muslims based issues on it, like you're causing disunity to the Muslims. No, this is a khilafi issue. But also, what we need to know is, brothers, and I want you to remember this issue, the fasting is divided into two. A fasting which is called Sawm Jama'i. Sawm which is Jama'iyun. Ma ma'ana Jama'iyun? It's a fasting where everybody's doing it. Like Ramadan. This one is generally about unity. As you can see the hadith, Sawmu, all of you fast. It's about Jama'ah, we're all together. Like in the fasting which is Sawm which is Ifradi, Mondays and Thursdays, yeah? Mondays and Thursdays. يعني صوم نذر. It's wajib, but it's a fasting I made obligatory on myself, where I have to fast, and it's just my fasting. If I don't agree with my local masjid, for instance, I don't agree with the timing of Isha, Maghrib for example, or Fajr, and I think, doesn't make sense. They're a bit too early, or they're a bit too late, or I believe that their Fajr is wrong. This one, he can follow his own way if he wants to. He's alone. Are we all together, brothers? And he can break the fast and make the fast because he's by himself. It's up to him. Does that make sense? But when the fasting is jama'iyun, whether you agree with your local masjid, whether they agree that the Maghrib time is right or wrong, okay, and I'm basically talking about here right now in the countries of the non-Muslims, where we don't have Islamic institutions, we don't have awqaf system. Who, mashallah, tell us this is this, and take that burden off us. We don't have that. Every masjid in the UK, if you go, they have different calendars. We find masjids are different. Okay, there's no really uniting body per se, which every masjid goes through into the country, the city. Does that make sense? So there's a lot of differences. Is it like that in India? Similar, yeah? Is it like that? Yeah, a lot of countries that don't have awqaf and systems like that, this is the struggles that they go through. So in countries like that, some people say to you, Sheikh, I realized their Maghrib time is wrong. I checked it, I went out myself, I looked at the waqt of Salatul Maghrib, I looked at the timing, and I don't agree with it. My masjid, I don't agree with them. In Ramadan, whether you agree or not, you have to follow the masjid. Make sense? And the Sawm is always Jama'i. It's not your job. You have to just follow the Muslims. You have to be part of the Jama'ah. Sah? Because of the hadith of Prophet ﷺ, إِذَا صَامُوا, if they fast, فَصُومُوا, fast with them. وَإِذَا أَفْطَرُوا, and if they break their fast, فَأَفْطِرُوا, break your fast. That's what the narration mentions. Like if it's not Ramadan, it's outside the month of Ramadan, and it's a fasting where you're doing it yourself, then your maghrib, inshallah ta'ala, based on whatever sighting that you see. Does that make sense? So yes, we have to kind of look after the sighting. Another thing that we take from this hadith, my brothers and sisters, is, we'll leave the questions to the end, inshallah ta'ala, is the benefit we take from these two hadith, hadith Ibn Umar and hadith Abi Hurairah, is that the fasting of Ramadan is based on two things. The asl is al-ru'ya, which is the sighting, and the second one is what? Ikmalu al-Sha'ban, Ikmalu al-Shahri 30. The month has to be 30. So if we don't sight it on the 29th, then we're going to what? It's not sighted. What do? We have to finish it 30. Those are the two ways in which we deal with it. It's either the sighting or the month finishes. After 30, there can't be 31 days in a month. We have to fast the next day. That's a must. There's no other options. Huh? Right now. But this sighting, how is it done? How is this sighting done? Can we base it on astronomy and hisab and all of that? No. The ru'ya here, my brothers and sisters, is ru'yatul ayn. Has to be with the eye. Are we all together, brothers? Using this calculation and all of that, Shaykh al-Islam, look what he said, rahimahullah, in his Majmu' al-Fatawa. He said, إِنَّا نَعْلَمُ بِالِضِّرَارِ مِنْ دِينِ الْإِسْلَامِ أَنَّ الْعَمَلَ فِي رُؤْيَةِ هِلَالِ الصَّوْمِ, he says, وَالْحَجُّ أو الْعِدَّةُ أو الْإِيلَاءُ أو غير ذلك من الأحكام المتعلقة بالهلال بخبر الحاسب, basing it on calculation, أنه يرى أو لا يرى لا يجوز. It's not permissible. Calculation, and this month is going to be this, and 30 days in this month, those calendars that they stick on the wall, none of that. He says this is not permissible. وَالنُّصُوصُ الْمُسْتَفِيضَةُ عَنِ النَّبِيِّ بِذَلِكَ كَثِيرًا, and the narrations that have come from the Prophet ﷺ are many. وَقَدْ أَجْمَعَ الْمُسْلِمُونَ بِذَلِكَ عَلَيْهِ, and this is a consensus that the Muslims have all agreed upon. وَلَا يُعْرَفُ فِيهِ خِلَافٌ قَدِيمٌ أَصْلًا, and there's not even a difference of opinion in the there was no differences amongst the early generation. The three golden generation, there was no difference of opinion. Hatta, even after that, there wasn't even no difference of opinion. وَلَا خِلَافٌ حَادِثٌ إِلَّا أَنَّ بَعْضَ الْمُتَأَخِرِينَ مِنَ الْمُتَفَقِّهَةِ الْحَادِثِينَ بَعْدَ الْمِئَةِ الثَّالِثَةِ زَعَمَ. After the third 300 golden generation, the Shaykh called them al-mutafaqqiha, those who try to pretend to be fuqaha and jurists. They started to say, أَنَّهُ إِذَا غُمَّ الْهِلَالُ جَازَ الْحَاسِبُ, that it's now permissible if the calendars, if we can't cite it, then we can jump to calculation and let's look at it, and maybe it could be, let's do calculation. No. If we don't cite it, we didn't cite it. Khalas, keep it moving. But the cloud is hiding it. That's not our job. We made it our job to move the cloud out of the way. Sah? This is the beauty of this religion. Allah connected the ruling of Ramadan based on what? See it. Can you see it? Yes. Can't you see it? Carry on Sha'ban. There's calculation that not everybody knows it, and not everybody studied the Manazil al-Qamar, and so then this is not what Islam is about. Islam is simplicity. That's why the Prophet, he said in the Hadith, and Shaykh Islam uses it, where the Prophet said, "Inna ummatun ummiyatun la naktub wa la nahsub. Ash-shahru hakada wa hakada wa hakada." The Prophet said, "Nahnu ummah ummiyah." We're a nation who are illiterate. The Prophet said. And the Arabs were illiterate, right? La naktub, we don't write. Wa la nahsub, and we don't do these calculations. Manazil al-Qamar, the Prophet said, we don't do that. Ash-shahru hakada wa hakada. What did he mean by hakada wa hakada? He meant 30 or 29. Does that make sense, brothers? Because when the Prophet said, Ash-shahru hakada wa hakadana, aqad al-ibhamati wallati taliha, he put two fingers down. So he put one finger down. Yes, so 31, take it 2 from it, 20, 31. 29 or 30. He said that to them. So the month is either 29 or the month is 30. That's it. That's how we know. And how do we know it is? We cite it. Oh, we see it. That's it. You know. Another mas'ala. What about if the entering of Ramadan has been established in the daytime? Yani if the moon has been seen daytime, if it's been seen fin nahari, daytime, So daytime, we're sitting and we just see the moon. The crescent, we sight it, we're like, Ajib. What do we do in this situation? There's two qawl in this mas'ala. There's two views in this mas'ala. Qawl al-jumhur ahli al-ilmi, the majority of the scholars believe that you withhold and you bring it back. You withhold, straight away stop. The minute it's seen, stop. Don't eat anything. You had a cup of nice karak tea, with fresh milk, of course, and you were drinking it, and it's seen. What do you do in that situation? Put the nice karak tea down, withhold from it, and you have to do qada ma'an. You have to bring back that day as well. That's qawl al-jumhur. Why do you have to withhold? They said the reason you would have to hold is qamatil bayyinah. The proof has come that what? That the moon has been sighted, and that this day was what? Is actually Ramadan. So you have to withhold, and you're not allowed to disobey Allah's command, the Prophet's command, where he said, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَصُومُوا. صح? This disrespect. The Prophet said, if you see it, fast. You can't just disrespect it. They said, you have to withhold and not do that. This, I have no issue with it. Withholding, I can kind of see where they're coming from. So I personally would say, وَهَذَا لَا إِشْكَالَ فِيهِ. There's no ishkal in this. لكن مسألة القضاء, that day, I have to withhold. So I put my karak tea down, and I'm going to start for what's left of the day, but I also have to bring this day as fresh as well. The reason I have an ishkal here is, where's the tabiyyatun niyyah? Where's the intention that was needed? We have a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said, مَنْ لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ. Anyone who did not come with the intention of the fasting, قَبْلَ الْفَجْرِ, before Fajr, فَلَا صِيَامَ لَهُ, there is no fasting for him. This is their reason, this is what they say. Their argument is, are we all together? You didn't come with intention. Are we all together? Because before Fajr you didn't come with the intention, you didn't have a niyyah for this fasting to be Ramadan. The reason why we're telling you to stay is not because you're fasting Ramadan, is that we're saying respect the Prophet's statement. He said, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَصُومُوا. Respect this command of the Prophet. But you don't have Ramadan as well. Why? Because you don't have the intention. You should have had the intention before Fajr, Habibi. So then that makes you having to bring it back. I have an issue with that. I'm going to come back to it later. The second qawl is the qawl of Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm. And it is also the ikhtiyar of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. Me, brothers, when you're studying books of fiqh, generally a qa'idah that you need to remember is whenever you see qawlul jumhur and you're a beginner student of knowledge, respect that. Generally keep that in mind. The majority of the scholars say, and you're a beginner, you can't strengthen between the opinions, you can't look at what each group's evidence are, and what they've said and how they've said it and what their arguments are, you can't look into it. When you hear jumhur, the majority believe this, inshallah ta'ala, there's a level of respect that comes with it because jumhur is large. It's not one or two people. Does that make sense? And then on the other side, you see maybe 3 or 4 scholars, and you can't really look into their arguments, then just stick with the qawl of the jumhur. Sah? Unless on the other side is the Shafi'iyya. I'm joking. The Shafi'iyya madhab, and is on one side. Do you guys get the joke? And if the Jumhur is on one side and Shafi'iyya on the one side, of course Shafi'iyya are always right. That's what I was trying to say. But no, I'm joking. And if you're following a madhab now, and this mas'ala is a khilafiyya, then of course you're going to stick to your madhab until inshallah ta'ala you can later reach the level of looking even into the madhab and saying, I don't agree, I disagree, I agree. Does that make sense? But at the beginning, just follow the madhab. Don't argue with it. Don't dispute with it. Follow it. Because these issues of fiqh, my brothers and sisters, they're what? Ijtihadiyya. Yani it's not like aqeedah where everybody has to listen and obey and follow and no argument. Issues of fiqh are basically, brothers, this is the beauty of these issues, right? Yani imagine when the Sahabas came to the Prophet and they said, Ya Rasulullah, some of us prayed Salatu al-Asr in Banu Qurayza and some of us didn't pray. Yeah? And the Messenger ﷺ didn't scold any one of them because both of them looked at the hadith and they tried to extract rulings from it. Nobody ignored the hadith of the Prophet, right? Does that make sense, brothers? This is the way the fiqh works. Each party, look at them, they're using evidences. No one here is rejecting the Hadith, and no one is rejecting the Quran in here. Lakin Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm, of course, he's a Zahiri in madhab, and he's staunch on his opinions, and he's tough on his arguments, and he's a deserving person in fiqh when you're studying it later in your life to quickly look at what he says and what he pushes, because he's got a lot of things to say, Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm, and he doesn't like madhabs. He doesn't like all these madahibs. But the man has a right to be given attention, wallahi, because haqiqatan, truth be said, wallahi, subhanallah, Ibn Hazm is very strong. Wallahi, he's a strong force to reckon with. And I actually believe, I stand by this, that Ibn Taymiyyah literally studied Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm and sifted through Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm's views and actually melted from it a balanced approach. That Ibn Taymiyyah is really manufactured, made by Ibn Hazm rahimahullah ta'ala's arguments. He respected him a lot, Ibn Taymiyyah, for the love that this man had for the Quran and the Sunnah. But he also disagreed with him on how he was in some certain areas, like issues of qiyas. He doesn't believe in qiyas at all, Ibn Hazm. He closes that door. And how he's a bit harsh when it comes to the madahibs and their views and things like that. He disregards them all. Like in anyone who reads the Kitab Al-Muhalla by Ibn Hazm, you would realize what kind of person you're looking at. He believes, Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm, and also Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, they both believe that you must withhold. You need to withhold from the fasting, from eating and everything. So you have to withhold. But there's no qada on you. You don't have to bring it back. And they use an evidence, and I think that's why they are more, for me personally, I'm more inclined with what they said. And the reason is because they brought hadith. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, Salamat ibn al-Aqwa, the hadith of Salamat ibn al-Aqwa, which is found in Bukhari and Muslim. Amara al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam rajulan min Aslam. The Prophet commanded a man from the people of Aslam. And adhin fin nas. He said, do adhan for the people. Look what he then said. Anna man kana akala. Anyone who from amongst you ate, falyasum. Let him hold. The Prophet said this. Anyone who was eating, so he told the man, do adhan. By the way, these adhans were not adhan for salah. Not Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. No. It was to bring the people together. Yani to call the people to come together. So he went and he called the people together and they all came. And the Prophet said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, anyone who has eaten today, let them withhold from eating. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَكُنْ أَكَلًا. And anyone who hasn't eaten now, فَلْيَصُمْ. Let them still fast. فَإِنَّ الْيَوْمَ عَاشُورَا. Today is the day of Ashura. And that time Ashura was wajib. This was when Ashura was what? Wajib. As you know, Ashura used to be wajib before Ramadan. And when Ramadan came, Ashura became a choice. If you want to do it, you can do it. If you don't have to do it. So we can take it from here, what the Prophet did. He didn't tell them to what? Bring it back. He didn't say bring back that fasting. Did he? He didn't. Does that make sense, brothers? He did not make them bring it. And under this chapter, we can bring many things, which is, if a kafir embraces Islam at daytime, or a young kid reaches puberty daytime, then we will tell that person who just embraced Islam now in Ramadan at Dhuhr time or 10 a.m. we say, brother, Allahumma barik, welcome to Islam. And we say, withhold, inshallah ta'ala, for whatever's left from the day. Make sense? وَلَا قَضَاءَ عَلَيْهِ. And there's nothing to bring back. This is the view of Imam Malik as well. He said this, Abu Thawr ibn al-Mundhir, Ahmad fi ahad al-riwayatayn anhu. And Ahmad, one of the riwayat of his. Also the majnoon, the person who's insane, if he regains his sanity again, fi athna'i naharna, then he also has to withhold. And there's not upon him to bring it back. Okay? He doesn't have to bring it back. And the evidence for that is the Prophet didn't tell them to bring it back. Are we all together? So this hadith is clear And the issue of tabyitun niyyah here is not going to be mentioned because the Prophet didn't mention it, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi. Another issue, before we move into the next hadith, is, let's say you're in a land and you're the only person who saw it. You sighted the moon. One person, mashallah, went out, is outside in the desert, and he sees it by himself. No one is with him. He's by himself. Either he sees Ramadan or he sees what? Shawwal. Ramadan meaning the entering of Ramadan, or the ending of Ramadan which Shawwal enters. Okay? Hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam here, where he says, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ, if you see it, فَصُومُوا fast. وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَأَفْطِرُوا. What does that show? That the person who sights the moon, the crescent, for whether Ramadan entered or left, if he saw it based on the hadith, what is upon him? From the zahir of the hadith is that he needs to fast. Sah? Even if you're by yourself. And this is what أكثر العلماء are upon. Sah? And this is also أصحاب المذاهب الأربعة, the four madhabs. It's a must for you in both situations, whether the month came or whether the month left. You saw it. The hadith says to you what? إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَصُومُوا وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَأَفْطِرُوا. Even if you're by yourself, doesn't matter what other people. Did you see it? Yeah, you have to do it. Are we all together? Because of the zahir of the hadith. And also you fast the month of Shawwal. Okay? So you break the fast for Shawwal. You're not allowed to fast. Okay? Some of the scholars the majority of the scholars, they say Shawwal, which is the leaving of Ramadan, this one, if he sees it, they said, just to be on the safe side, don't fast. Remember? Sometimes some people want Ramadan to finish. So the love for food might make him say, I saw something. So ihtiyatan, the fuqaha, they say, just ignore that because you're by yourself. But the entering of Ramadan, somebody wouldn't, this is food and everything's gone, it started on you, and so they say, yeah, even if you see it, you have to fast. But leaving, ihtiyatan. Like in Shafi'iyya said, no, the hadith is, Shafi'i says, Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, he said, it doesn't matter, the hadith is clear. He says, إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَصُومُوا وَإِذَا رَأَيْتُمُوهُ فَأَفْطِرُوا. Both the command are in one hadith. How can you take one and the other one you say, just to be on the safe side? Make sense? So Shafi'i's qawl here is very strong. Shafi'iyya, like they say, Imam Shafi'i, but what about if he breaks his fast and he's eating, he shouldn't do it in public because people will think bad of him. Sirran. لِأَلَّا يُظَنَّ بِهِ السُّوءُ. So that people don't think, لِأَلَّا يُسَاءَ بِهِ الظَّنُّ. So that people don't think bad of you. That's what they said. And this is also the ikhtiyar of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah ta'ala. Now, but as for, is your sighting alone enough to make other people fast? I haven't spoken about that, right? We haven't spoken about that yet. I saw it by myself. The people all have to follow me, or is there 2 witnesses required, or is it more than that? We're going to come to that. All this we're talking about is just you, for yourself. You saw it, you have to fast.
وعن ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما قال تراءى الناس الهلال فأخبرت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أني رأيته فصام وأمر الناس بصيامه رواه أبو داود وصححه الحاكم وابن حبان. وعن ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما أن أعرابيا جاء إلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال إني رأيت الهلال فقال أتشهد أن لا إله إلا الله؟ قال نعم. قال أتشهد أن محمد رسول الله؟ قال نعم. قال فأذن في الناس يا بلال أن يصوموا غدا. رواه الخمسة وصححه ابن خزيمة وابن حبان ورجح النسائي إرساله.
So we have 2 hadiths in front of us. One is hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar, and the second one hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar, and the second one is hadith ibn Abbas radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. Hadith Abdullah ibn Abbas, the Shaykh here, he said, وَرَجَّحَ النَّسَائِيُّ إِرْسَالَهُ, صح? What does he mean by an Imam al-Nasa'i strengthened the irsal of it? Sammak ibn Harbin is in the Sanad. Sammak ibn Harbin is in the Sanad of the Hadith. And Sammak ibn Harbin, the issue with him is that his narrations from Ikrimah, when Sammak ibn Harbin narrates from Ikrimah, he has gharaib. He has strange things that he does. And because of that, scholars, all of the people that narrated from Ikrimah, like Sufyan and others, they didn't mention it marfu'an. No? They didn't mention it marfu'an. Are we all together, brothers? The only person who mentioned it marfu'an, but what do I mean marfu'an? The only person who mentioned Abdullah ibn Abbas in the Sanad. That Ikrimah took this from Abdullah ibn Abbas is who? Is Sammak ibn Harb. This is something you need to understand. Sammak ibn Harbin is narrating from Ikrimah, and then he's saying, Ikrimah heard this from who? Abdullah ibn Abbas, and Abdullah ibn Abbas, the Prophet ﷺ. So this connected. Good. Sammak ibn Harbin heard from Ikrimah ibn Abbas. This is Mawsul, it's connected. Like in other people who narrated this hadith with Sammak ibn Harbin, like Sufyan al-Thawri rahimahullah ta'ala, and other than him, they narrated it from Sammak ibn Harbin, Ikrimah, and then Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They didn't mention Abdullah ibn Abbas. This is a problem. When a hadith comes Mawsul and Mursal, and there is a dispute, scholars of hadith look into this issue. Why are you the only person, Sammak ibn Harbin, why are you the only person who's narrating this Mawsulan and mentioning Abdullah ibn Abbas in the Sanad, when all the other students of Ikrimah, none of them have mentioned Abdullah ibn Abbas? Especially Sufyan al-Thawri. Imam. And on top of that, Sammak ibn Harbin, he has many mistakes that he does. And Imam al-Nasa'i believes that he said about him, أنه أولى بالصواب وسماك يتلقن. Sammak accepts anyone who gives him a hadith, he'll take it. فإذا انفرد بأصل لم يكن حجة. And if he's alone on something, he's not a proof. This is important. يعني Sammak ibn Harbin, what does it mean يتلقن? Scholar of hadith, if a narration of his is mentioned to him, he has to be yaqadh, or alert, and he looks and says, that's not my narration. That's not mine. I never said that. But if anybody who comes to him and says to him, you told me that and he says, yeah, I know, yeah, I did. And he can't tell what is his and what is not his, it seems he accepts whatever is given to him. Does that make sense? And this was a way to test the narrator. He was tested. There's a famous hadith I mentioned, Abu Nu'aym Fadl ibn Dukayn, when Yahya ibn Ma'in tried to test him. And he gave him one hadith that was his, and one hadith that wasn't his, and one hadith that was his. And every time he kept saying, that is my hadith. No, that's not my hadith. That is my hadith. That's not my hadith. That is my hadith. And at the end, he looked at Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and he kicked Yahya ibn Ma'in on the chest, because they were sitting down. He put his leg on his chest and kicked him off the chair. And he said, what are you trying to do? And then he looked at Ahmad ibn Hanbal and he said, Wallahi, you're an honorable man. You wouldn't do such a filthy thing that this man is up to, Yahya ibn Ma'in. Yahya got up, cleaned himself, and they went back. And Ahmed said, I told you, Abu Nu'aym Fadl ibn Dukayn is a strong man when it comes to hadith. He's not a joke. He knows his narrations. He's sharp. You can't just give him narration and throw it in like that and not think he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he said, guess what? This whole journey was worth that kick. Because now if anybody asks me about Abu Nu'aym Fadl ibn Dukayn, I can tell them he is a mountain in knowledge. Make sense? So scholars were tested. Bukhari, you know the famous story that he was tested with the narrations, and they mixed it all up just to see his memorization, etc. So if a narrator was not alert and he was not awake, he would accept any narrations that were thrown in for him. So Sammak ibn Harbin was weak like that. So the scholars of hadith have a policy for him that if he is alone in something, he's not a proof. But if he's got other people joining in with him, then of course he's got support. Inshallah ta'ala, that support is going to help him. So that's why Nasa'i rahimahullah, Imam al-Nasa'i, Ahmad ibn Shu'ayb al-Nasa'i, he died year 303 Hijriya, he believes that Sammak ibn Harbin is not Hujjah, especially, he's the only person who mentioned from Ikrimah that Ibn Abbas narrated it, so it's mursal. But we will say, you're right, it's mursal. Like in Hadith Ibn Umar, helps it. The concept of whatever is in the Hadith Ibn Abbas is in what? Hadith Ibn Umar, which is what? That one person can be a witness for the sighting of the moon. So that, inshallah ta'ala, that could be a shahid for it. So let's look at the wording of the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Abdullah ibn Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, he said, Tara'a an-nasu. The word tara'a, it means at-tara'iyu tafa'ul. And everybody went out in order to sight the moon. Everyone went to go and sight the moon. So that's what the word tara'a means, tafa'ul. Tafa'ul, what does it show? It means this action is not done by one person. Multiple people did it. Tara'a, it means at-tara'iyu, which is tafa'ul. Multiple people went out in order to see the crescent, the hilal. And guess what? And I mentioned the word hilal. What does it mean? What's the difference between a qamar and a hilal? First 7 nights. The last 2 nights. This is called a what? A hilal. In between the 8th and 9th and 10th and all of that, it's considered a what? It's called qamar. Then al-farqu bayna al-hilal wal-qamar is that. Sah? Then it was the last days. So the people, everybody went out in order to sight the hilal. So ترى الناس الهلال فأخبرت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. Abdullah ibn Umar said, when everybody went out to sight the moon, I, Abdullah ibn Umar, informed the Prophet, أني رأيته, that I saw him. فصام, the Prophet fasted based on my sighting. وأمر الناس بصيامه, and the Prophet also commanded the people to fast. Okay. وعن ابن عباس, and Abdullah ibn Abbas narrated that أن أعرابيا, the word Arabi, some people think it comes from the word Arab. Arabi doesn't come from the word Arab. Arabiyun is a plural, and the singular is what? Al-A'rab. And the word Al-Arabiyu, وهو الذي يسكن البادية. وهو الذي يسكن البادية. It's the one who lives in the what? The livestock. He lives in the countryside. He doesn't live in the city. That's what it means, okay? So, أن أعرابيا جاء إلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم, a Bedouin man came to the Prophet. فقال, he then said, إني رأيت الهلال, I saw the moon. فقال, the Prophet then said, أتشهد أن لا إله إلا الله, do you bear witness that there is none worthy of worship except Allah? قال نعم, he said, yes, I do. قال أتشهد, do you bear witness أن محمدا رسول الله, do you bear witness that Nabiullah Muhammad is what? The messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قال نعم, he said, yes, of course I do. قال فأذن في الناس يا بلال, this is to show you that the sighting of the moon is not taken from the non-Muslim. It's taken from who? It's only taken from a Muslim. We're all together, brothers. And a lot of the scholars, they put under the statement of Allah, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِنْ جَاءَكُمْ فَاسِقٌ بِنَبَإٍ فَتَثَبَّتُوا. That's one recitation of the verse. Another recitation of the verse is, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِنْ جَاءَكُمْ فَاسِقٌ بِنَبَإٍ فَتَبَيَّنُوا. So فَتَثَبَّتُوا and فَتَبَيَّنُوا is 2 different ways of reciting the verse. Yeah? To verify the information. So if a fasiq comes to you, you have to verify the information. Then a kafir is even worse than a fasiq. Kufr is worse. If a Muslim who is a fasiq comes to you with the news, you have to verify it. You can't just take it. And the kafir is even. So if a kafir sights the moon, we'll say it's not going to be taken from you. If 100 of them say it was sighted, we'll say it just increased us in what? Declining. We'll decline it even more. What, 1 million saw it? You're just making it worse for yourselves. One Muslim comes and says, I saw it. We take it. Who's the one that we take? So the Prophet wanted to know this person is a Muslim. Okay? Atashhadu an la ilaha illallah, do you bear witness that there is none worthy of worship except Allah? He said, Na'am. He said, Atashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, do you bear witness that there is none? Do you bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah? He said, Na'am, I do. He said, فَأَذِّن فِي النَّاسِ يَا بِلَالُ. Bilal, go and do adhan for the people, meaning call the people together. Which is, for what reason? أَن يَصُومُوا غَدًا, that they fast tomorrow. Rawahu al-Khamsa, this hadith is narrated by who? The five. Who did we say that? This istilah of Ibn Hajar in Bulugh Al-Maram, when he says Rawahu al-Khamsa, five narrated it. Which five is he referring to? So you can say Ashabu Sunan al-Arba'ah, the four Sunan books. Abi Dawud, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Nasa'i, four, and Musnad Ahmad. That's the istilah that is for Ibn Hajar. At the beginning he mentions it in his Bulugh Al-Maram. That the terminologies I'm going to be using, this is what I mean by it. And this is something, by the way, brothers, you need to understand. Some of the scholars, they have their own way of speaking. مثلا Kitab Al-Muntaqa, which we spoke about, which is one of the Kutub Hadith Al-Ahkam, صح? Authored and written by Abu al-Barakat, Majduddin, Abdul-Salam Ibn Taymiyyah al-Harrani, Ibn Taymiyyah's grandfather. Ibn Taymiyyah's name is what? Ahmad ibn Abdul Halim ibn Abdul-Salam. His granddad, Abdul-Salam. So there's scholars, they say Ibn Taymiyyah al-Jadd, which is the granddad. Ibn Taymiyyah al-Hafid, which is the grandson. Which one is the Shaykh al-Islam? Al-Hafid, the grandson. So Abdul-Salam has a book called Al-Muntaqa, right? And I told you guys who explained that book? Muhammad ibn Ali Shawkani, his Nail al-Awtar, is a sharh of the Muntaqa. Beautiful explanation, haqiqatan. Beautiful. Shawkani did an amazing explanation on the book. Anyways, he says muttafaqun alayhi. What does he mean by muttafaqun alayhi? Bukhari Musliman. He added Ahmad into the term. That's his istilah. So it's not just Bukhari and Muslim for him. He says muttafaqun alayhi, Bukhari, Muslim and Ahmad. This is his usage. You have to know it when you read the beginning of his book. So these are things that you have to look at the istilahat of people. You can't see one usage somewhere and force it on that other sharah. Well, that's what some people do. He read a book somewhere else, and then when he's reading this book, he wants to understand it in the lens of that other scholar who's the way he uses that terminology, and it's totally different. And the older I'm getting right now, what I tend to do is every scholar, I first of all study their mustalahat and their usages and etc. Once I finish doing that, I focus on reading the works of that scholar for the next few months. I won't read any other book. So I will focus on مثلا the mu'allafat of Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali. And I will not read Ibn al-Qayyim wala Ibn Taymiyyah, so my brain doesn't get all over the place. And I focus on finishing all of the works that he's written. Anything I can catch and read, I will finish reading that. In order to look at him through him. And the more you read him, the more you start realizing he's using it like this is what he means, etc. And not to mix up the books. Does that make sense? Or what will happen sometimes is you read what Ibn al-Qayyim said here, and then later what you do is you read what Ibn Rajab said here, and you just forced the usage of Ibn al-Qayyim onto who? Ibn Rajab. And even sometimes what happens is people read Kutub al-Fiqh from books of Fiqh al-Muqaran, which is also known as al-Khilafiyat. So مثلا he reads the Kitab al-Mughni Ibn Qudama rahimahullah, or he reads the Kitab al-Majmu' by Imam al-Nawawi مثلا, or any other book like that, which is Fiqh al-Ali or Khilafiyat. It used to be called Khilafiyat and now it's called Fiqh al-Muqaran, comparative fiqh. So they mention in there, this is the qawl of the Hanafiya, the qawl of the Maliki, and the qawl of the Hanabila. And he's never studied the Hanafi madhab, or he's never studied the Shafi'i madhab, or he's never studied the what? Hanbali madhab. So he bases the madhab of them based on a book written by Ibn Qudama, who's a Hanbali. And Ibn Qudama, when he says to you, this is the qawl of the Hanafiya, you have to verify that. Ma'a ilmihi, his knowledge, yes, no doubt. And he's vast in knowledge, but you have to give the Hanafi their chance and let them tell you what their madhab is, right? You read Al-Majmu' by Imam al-Nawawi, he will sometimes mention to you, this is the qawl of the Malikiyya. Maybe go to the books of the Malikiyya and verify that this is the qawl of the Malikiyya, and if they believe this, and if it's the mu'tamad in their madhab, sah? Does that make sense? So these istilahat people confuse and they get it wrong, and that's why a lot of the times we fall into mistakes and shortcomings. Hatta sometimes, guess what happens? We will say to you, this is the qawl of the Shafi'iyya, and Imam al-Shafi'i said something else. Difference. Not always the case that this is the qawl of the Imam, sah? Sah, brothers? Not always the case. So don't always think that the Imam necessarily said this. Anyways, so the Prophet ﷺ, so Rawahu al-Khamsa, the five narrated it. وَصَحَحُ ابْنُ خُزَيْمَةَ وَابْنُ حِبَّانَ. Ibn Khuzaymah is the teacher and Ibn Hibban is the student. وَرَجَّحَ النَّسَائِيُّ وَإِرْسَالَهُ. And these, what did Iraqi say? وَخُذْ زِيَادَةَ الصَّحِيحِ إِذْ تُنَصْ صِحَّتُهُ مِنْ مُصَنَّفٍ أَوْ يُخَصْ نحو ابن حبان وكالمستدرك على تساهل وقال من فرد. يعني there are books that have been written on hadith which are صحيحة. And they are who? Sahih ibn Khuzaymah, Sahih ibn Hibban, Mustadrak Hakim. These books are considered to be Sahih. Like in some people, what do? They just call Sunan Abi Dawud Sahih Sunan Abi Dawud. They call Sunan Abi Dawud Sahih Sunan Abi Dawud. And Tirmidhi, they call it Sahih Tirmidhi. Or they'll call any book that they read Sahih. And that's not correct. And I'm not referring to the Sahih of Shaykh Albani. Shaykh Albani, he's saying it's Sahih because he took all the weak ones that he felt that were weak. He did his ijtihad. But I'm talking about the original Sunan Abi Dawud to say this is Sahih Sunan Abi Dawud. Those books are not considered all Sahih. There are hadith which are in it which are da'if. Anyways, Al-Imam Ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentions the fiqh. Let's take the fiqh. Tara'a an-nasu, the people went out and they wanted to see al-hilala. The first benefit that we take from this is it is highly recommended to go on, the people to be requested to go out and try to see the sighting of the moon. Something you should encourage your children. Let's go out there, let's go try see it. Let's see if we can see it, let's see what we can do. This is something which is recommended because of the hadith. Tara an-nasu al-hilala. Everybody was sent and everybody went and tried to see it. Even though the one person is enough, not one person was sent. Multiple people went. Sah? And also the more people the better. The chances of seeing it is going to be what? It's going to be better. Look what Ibn Qudama said. He said, وَيُسْتَحَبُّ لِلنَّاسِ, it is recommended for the people تَرَاءَ الْهِلَالِ لَيْلَةَ الثَّلَاثِينَ مِنْ شَعْبَانِ وَتَطَلُّبُهُ, to go out and try to seek it. It's recommended. لِيَحْتَاطُوا بِذَلِكَ لِصِيَامِهِمْ, so they can be safe for their fasting. Good. Another mas'ala that we take from the two hadith, or hadith ibn Umar, is where Abdullah ibn Umar said, فَأَخْبَرْتُ النَّبِيَّ أَنِّي رَأَيْتُهُ, I told the Prophet that I saw it. And also the Bedouin man, what did he say to the Prophet? إِنِّي رَأَيْتُ الْهِلَالَ, I saw the moon. And what does this show? Abdullah ibn Umar is saying, I told the Prophet I saw it. The Bedouin man here is saying, أَنِّي رَأَيْتُ الْهِلَالَ, I saw the crescent, the Messenger of Allah. This shows that if a person sees the moon, he should hasten to tell those of authority. He's in a Muslim country. That he should go to the leader or those, try to contact them and say, guess what? I saw it. I sighted it. Or to call those who are next in power, يعني نائب الإمام, يعني organizations or the ruler himself, should let the people know that tomorrow is fasting. Because Abdullah ibn Umar went and straight away told the Prophet. Look what he said, فَأَخْبَرْتُ, the fa is what? Sur'at wa ta'qib. He went there fast. He didn't delay it. And the Bedouin man, he came and he told the Prophet, إِنِّي رَأَيْتُ الْهِلَالِ. So when you see it, don't just keep it to yourself and say, yeah, I'll just keep this knowledge to myself. This is hukum shar'i. These people need to fast tomorrow. So you should go and tell the people. Is this recommended for you to do, or is it obligatory on you? Wajib. You have to tell the people and inform them. Because they're not allowed to fast. They're not allowed to, eat. This is Ramadan. They're not allowed to. Sah? Third mas'ala that we take from the hadith is, if one person sees the moon, do we have to all fast? Is one person enough? This mas'ala caused khilaf. Is one person enough or not? Now you might think to yourself, brother, come on, now we just saw the hadith. How is it possible that there can be difference of opinion? You just saw a few hadiths. You didn't see the rest. Let's go through the rest of the hadith. So there's two views in this mas'ala. No, there's more than, there's about 3 views in this mas'ala. There's 3 madhabs in this mas'ala. How many madhab? There are 3 madhabs in this mas'ala. The first madhab, it suggests one person is enough for a witness for the sighting of the hilal. And this is based on the zahir, the apparent hadith of Ibn Umar, hadith Ibn Umar, and the hadith of Ibn Abbas. From the zahir, one person is enough. That person has to be a man, and he has to be a Muslim. And everybody has to fast based on them. He has to be a Muslim, adlan, has to be a person who can't be a fasiq. And he also has to be what? Mukallaf, and he has to reach puberty. And this is the madhab of Shafi'i wa Ahmed. Okay? After Imam al-Tirmidhi mentioned the hadith of the Bedouin man, hadith ibn Abbas, he said, Al-amalu ala hadha al-hadith inda akthar ahli al-ilm. That this view, which is one person, is enough for the what? Ru'yatul hilal. This view, inda akthar ahli al-ilm. Inda akthar ahli al-ilm. According to the majority of the scholars, this is what they hold. What is it that they hold? تقبل شهادة رجل واحد في الصيام. That one man is enough to say that Ramadan has entered. This is the view of Abdullah ibn Mubarak, the view of Imam Shafi'i, the view of Imam Ahmed, and it's also the view of Ahl Kufa. Look what he then says, Tirmidhi. وَلَمْ يَخْتَلِفْ أَهْلُ الْعِلْمِ فِي الْإِفْطَارِ. And the scholars of knowledge, they do not differ on what? Iftar. What did they not differ? That the month of Ramadan finishing, that 2 people have to mention that one. There is no difference of opinion on that one. There's no khilafi saying that when Shawwal is coming in, one person can't tell us. We're going to say, sorry, sit down. Why? Because there's a need for Ramadan to finish and then him to feel like tomorrow is Eid. Sah? Everybody likes Eid, right? Sah? So there might be, there's a force that's going to push him to say to the people, tomorrow is Eid. Sah? So no, 2 witnesses are needed. 2 reliable. So there's no difference of opinion on that one. The difference of opinion, where is it? According to Tirmidhi, the difference of opinion to him, he's saying is the entering of Ramadan. Is one person enough, or is it 2 people? The majority of the scholars, they believe what? أكثر أهل العلم. The majority or the most people of knowledge, they believe that one person is enough to let us know if Ramadan entered. But he has to be rajulun Muslim mukallaf and adlan. It has to be all of those. And they also said he has to just inform us that he saw it. Okay? Just like it's in the 2 hadiths. Oh, Messenger of Allah, I saw it. That's what Abdullah ibn Umar said. What did he say? I told the Prophet I saw it. Inni ra'aytuhu. What did the Bedouin man do? He said, Inni ra'aytu al-hilala. I saw the moon. Okay. It's not required lafdhu shahada. I bear witness that that's not needed. Just say, I saw it. That's enough. Okay? Because this is a matter related to the religion. يشترك فيه المخبر والمخبر. Okay, it's accepted. The second madhab in the mas'ala is what? Madhab Malik wa Ishaq, and other than them 2. This is the madhab of Imam Malik and the madhab of Ishaq ibn Rahuya, Shaykh al-Imam al-Bukhari, which is what? أنه لا يقبل في هلال رمضان إلا شهادة عدلين. 2 witnesses have to come forward for the entering of Ramadan. 2 witnesses. And it's the same, they said, for the leaving. And this have to be both the same. What's the evidence? They said our evidence is the hadith Abu Dawood narrated, and Daraqutni, and Imam al-Daraqutni authenticated Sahib al-Ilal. Hadith al-Harith ibn Hatib, it is, where the Prophet ﷺ, the narration mentions, Ahida ilayna Rasulullah, that the Prophet ﷺ, he left us with covenant. أن ننسك للرؤية فإن لم نره وشهد شاهدا عدل. So the narration mentions the covenant of the Prophet ﷺ with us was what? to withhold if there is two witnesses. بِشَهَادَتِهِمَا, their witness. And also they use the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that An-Nasa'i and others narrated, where the Prophet said, صُومُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ, fast based on the seeing of it. وَأَفْطِرُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ وَانْسَكُوا لَهَا فَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ فَأَتِمُّوا 30 وَإِنْ شَهِدَ شَاهِدَانِ, if two witnesses see it, فَصُومُوا وَأَفْطِرُوا. That's the hadith that they took. Al-Imam al-Nasa'i narrated this, Ahmad also narrated this, and Shaykh Nasir rahimahullah, Shaykh al-Albani authenticated in his Kitab Irwa' al-Ghalil. That's the second madhab. Remember, there's no khilaf according to Tirmidhi, and what he mentioned, the leaving. But here dispute is the entering. The third madhab is the madhabu Imam Abi Hanifa, which is, they believe there is a tafriq. We have to separate بين ما إذا كان في السماء غيم. If the cloud is يعني غيم, meaning something is, there's a cloud, there's a dust that's created, it's thundery, it's a storm, whatever it may be. They said, the Hanafiya said, فيقبل خبر الواحد العدل. In this situation, we will accept the witness of one reliable Muslim. But if the cloud is clear, there is nothing hiding us from the sighting, there's nothing like that. They said this is something that the majority of the people could see if it was there. The majority of the people could have seen it. So this issue, فَلَا بُدَّ حِينَئِذٍ أَنْ يَرَاهُ جَمْعٌ كَثِيرٌ. They say a lot of people have to see it with him. Because it's not like something is hiding us from it. It's a matter where everybody can see it. Why has not everybody seen it? So they said this issue, التفرد, him being alone, وَالْحَالَةُ هَذِهِ يُهْوِمُ الْغَلَطِ. They said it gives us a speculation that maybe he's doing a mistake. That's what they said. That which seems to be strongest to me, Wallahu a'la wa a'lam, is what? Madhab al-Shafi'i. The reason is because the evidence and the proofs that we mentioned today, Ibn Umar and Abi Hurairah. That's why I'm telling you, brothers, كونوا شافعيين. Be what? Shafi'iyya. Who here, في حدا في Shafi'i in madhab? Allahumma musta'an. May Allah bless you and preserve you, brothers. And who's a Hanafi here? MashaAllah, Allahumma barik. Who's a Maliki here? MashaAllah, Allahumma barik. By yourselves. Look at you guys. Look, we had a Hanabila. Subhanallah. You guys are a lot, yeah? Allahumma barik. Who doesn't follow madhab here? Hey, who else? You don't follow madhab? You don't follow madhab? Hey, who doesn't follow it? You don't? Kitab or Sunnah? It's good to follow a madhab. And it's not because, brothers, honestly, it is not to go against the Quran and the Sunnah. Wallahi, it's not. You're going to get there. You're going to reach that point where you're going to disagree with the fuqaha and the scholars. That's what they wanted from us. But first, you have to understand what they worked on, their works. Have an understanding of how it works. I'll tell you something, brothers. The beauty about madhab, the madahibs, is they don't contradict themselves. Even when they're wrong, they have a consistency in why they chose this opinion. You see, this is why it's beautiful. If you study the Hanbali madhab, they have principles that they're coming from. They're consistent. Even if you disagree with their furu' here, they're consistent. Same for Shafi'iyya, same for the Hanafiyya, same for the Maliki. Every madhab shaykh, they have principles that they're gushing from. If you just take hadith here and hadith here, what will happen is iddirab. You contradict your fatwas. Your verdict and your answers will all, people who've studied will look at you and say, but in this situation you gave this fatwa, and this situation is similar to this particular issue. How have you said yes here and no here? Do you understand? But the hadith says this. But you just, by default, you took the opinion that this is the view. How did you... I'll give an example. Let's take one example, just to show you that contradiction can happen to somebody. The word as-safar, do you consider it to be a haqiqa shar'iyya or is it haqiqa urfiyya? What does that mean? Is the word travel, which when we read the Quran and the Sunnah, it talks about the word traveling. Is that something we go back to the Quran and the Sunnah to find the definition for it? Just like we have to do for the Salah, Zakah, Sawm, Hajj. This is defined by the Quran and the Sunnah. Sah? We took today that the word fasting, lughatan, it means al-imsak. Sah? And then later we said, but it's when in the Sharia, it's not mutlaq al-imsak. It's not withholding from everything. It's holding from specific things. What are the specific things? Anil mufattirat. So you can't say I'm fasting by not talking, because in the language that's what it means. We say, well, shar'an, that's not what it means. Do you understand? So the word safar, is it haqiqa shar'iyya that we have to take it from the Sharia, or is it haqiqa urfiyya? Am I making sense here? If you say it's a haqiqa urfiyya, that it goes back to the customs, you will contradict yourself if you tell me that after 3 days you're not allowed to shorten your prayer. Contradicted yourself. Why? Because this issue, why are you taking it from the aqwal of the Sahabas, and why are you even looking at the ayat and the hadith? Because you've acknowledged that it's haqiqa urf, you're contradicting yourself. Do you understand my point? But what we will see the fuqaha doing is that they're taking it as haqiqa shar'iyya. They're saying this is defined by the Sharia, and they're differing amongst themselves. So they're not contradicting themselves, they're consistent on where they went. But what you did was, you said, no, it's a haqiqa urfiyya. It's defined by the Sharia, by the custom and the norms of the people. But then when you came to applying it, after 3 days, you say, I'm not allowed to shorten. The question is, where did you get that from? He says, the hadith of this, and the Prophet did it here. And I say, you just said here, that it's a haqiqa urfiyya. How are you then now going to the Sharia to define it? Do you understand? This is one example. The same thing when it comes to the issue of nikah. Lafdul nikah, there is a khilaf amongst the ulama. Is it meant by al-wat'u am al-aqdu? Is nikah, does it mean the intimacy? Or does it mean the contract and the agreement when you say to the father, qabiltu? Based on the fatwa, based on the answer you give me, I can answer all your questions on behalf, or I can answer the question for you in this issue. Once you answer that question for me, that's it. If you say to me, I am of the opinion that the word an-nikahu, it's haqiqatun fil wat'i majazun fi al-aqd, or the opposite, I can give fatwas for you on this issue, because you already told me your base. I know where you're going to go. If you don't know what you're going to do, in some circumstances, when you're talking, you're taking it as though it's the contract. And sometimes you're giving it as though it's the intimacy. You're contradicting yourself. Everyone who's going to look at you and say, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's what happens when you don't study a madhab. You get it now? Am I making sense? The beauty of the madahib is the consistency. And it went through tests of time. We're talking about thousands of years, hundreds of years, where this madhab has just been published and sharah and ta'liq, and then criticism has been put on that book, and then the madhab had to respond and defend their stances, and they still stand, the four of them. Do you understand, brothers? So it's going to be better than a book that you put together right now, which hasn't gone through the test of time. So who's now changed their opinion on madhabs? Yeah, so this is the benefit. It's not that it's the final, like you look at the madhab as like, this is the dalil. No, it's not the evidence. But it's for you to get to the evidence, and that's the step, that's what it is. You're going through a system that's going to help you. You're going to put the madhab aside, and you're going to say, I'm a mujtahid. I know the madhab. It gave me that steps. Now I want to look at the Quran and Sunnah directly myself. When you look at the Quran, because you know this, you're not going to contradict yourself. You're consistent, the way you look at it, the way your verdicts come out. Do you understand, brothers? But if you jump to the Quran and the Sunnah, you're going to be a little kid who's been given a knife. He's going to kill and harm and... Does that make sense? So, you guys agree that studying the madhab is beneficial from that perspective? Put your hand up if you agree now. That's the reason. And I do agree that some people have taken the madhab as the ultimate goal. That's it. They never leave it. It's all data in the madhab, in the madhab, in the madhab. And that's it. And he doesn't want to grow out of it. And he doesn't want to study usul al-fiqh. He's just, all the day he's studying the furu' fiqh in the madhab. So this is another problem, to be honest. Because the idea was, Shaykh, use this to get to the Quran and Sunnah. To get there directly. Not that the madahib don't have Quran and Sunnah, I don't mean by that. But for you to taste the Quran and the Sunnah directly and to see where they took it from. Because remember, the person goes through stages. You're going to go through a stage, my brothers and sisters, where you're just going to have to blind follow. That's natural. It's going to happen. It's bound to happen. You don't know. You just have to blind follow. And guess what happens after that? You go to a level where you don't blind follow, but you can't go to the Quran and the Sunnah yourself. You look at the Quran and the Sunnah, and then you say, okay, I want to know what did the scholars say about this ayah? What did they say about this hadith? What did they say about this? And you look at their views on what they say and how this is a level called al-ittibah. Does that make sense? You're looking at what they're saying. But in order for you to judge their statements, you need usul al-fiqh. You need qawa'id al-fiqhiyah. You need takhrij al-furu'i ala al-usul. You need to learn maqasid al-sharia. You need to learn ilm al-lughah. Al-nahw, al-sarf, wal-balagha. All these subjects, you need to study it. Does that make sense? Then when Shafi'i is arguing with Abu Hanifa and the Malikiyya are debating the Shafi'iyya or the Hanabila and they're going at each other, sometimes their discussion is going to go to the language. Sometimes it's going to go to qawa'id al-fiqhiyya. Sometimes it's going to go to usul al-fiqh. Sometimes it's going to go to the grading of a hadith. You need to be able to go whatever road they go down. Yeah, I've studied the books on that. Yeah, I understand it. You understand? So, like today, how many issues did we take? In this, each hadith that we took قواعد الفقهية اليقين لا يزول بالشك. That applies on this issue. We took the grading of the hadith and how they differ on it. If the hadith is mursal or is mawsul, if there's a difference of opinion on the issue. All of these issues, brothers, that level takes time. Then you go to a level where you say, I don't need to know what Abu Hanifa said. I don't need to know what Shafi'i said. I don't need to know what Ahmed said. I don't need to know anybody what they said. I can look at the Quran and the Sunnah. I need to look at it myself. Oh, this is high level. Allahumma barik. This is the level of ijtihad. And are you allowed to do that? Of course. So you're working towards. Make sense? Where you go directly to the Quran and you extract a disagreement for the scholars and say, this is why I disagree. But if you do that at a very early stage, you're deceiving yourself. You're going to play around with the religion and you're going to speak about the knowledge, the deen without knowledge. Does that make sense now? So that's why I say, brothers, don't waste time. Study these madahibs. It's short. The road has been paved for you. Swallow it. It gives you look at Bulugh Al-Maram that we're doing today. Look how many hadiths we have to say this hadith and there's another hadith somewhere else. It's hard. Like if we were to study a fiqh book, guess what we would have done? The fiqh book would have said, from the beginning it would have said, the sighting of the moon is based on two different ways. Here, الرؤية وإكمال شعبان 30 ليلة. That's it. Straight away, boom. We would have had everything organized. What breaks the fasting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Organized. To the point. Does that make sense? Why did I choose not to teach a madhab? The reason is because if I teach it, I will not strengthen opinions. When I teach a madhab, I won't strengthen opinions. I will stick to what the book says. And because Ramadan is coming, and I'm not teaching a madhab book, I'm not teaching a madhab book, and I haven't started teaching the madhab book. I'm just going to teach you what? Kutub Hadith al-Ahkam. Where you can get some fiqh here and there. Inshallah ta'ala, it will help you have some ideas. Does that make sense? And the books of madhabs is better to study it throughout the year in order to understand it, or to come to classes where you start and you finish. How do you choose the madhabs? As much as I joke around and I say that the Shafi'i madhab is better or not, there is no, all the madhabs are good. There is no madhab is better than the other madhabs. You can say maybe this madhab is better than this madhab in this particular issue, or maybe better than in that particular issue, but all of them, Allahumma barik, they have stuff which the other doesn't have. Does that make sense? And all of them are basically what? Means. To what? The Quran and the Sunnah. So take whichever you want. But I would generally say anyone who's from the subcontinent, from India, it's best to study the Hanafi madhab, because when you go back, that's what your people know, that's what the people study. It's best to study it and go through from that perspective. If you're in the land of where the madhab is based on Hanbali madhab and majority, so studying the Maliki madhab, for example, beautiful. I teach the Muwatta of Imam Malik. Studying the Maliki madhab. And then also studying what? If you're in a country where the people are Shafi'i, they study the Shafi'i madhab. Do you understand, brothers? All of the madhabs, when you look at it, you find certain things. The benefits in it. And there's things that they're strong in. So please, take this serious to benefit your life and your time, and to really grasp your knowledge of the religion. The madhab is very good. Very good. Don't waste your time on people telling you not to do it. Okay. The third madhab is the Hanafi madhab, right? Where he separates between if there is a cloud or if there is what? And this is beautiful how Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, he divided it and he looked at it differently. Like in my heart is more inclined to the first view because of the strong evidences that we took today in this issue. Another question, why, which is another mas'ala, why did the Prophet ﷺ not ask this Bedouin man about him? Remember, we just conditioned adala, integrity. And the Prophet is now asking him, do you bear witness that there's none worthy of worship except Allah? He said, yes. He said, do you bear witness that I am the messenger of Allah? And he said, yes. And the Prophet didn't ask about him and say, is this guy, how is he? Does he drink? No, he didn't ask any of that. Why? The companions, you don't ask about them. You don't ask. This is our principle. The companions, they are udul. They are udul, meaning they have integrity. Allah said that to us in the Quran. والسابقون الأولون من المهاجرين والأنصار والذين اتبعوهم بإحسان رضي الله عنهم. Allah is pleased with them. They have a tazkiyah from who? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's the first. And the scholars use this hadith to show you that the Sahabas were adala, integrity. Look what Imam Ibn Salah he said in his Kitab Ulum al-Hadith. لِلصَّحَابَةِ بِأَسْرِهِمْ. The Sahabas, all of them, not if or Sahaba. By the way, when we say Sahaba, already we said مَنْ لَقِيَ النَّبِي صلى الله عليه وسلم مُؤْمِنًا بِهِ وَمَاتَ عَلَى الْإِسْلَامِ وَلَوْ تَخَلَّلَتْ رِدَّةٌ فِي الْأَصَحِّ. As Ibn Hajar defined the word Sahabi in his Kitab نزهة النظر في توضيح ونخبة الفكر, and also in his Kitab Al-Isaba في تمييز الصحابة. That the companion is the one who met the Prophet ﷺ and died upon Iman. Even if he apostated for a little bit, as long as he died upon Iman, he's a companion. There were some who left Islam, they came back to Islam, and no one questioned their integrity, like Ash'ath ibn Qais and others. So the Sahabas, بِأَسْرِهِمْ, all of them, with no exceptions, they are what? خصيصة. وهي أنه لا يسأل عن عدالة أحد منهم. No one can ask the integrity of a companion. No. بل ذلك أمر مفروغ منه. This is a matter مفروغ منه. We washed our hands from it. عدول, all of them. لكونهم على الإطلاق معدلين بنصوص الكتاب والسنة وإجماع. Their integrity came from where? The Quran, the Sunnah and the إجماع. من يعتد به في الإجماع من الأمة. Where's the evidences? كنتم خير أمة. Who was the Ummah when the ayah came down? Sahaba. You wasn't there, I wasn't there. Were you there? I wasn't there. When Allah is saying كنتم خير أمة, you are the best of Ummah, it's them first. Who else was there? It's them Allah is referring to. وكذلك جعلناكم أمة. Who's Ummah here? Sahaba. Nobody else was there at that time when the ayah came down. And of course the ayah has to have an effect straight away when it comes down. So it's referring to them. They're the ones that the ummah. Wasatan, Allah referred to them as. Look what Allah says. Muhammadur Rasulullah walladina ma'ahu. All of them. No exceptions. He didn't say, but some of them, none of them. وَالَّذِينَ مَعَهُ, those who are with him. Of course, the one who's not a companion is not in the discussion aslan, because he didn't even become a mu'min. The definition of a sahabi is a what? مَنْ لَقِيَ النَّبِيَّ صَلَى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم مُؤْمِنًا بِهِ. And he's a believer. So don't put Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul and all of them. And don't say, what about the hypocrites that the Prophet didn't know? Then we've agreed that they're not sahabas aslan. So we're talking about the sahabas are udul, all of them. Sahabas, not munafiqeen. Munafiqeen are not sahaba. Huh? The sahabas are all udul. The Prophet said in a hadith, لا تصبوا أصحابي. Don't insult my companions. He didn't say some of them you can insult and some of them you can't. He didn't. All of them. All of them. Don't insult them. فَوَالَّذِي نَفْسِي بِيَدِهِ. I swear by the Lord, my soul is in his hand. لو أنفق أحدهم مثل أحد ذهب. If one of you guys, لو أن أحدكم أنفق مثل أحد ذهب. If one of you goes and gives the mountain of Uhud of gold, if one of you was to do that, ما أدرك مد أحدهم ولا نصيفه. You will never reach the Sahabas if they were to bring barley. You brought the mountain of Uhud and you just brought like grains and barley, and you said, oh, this is my sadaqah. The Sahabas they brought this much, and you brought the mountain of Uhud of gold. Guess who's going to be heavy on the scale? Sahabas. But they just brought this much. The Prophet said that. Why? This much came from a powerful heart. And this came from what? Instagram and Twitter, and look what I gave, and his qalb is not there. So no one is like these noble companions, radiyallahu ta'ala. And then the issue of the Sahabas is ijma', there's no difference of agreement. Anyone who wants to know this, look at the Kitab al-Isaba fi Tamyiz al-Sahaba by Ibn Hajar, also the Kitab al-Isti'ab by Ibn Abdul Barr, also the Kitab Usud al-Ghaba by Ibn Athir, and also the Kitab الروض الباسم في الذب عن سنة أبي القاسم, written by who? Muhammad ibn Ibrahim ibn al-Wazir al-Yamani. He also has another kitab called Al-Awasim wal-Qawasim في الذب عن سنة أبي القاسم. Another benefit that we take from this hadith is, and we will stop there inshallah ta'ala, we'll end it with this hadith, this benefit of fiqh that we take from the hadith, and that is, once the person comes and informs the ruler and he tells him that I sighted the moon, or I saw the moon, or I saw the crescent, it is upon the ruler, and it's even upon the person who found out, to spread this news. So people have social media. When Ramadan comes in, it's a good deed to spread it on social media and not to hold back. And this is based on the hadith, فَأَذِّنْ يَا بِلَالُ فِي النَّاسِ. Bilal, go and what? So you have WhatsApp groups, share it. Even somebody else put it in there, just put it in there as well. All your contacts, even the ones you haven't responded to for the last month, just send them the Ramadan that has come in, good news and dua and glad tidings. فَأَذِّنْ فِي النَّاسِ يَا بِلَالُ. Bilal, do adhan for the people, أَنْ يَصُومُوا غَدًا, that they fast tomorrow. So this shows that the Prophet was spreading the news. He wanted everybody to come together. So this is also a benefit in the hadith that we take, to spread and share the news. We'll stop there inshaAllah ta'ala. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me and shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل، وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد. وإن the sharh of the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram min Adillat Al-Ahkam, authored and written by the great scholar Al-Imam Hafiz ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala. We are now going to start the 7th hadith inshaAllah ta'ala. أخونا Ibrahim ibn الشيخ فهيم is going to read for us. فليتفضل مشكورا مأجورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وعن حفصة أم المؤمنين رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: من لم يبيت الصيام قبل الفجر فلا صيام له. رواه الخمسة ومال الترمذي والنسائي إلى ترجيح وقفه، وصححه مرفوعا ابن خزيمة وابن حبان. وللدارقطني: لا صيام لمن لم يفرضه من الليل.
The Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala in this hadith, he mentioned, again the hadith, what we're going to do is we're going to take the ahkam related to the hadith riwayatan. We're going to look at the sanad, the chain, the source of where the hadith is narrated in, and then we're going to extract the fiqh out of it. So number one, this hadith of Hafsa, as the Shaykh mentioned, Rawahul Khamsa, the five narrated it. So the five here, he means the four Ashab al-Sunan and Ahmad in his Musnad. Okay? Which is correct. But the sanad of this hadith, the sanad, the chain, it goes back to Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri narrating from Salim ibn Abdullah ibn Umar an abihi an Hafsa. Madaru أغلب إسناده is what? This. Majority of the chain goes back to this. Now when you go and you look at the chain, you will see that the narrators that narrated it from Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, they differed amongst themselves whether this is attributed to the Prophet or whether it stops at Hafsa. يعني whether it's marfu' or mawquf. مثلا Ubaydullah ibn Umar and Yunus al-Ayli and Ma'mar ibn Rashid and Sufyan ibn Uyayna, those five, they all narrated it from who? Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri. Every single one of them, their chains is mawquf. It stops at Hafsa. These are big giants. Ubaydullah ibn Umar, Yunus al-Ayli's chain, Ma'mar ibn Uyayna, all of them. يعني Ma'mar ibn Uyayna, Yunus al-Ayli, كلهم عن الزهري. Every one of them narrated it from Zuhri, and they narrated it mawquf. They all narrated it what? وقفه على حفصة. Who then went against all of those people? Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr. Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr, he attributed it to Zuhri marfu'an, to the Prophet ﷺ, and not stopping it at Hafsa. And Ibn Jurayj also followed Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr. The riwayah of Ibn Jurayjna and Imam al-Nasa'i, he said that it's not, it's weak. So we're left with only one man, Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr, who's narrating it from Zuhri and he's narrating it marfu'an, whereas all the other, Ma'mar ibn Rashid, Al-Zubaydi, Sufyan ibn Uyayna, Yunus al-Ayli, all of them are narrating it mawqufan. So this hadith is considered what? Shadh. How can all of the students of Zuhri all be narrating it mawqufan, and then one man is narrating it marfu'an by himself? So this hadith, from that perspective, it's stronger that it is what? Marfu', mawquf, that it stops at Hafsa, that it's not the statement of the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Hafidh ibn Hajar here, Hafidh ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentions, he said, وَصَحَحَهُ مَرْفُوعًا ibn Khuzaymah wa ibn Hibban. And in his Fath al-Bari, he added al-Imam al-Hakim. Hafidh here did a mistake. Ibn Hibban did not authenticate this hadith. Yes, Ibn Khuzaymah did, and that's correct, like Ibn Hibban did not authenticate this. And al-Imam al-Hakim also did not authenticate it. That's a point to take into consideration. Also the statement of Hafidh ibn Hajar where he mentions, where he says, وَلِدْ دَارَقُطْنِي, Daraqutni narrated, لَا صِيَامَ لِمَنْ لَمْ يَفْرِضْهُ مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. It gives the impression that this wording, only person who narrated it is what? Al-Imam al-Daraqutni. It gives that impression that the wording here, which is لَا صِيَامَ لِمَنْ لَمْ يَفْرِضْهُ مِنَ اللَّيْلِ, is a singular narration. That wording, only Daraqutni narrated it. صح? But then he just mentioned Rawahul Khamsa, and in the Khamsa is Ibn Majah. And Ibn Majah narrated that exact wording. That same wording. So why would he say Walid Daraqutni, as though Daraqutni is the only one who narrated that wording? That's again a wahm, a mistake that the Hafiz fell into, rahimahullah ta'ala. Let's go into the wordings of the hadith. The Prophet here, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, if you take the view that it's marfu', and if you take the view that it is mawqufna, the wording of the hadith of Hafsa, it says, مَن لَمْ يُبَيِّتْ. The word yubayyit, Al-Imam Ibn Athir in his Kitab An-Nihaya fi Gharib al-Hadith, he says the word مَن لَمْ يُبَيِّتْ. He says that the word yubayyit means يَنْوِيهِ مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. Yubayyit, it means to intend something at night time, not daytime. Sah? It has to happen at night time. And we know the famous discussion that Imam Ahmad rahimahullah has with the other scholars, which is إِذَا اسْتَيْقَظَ أَحَدُكُم مِّن نَوْمِهِ. If one of you wakes up from his sleep at night time, فَلَا يَضَعْ يَدَهُ فِي الْإِنَاءِ. Don't place your hand in the well. فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَدْرِي أَيْنَ بَاتَتْ يَدُهُ. He doesn't know what? Where his hand spent the night. So the word batat, what does it mean? It's the sleep that happens at night time. لذلك Imam Ahmad's fiqh was this, that if the person wakes up from a daytime sleep, the hadith is not referring to that. Because the word that's used, the hadith says, فَإِنَّ أَحَدَكُمْ لَا يَدْرِي أَيْنَ بَاتَتْ يَدُهُ. Batat is used for nighttime, it's not used for daytime. صح? And here the same is used, which is مَن لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ. Yubayyit here means as Ibn Athir here mentions in his Nihaya, which is يَنْوِيهِ مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. It's to intend it at night time. It's to come with this at the night time. And it doesn't matter what time of the night it is. It can be any time at the night time, even just before Fajr, no problem. Because there's a wording of the hadith which it mentions, or the wording of the hadith, what does it say? مَن لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ قَبْلَ الْفَجْرِ. So the qabla al-fajr just means as long as it's before Fajr. So it has to happen from any time from Maghrib. Any time from Maghrib. Is it night? Yes. Until Fajr. That's enough. Another wording, it says yujmi'. That wording came. Instead of yubayyit, yujmi' comes. Which again means ya'zim wa yanwi, which is to intend and come with the intention. That's what we need to know. This Daraqutni's wording and also Ibn Majah's wording, which is La Siyama, there is no fasting, liman lam yafridhu min al-layli. Now another wording came, yafridhu. What does yafridhu here show us? It shows that the intention has to become, you have to come with the intention. Yafridhu ay yanwi, to intend. But it also has additional meaning, that wording, which is what? That the fasting here is an obligatory fasting. That wording that Daraqutni narrated in his Sunan, and then Ibn Majah also narrated in his Sunan, where the Prophet, or if the hadith is mawquf, Hafsa is saying is La siyama liman lam yafridhu, shows that the intention is brought for which type of fasting? The fasting which is As-Siyam al-Fard al-Wajib, that which is wajib. Like Siyam Ramadana, fasting Ramadan. And the fasting of Ramadan, it's either ada'an or qada'an. Sah? It's either ada'an or qada'an. Ada'an means that you're doing it the first time, like when it happens now, inshallah ta'ala. Or qada'an means you've missed some of the fasting and you're going to have to bring it back later. You also have to come with the intention the night before. Even though it's not Ramadan, but it's a fasting of Ramadan that you have to bring back, you also have to come with the intention. Or if it's a fasting of kafara, expiation. There's fastings which are expiation, which inshallah we're going to talk about later. Or Sawm nadhrin. Sawm nadhrin is a fasting a person made it obligatory on themselves. You made an oath, now you have to fast. Or something like that. Sah, brothers. Let's take some fiqh from the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. The first fiqh that we take from the hadith, or the first ruling that we take from the hadith is, what is the ruling of coming with the intention for an obligatory fasting before Fajr? What is the ruling for this issue? What is the ruling? From the narration, from the Hadiths, the wording that Daraqutni and Ibn Majah mentioned, and also the wording that the rest narrated, what we benefit from it is that the intention is a what? It's a must that you need to come with for the fasting which is obligatory. That's what we take from the two hadiths. Whether it be the hadith of من لم يبيت الصيام فلا صيام له أما لا صيام لمن لم يفرضه من الليل. Both of those two narrations, if we bring it together, the ruling that we take from it is that if you don't come with an intention for your fasting, then there's no fasting for you. There is no fasting for you. And that the fasting has to be brought when? قبل الفجر, before Fajr. That's the first ruling that we take from it. So it can be the first part of the night, it can be the middle part of the night, and it can also be at the last part of the night. As long as it's before Fajr, and as long as it is after the sunset. Even though this hadith of Hafsa, لم يصح مرفوعا, it's not marfu', so it's not the statement of the Prophet, and the kalam of the Sahabas are not a hujjah in and within itself, unless they all agree on something. So, yani hujjah meaning proof. Hafsa's statement alone by herself is not going to be a proof. Sah? Unless there's a consensus amongst the companions on this issue. But we have another hadith that also gives us strength to what Hafsa's mentioning here, which is the hadith of Umar, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Every action is based on the intention. So this is a base for it. So fasting is an act of worship, is it not? If it's an act of worship, what does it require? Intention. And an intention is what? مِنْ أَهَمِّ شُرُوطِ صِحَتِهَا. It's one of the strongest conditions for fasting, and that is something a person should come with. Plus there's an ijma' and a consensus that the intention is needed. As we're going to see inshallah ta'ala, there is a consensus that you have to come with an intention for Ramadan. There's no difference of opinion on that issue. The details of that we're going to come to later. But the intention for fasting or for any act of worship is needed. Or else it's going to be what? Just you doing actions with no intention. And Al-Ifsah fi Ma'ani al-Sihah, Ibn Hubayra, in his Kitab Al-Ifsah, he's explaining the Kitab Al-Jamr Bayna Sahihain by Al-Humaydi. He's explaining that book. He says, وَاتَّفَقُوا عَلَى وُجُوبِ النِّيَّةِ. The ulama unanimously agree upon that the intention is needed في الصوم المفروض, the fasting which is obligatory, في شهر رمضان, in the month of Ramadan, وأنه لا يجوز, and that is not permissible إلا بنية, unless you come with an intention. Okay? صاحب الإنصاف المرداوي الحنبلي, what did he say? لو خطر بقلبه ليلا, if the thought just comes to his heart or mind at night, يعني that thought comes to him, okay, أنه صائم, that he's going to fast tomorrow, just the thought came to him, just reminded himself, yep, tomorrow I'm going to fast, just that thought, then فقد نوى, he has intended, you've come with the intention. That's what you just need to know. You don't have to say, sit down, cool down now, and say certain words. You don't have to. It's just the thought that comes to your mind. صح? صاحب الروض, what does he say? روض المربع, he says ويكفي في النية الأكل والشرب بنية الصوم. Just the fact that you had suhoor is also enough. The fact that you had suhoor and you woke up for suhoor is enough as an intention that you want to fast tomorrow as well. Why did you wake up for if you're not going to fast? That's a صح? Now, the second mas'ala that we take from this hadith is we've already established and we've already agreed that the intention is needed. There's no difference of opinion on that issue. Everyone has to have an intention for the fasting. We agree on that. But the question here is that the scholars discuss and they differ on is, does that intention have to be specific? Does the intention have to be specific? So why is this question coming up in the first place? And what benefit does it have in answering that question, or even posing that question? What significance does it hold? The significance is, if for example, a person is on the 30th of Sha'ban this month, 30th of Sha'ban, he was not fasting because he thought it was a Ramadan. And then he realizes daytime, it's Ramadan. In that situation, or let's say he was fasting No, that example won't be specific. A better example, sorry. The example would be on the 30th, he was fasting voluntary. He used to fast Mondays and Thursdays. So it was a Thursday, and it was the 30th of Sha'ban, and he didn't know that it was Ramadan. Then he got informed, Akhi, did you know that the moon was sighted? He goes, nobody called me, my family, nobody let me know. Ajib. But I am fasting. His fasting is what? Voluntary fasting. Is he allowed to now say, okay, I'm going to fast Ramadan? I change my intention. Are we all together? Because he did have an intention for fasting. He woke up to fast for his Thursday, so he did come with an intention. But his intention was specific to voluntary. Did he have to specify for the wajib? Do you understand now? Does that make sense? This question is a discussion amongst the ulama. So they agree that you have to come with an intention. So he said, I did come with intention. On Wednesday, I knew that I was going to fast on Thursday because I fast every Thursdays. So he said, I intended to fast. So the question is, did he have to specify the fasting? What is it for? Ta'yinun niyya is called. What's it called? Ta'yinun niyya. Okay. This mas'ala, there is two views regarding it amongst the ulama. The first view is قول جمهور أهل العلم, the majority of the scholars, which is مذهب مالك والشافعي وأحمد في المشهور. And Ahmad, the most well-known view of his, which is that person has to specify the intention. أنه لا بد من التعيين. You can't just come with an intention to fast tomorrow. Your intention has to be specific of why you're fasting. You have to even separate between if it's a fasting that you're bringing back for Ramadan versus a fasting which is the first time. Do you see? Ramadan's coming now soon, inshallah ta'ala. We have to fast, right? Let's say you miss 2 days of that fasting. So you have to bring it back after Ramadan leaves, right? You have to separate it between one is qada and one is ada. Does that make sense? No? Does that make sense? When the first time that you're fasting is called a what? The first time that you're fasting in the month of Ramadan. Okay, first time doesn't make sense. Let me find a better word. So Ramadan's coming now, sah? The first day of Ramadan comes in, you fasted. That's called ada. You're fulfilling the fasting. The second day came in, you fasted. Ada. You're fulfilling the fasting, sah? Third day came, you did the same. Fourth day, fifth day, mashallah. The seventh day, you became a bit sick. You woke up vomiting, you're nausy, you started feeling dizzy, and then you said, I can't fast, and you're vomiting the whole day. You stopped, you didn't fast. That day you didn't fast, you have to bring it back, correct? When you bring it back outside Ramadan, in the month of Shawwal, or Sha'ban next year, before Ramadan comes in and you're bringing it back, what's it called now? It's called qada now. That fasting is called qada. And the first time you were doing it, it was called what? Ada. You have to specify the intention for both. Yeah. You have to have an intention that this is qada and not a ada. Does that make sense? Ta'yinun niyya, all of that enters it. Are we all together, brothers? So here, the first madhab, or the first view, which is قول جمهور أهل العلم, you have to specify the intention. This is madhabu Malik and the madhabu Shafi'iyah. Okay, I'm a madhabu Shafi'i, and Ahmad في المشهور عنه, and that's which is known from the madhab of Ahmad, that you have to come with the intention. فرضا من الليل, at night time. Okay, you have to have conviction. Okay, and they say the hadith إنما الأعمال بالنيات is the evidence for it. Every action is based on the intention. Okay, and you have to do it within the night time, any time of the night. The second view is the madhab of Abi Hanifa and a riwayah of Ahmad. In the books of the Hanabila, you see a lot of the times they say wal-mu'tamad in our madhab, because Ahmad has a lot of riwayat. Ahmad has a lot of riwayat. So the mu'tamad in the madhab, the view that they take. So that's why when we say a riwayah of Ahmad, that's not the mu'tamad. The Hanabila won't follow that. Does it make sense? Because sometimes Ahmad, in one mas'ala, in one issue, he might have 5 views. In one issue, Ahmad. So Ahmad, riwayah an Ahmad, and the madhab of Abi Hanifa. Madhab of Abi Hanifa is that it is permissible It's correct. Siyam Ramadan, دون تعيين نية من الليل. You don't have to specify your intention at night. You don't have to specify. According to the Hanafi madhab and a riwayah of Imam Ahmed. So مثلا, if a person intends, they say, a voluntary fasting unrestrictedly, or he intends to fast tomorrow without specifying what that fasting is going to be. So I'm going to fast tomorrow. Is it wajib? Is it not? They say there's no. Even if he wakes up in the morning and says, yeah, you know what, this fasting, I'm going to make it qada. I'm going to make it qada. Bringing back the fasting of Ramadan that I missed. Or he could say, I'll just make it voluntary. He has the rights, they're saying. Because at night time, he didn't have to specify it. Okay? That's their view. And Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, he went against the Hanabila in this issue, and he took the riwayah of Ahmed on this. Are we all together? The madhab al-Hanafiyya and the riwayah of Ahmed in this mas'ala, Ibn Taymiyyah took that. Are we all together, brothers? And Shaykh Ibn Uthaymeen. Ibn Uthaymeen now left the madhab here, and he took the what? This riwayah of Imam Ahmed rahimahullah ta'ala, and they used evidence for this issue. The evidence that they used is the hadith of Buda'a bint al-Harith, Buda'a bint al-Zubayr, where in Hajj, the Prophet said to her, Hijji, Hajji, do your Hajj, washtariti, and come with a condition. Go do Hajj. This was when she was making her intention in the miqat of Dhul Hulayfa, the miqat of the people of Medina. The Prophet said to her, do Hajj, washtariti, but put a condition on your Hajj, which is what? Anna mahalli haythu habastani, that the place I'm going to stop is where I get imprisoned, meaning my menstruation starts. فَإِنَّ لَكَ عَلَىٰ رَبِّكَ مَا اسْتَثْنَيْتِ, and you will receive from your Lord the exception that you have done. This is for women, or if somebody believes that they will not be able to finish this Hajj for whatever reason it may be, they can put this condition. They said that this shows that the niyyah here is not ta'yin. It's not specific. The niyyah here is what? It's just open. And so this seems, wallahu a'la wa a'lam, it seems that is stronger in this regard, and Allah knows best subhanahu wa ta'ala. The third mas'ala that we take from this hadith is, in the fasting of the month of Ramadan, is it enough to just come with one intention for the whole month? The first day, you come with an intention, khalas, and you intend it throughout the month with that one intention, or every night you have to do an intention? This is a discussion amongst the scholars. This mas'ala, ikhtalafa fihi ahlul ilm. The scholars disputed one another in this issue. Jumhur ahlul ilm, the majority of the people of knowledge, majority of ahlul ilm, they have the opinion. And it's also the madhab, Jumhur ahlul ilm, majority, it's the madhab of Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i and Ahmed. Okay? And this is, Hanafiya now with the Jumhur, and Shafi'iyya and Ahmed. What did they say? أنه لا بد من اعتبار النية لكل يوم. They say that every single day you need to come with an intention. Why? Because they say that every single day, لأن كل يوم, every day, عبادة مفردة. Every day is a what? Is a specific act of worship. Every day is a ibadah. Monday is a day of ibadah. Tuesday is another day in Ramadan. Wednesday, every day is a specific ibadah. Are we all together? Jazakallahu khairan. Am I making sense, brothers? Every single day is a what? Every single day is a ibadah. That's the first qawl in the mas'ala. The second qawl is madhabu Malik wal riwayah an Ahmed. The second qawl is what? It's the madhab of Imam Malik ibn Anas, Imam Dar al-Hijrah. And it's a riwayah of Imam Ahmed rahimahullah ta'ala, which is أنه تجزئ, it's allowed or enough for you, niyatun wahidatun, one intention. For the entire month, one intention is permissible for you. So you can make an intention for the entire month on the first day. That's what they say. They say أنه تجزئ نية واحدة لجميع الشهر تكون في أوله. You make that intention at the beginning of the month, and And this is not only for Ramadan, they said. This is also for the Ramadan of kafaratul dhihar, for instance. Because the person who does dhihar, what does he have to do? He also fasts شهرين متتابعين من قبل أن يتماسا. So 2 consecutive months you have to fast before you can be intimate with your spouse, right? So then this is called a siyam, which is mutatabi'ah. So that 1 niyyah is also permissible for that. Okay? Also, kafaratu qatlin. Also the expiation of killing someone. Or kafaratu jima'in fi Ramadan. If you have intimacy with your wife in Ramadan, again the fasting is consecutive, right? So all of those fastings which the fasting is mutatabi'ah, consecutive, they say 1 intention is permissible. Is that it? لا. ما لم يقطعه سفر أو مرض. But if it gets disconnected by a travel that you did, or you became sick, you need to renew your intention. So for 5 days, you were, mashallah, resident and you were fasting every day. And on the sixth day, you became sick. They're saying that the first day that you came with the intention, for those 5 days it covers. But the 6th day, you broke the intention because you got sick or you became a traveler or whatever. Now when you want to come back, you have to specify again. So, you have to what? You have to specify it. This riwayah of Imam Ahmad, who from the Hanabila took it? Remember I already mentioned the qawl of the Hanabila is what? The first qawl. صح? And now here we have a riwayah of Imam Ahmad, right? So who took this second madhab of a riwayah of Imam Ahmad? Abu al-Wafa ibn Aqil. He's a Hanbali. He took that opinion from the Hanabila. And he of course used the hadith of hadith إنما الأعمال بالنيات وإنما لكل امرئ ما نوى. He took it. What's the thamara of this khilaf? This khilaf, what does it produce? Any difference? Like, remember, if you're studying something, the scholars differed, and there is no practical application on the ground, then don't waste your time. This is not part of the religion of Allah, and Deenullah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not nadari, it's not theoretical, that just lives in the brain, and then waqi'iyan, practically there's no application to it. You're wasting your time, and it's not from the religion of Allah. The khilaf has to have a thamara, meaning this khilaf that you're mentioning, does it apply to any issue, any scenario? If it doesn't, ignore it. If it does, then you need to understand it. So this khilaf of هل تجزئ نية واحدة, is one intention enough? أم أنه لا بد لصوم كل يوم من نية? What's the thamara? This khilaf. The thamara will come. A man fasts the first day of the month of Ramadan. First day he fasted. Before the sunset, he slept. And he didn't wake up except after Fajr. Of course, Salah, من نام عن صلاة أو نسيها فليصليها إذا ذكرها لا كفارة له إلا ذلك. Just so some of you say, bro, the man didn't even pray on his Salah. He's excused because he overslept. He prays when he wakes up. So the Salah, that's the issue for it. This man is when this khilaf will have an effect. He didn't come with no intention. He didn't have no intention. The man woke up. The first, let's say Fajr, he prayed. صح? And he slept until the next Fajr. Yeah? For the whole time he was sleeping. And he didn't come with any intention. صح? Is he going to? Does he have? So examples like that, it will occur on this issue. Okay? نعم.
وعن عائشة رضي الله عنها قالت دخل علي النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ذات يوم فقال هل عندكم شيء قلنا لا قال فإني إذا صائم ثم أتانا يوما آخر فقلنا أهدي لنا حيث فقال أرنيه فلقد أصبحت صائما فأكل رواه مسلم.
This hadith of our mother Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha is narrated by Al-Jama'ah. رواه الجماعة. All the kutub al-sitta, they narrated it. إلا البخاري. Imam al-Bukhari didn't narrate this hadith. Imam al-Bukhari did not narrate this hadith. من حديث عائشة. The chain of this hadith goes back to مدار أغلب أسانيده, the majority of its chain goes back to طلحة بن يحيى ابن طلحة ابن عبيد الله عن عمتي عائشة بنت طلحة عن خالتها عائشة. That's the chain, what it goes back to. Okay? That's in terms of the الكلام على الحديث رواية, in terms of the hadith رواية. أما من حيث الكلام عن الحديث دراية, looking at the hadith in terms of the fiqh that's in it, the wording of the hadith says دخل علي النبي, the Prophet entered onto me. Our mother Aisha say this. ذات يوم, one day. فقال, he said to me, هل عندكم شيء, do you have anything at home, anything to eat? هل عندكم, do you have anything, شيء, anything to eat? She responded, فقلنا لا, she said, we said no to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. فإني إذن صائم, the Prophet then said, I am fasting, if that's the case. فإني, me, إذن, صائم, I am then fasting. ثم أتانا يوما آخر, he came to us another day. فقلنا, we said to him, أهدي لنا حيث. Hais is a what? It's a dried yogurt. What does it translate as? It's a yogurt. It's like a dried yogurt. She said, أهدي لنا حيث. Now, the first part of the hadith shows us that Nabi Muhammad, was he poor or rich? You have two options. If you say that the Prophet ﷺ was rich and he had wealth and he's got money, if the Prophet is rich and he had money, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, then why would he not have food at home? If you say that he gave out his wealth, then you're going to, what about the hadith where he said, كَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ إِثْمًا أَن يُضَيِّعَ مَنْ يَعُولُ? Enough a sin for a person is to forsake those who he is responsible over. Sah? So he has the money and he's not going to give it to his wife and family. Nabi Muhammad alayhi salam, majority of his life, there were certain such situations that the Prophet did have a little bit of things, but the bulk of the Prophet's life was that he didn't have nothing. He didn't have much. Aisha, she said, كان يمر علينا هلال وهلال وهلال لا يوقد في بيت رسول الله نارا. There would go seasons and seasons and seasons. يعني spring, autumn, and winter and spring, and all of that would go a years. يعني if you look at each season, it's 4 seasons, right? The Arabs only have 2 seasons, but they winter and summer. صح? So autumn is nothing but winter, right? And spring is only summer, right? It's a nice way of saying summer is just starting, but really it's winter and summer. So those seasons would go by and the Prophet doesn't have anything to eat, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and sometimes he would connect 2 rocks to his stomach just so he can keep himself balanced, alayhi salatu wa salam. So he's coming to his house and he said, do you have something to eat? She goes, no, I don't have anything. No food. فقلنا, we said, the second time he came, we said to him, أهدي لنا حيث. We were given some dried yogurt or dates with ghee on it. Then he said, فقال أرينيه. That word we need to look at it. أرينيه, the alif and ra, okay? So one word and it plays the fi'il, the fa'il, and the maf'ul, all of it is in أرينيه. It's in there, all of it. So the word ara and ra'a is the word, sah? Ahl Basra, they say ara. The people of Basra, ulama Ahl Basra, they say ara. The alif and ra of the people of Basra is what is in arinihi. Show me it. Okay? Asal of it is lakin ra'a is the asal. Okay? Which is absara, is to see something. And this word, if you say ra'aytu, then تتعدى بمفعول واحد. If you say رأيت, you put the ra first, which is the asal, تتعدى لمفعول واحد, it goes only to one maf'ul. And if you put an alif and ra before it, أريت تتعدى لمفعولين, it goes through with 2 maf'uls. It's a transitive verb and it goes through to أريت, I was shown. أريت, صح? أريت رفيق الهلالة. So that's what the أري is a, so أري is a فعل أمر here. He's requesting them. He's saying, show me. So أري is a فعل أمر. Show me. And this is على مذهب أهل البصرة.
أرنيه. That noon is noon al-wiqaya. أرني. No, the ya I missed. أري, the first ya is ya al-mukhatab في محل رفع فاعل. That's the fa'il. أرني, the ya is a fa'il. The noon is noon al-wiqaya. The second ya that's in there is a what? It's al-maf'ul al-awwal. It's the first maf'ul that's in the sentence. And the ha is what? Arinihi is the second maf'ul. So there's two maf'uls. Both of them are fi mahalli nasbi. Maf'ulun bihi. That's the grammatical analysis. فَإِنِّي إِذًا صَائِمٌ. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam here he said, فَإِنِّي إِذًا صَائِمٌ. So let's take some of the fiqh of the hadith. The first benefit that we take from the hadith is this is a voluntary fasting. And the voluntary fasting, Ibn Hajar is trying to teach you that the two hadiths that I mentioned, Hadith Hafsa where it said, مَنْ لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ فَلَا صِيَامَ لَهُ يو. أما لا صيام لمن لم يفرض الصيام من الليل. Those two wordings, the Daraqutni wording that we mentioned and the riwayah that Rawahul Khamsa, both of them, what did they show us? That the intention is needed. Hafiz is telling you that's referring to the wajib. And now that he mentioned this hadith, he's trying to tell you that when it's a voluntary fasting like you don't have to have intention. You can start the intention from the daytime. That's why he mentioned these hadith together. He mentioned two hadith which show that the fasting for the wajib has to be the night before. Okay? And that if it's voluntary it doesn't have to be. So this shows you. The question is, how does it show you? Scholars will not just let you narrate hadith and use it as an argument. So here, let's see who can show it to us. Aisha, she said, دخل علي النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ذات يوم. Let's read the hadith. The Prophet entered onto us one night. فقال, he said, هل عندكم شيء? Do you have anything to eat? فقلنا, we said, لا. He said, فإني إذا صائم. Then I am fasting. Okay? Where does that show you? And the second hadith, ثم أتانا يوما آخر, he came another day, فقلنا أهدي لنا حيث. We said, oh Messenger of Allah, we've been given a hays. And we mentioned what it means. فقال أرني, he said, show it to me. They showed it to him. He said, فلقد أصبحت صائما. I am a person who is fasting. Where does it show that? Where's the wajh dalala? Where did you get the ruling that you can fast daytime? Hey? They're going to say هذا من باب الإخبار. And Nabi صلى الله عليه وسلم يذكر, he's mentioning it that he was fasting. That he told them, are you guys eating today? He's trying to find out if they're going to eat and if they've got something to eat. And then after he said, by the way, I'm fasting. Just letting you guys know. And that he already intended his fasting and he's already. See, the thing I'm telling you, brothers, is one hadith, we can all look at it and understand something else from it. I want what you do dalala. How does it show? How does the hadith show what Hafiz Hajar is saying? Yeah, the word إذن in the Arabic language is a فعل مضارع الدال على الاستقبال. That's the quwwah in there. The word إذن, what does it show? It shows you that, which is in the hadith, when the Prophet said, إني إذن, no, astaghfirullah. إني إذن صائم, doesn't show anything. The wording that shows is Bayhaqi's wording. La, إذن doesn't show it. They're still going to push. The wording that's strong is the wording of Al-Bayhaqi. Ibn Hajar didn't mention it. Inni idhan asumu. The Prophet said. Inni idhan asumu. And then asumu is a fi'l mudari', صح? A fi'l mudari' is who can show what? It cannot be the past. It cannot be min bab al-ikhbar. He cannot be talking about the past. Inni idhan asumu. Then I am going to fast. Fasted, he didn't say that. He said, I'm going to fast. And the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ansha an-niyyat al-ana. That wording is what makes it clear. Because when you say, inni idhan sa'imun, insha'un niyyat is still not qawi and it's not strong in that regard. Like in the riwayah of Bayhaqi where he said, inni idhan asumu, the fi'l here is mudari', and al-mudari' is dalun ala al-hali wal-istiqbal. So whichever you take it is fine. If it's hal, it's now. Istiqbal is the future. But it's never, you can never understand from it past. Sah? You can't understand from it. And the isnad, inshaAllah ta'ala, is sahih. That's the view of the majority of the ulama, by the way. Jumhur ulama believe if it's voluntary fasting, you can initiate the fasting the daytime. This is the call of the Jumhur, Abi Hanifa, wa Shafi'i, wa Ahmed. This is the madhab. Are we all together? Madhabu Malik, which is the second call, they believe no. Okay? Whether it's obligatory or whether it's voluntary, you need to have an intention, Habibi. Madhab Malik, that's what they believe. And they stick to the hadith of مَنْ لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ فَلَا صِيَامَ لَهُ. And we already mentioned this hadith of مَنْ لَمْ يُبَيِّتِ الصِّيَامَ فَلَا صِيَامَ لَهُ. Hadith Hafsa is disputed whether it's mawquf or marfu'. لأن Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, all of the ruwat that narrated from him, Ismail, Yunus al-Ayli, Ma'mar ibn Rashid, Sufyan ibn Uyayna, Sufyan ibn Uyayna, all of those ruwat who narrated from Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, every single one of them narrated it what? Mawqufan, to Hafsa. And who is the only person who narrated it marfu'an? The riwayah of Ubaydullah ibn Abi Bakr, صح? And we said Ibn Juray's riwayah, when Imam Nasa'i rahimahullah ta'ala, he said it's weak. Does that make sense, brothers? So this hadith, we're going to say to them, listen, first of all, it's not marfu', it's mawquf. It's the statement of Hafsa. That's what we're going to say. And also, it goes against this hadith, which is marfu'un, sahihun, sarihun. صح? So this is inshallah ta'ala the mas'ala inshallah ta'ala. A third mas'ala. No, the second mas'ala. The first mas'ala was fasting. It starts starting a fasting daytime in obligatory fasting versus voluntary fasting. We mentioned two madhabs for it, صح? Now we're going to go to another mas'ala, which is, what about if a person comes with the intention for the voluntary fasting? As we already said, you can only initiate the intention for the voluntary fasting at daytime. But is it any time within the daytime? Or is it qabla al-zawal or ba'd al-zawal? Before the zenith or after it? This is a mas'ala which is khilaf on it. Does that make sense? What did the Jumhur mention? Jumhur ulama, do they allow, Jumhur, the majority of the scholars, do they allow for the voluntary fasting to bring the intention daytime? Voluntary fasting. Do they allow it? We said that the madhab of Abi Hanifa and Shafi and Ahmed allows it. Sah? Malik was the only one who doesn't. Now, they differed amongst themselves. Okay, not the whole day though. Not the whole day. By the way, just to make it clear, the Prophet ﷺ, when he said, Inni idhan sa'imun, ama inni idhan asumu, that means the condition is you can't eat before that, okay? Just remember that. If you've eaten all day, you can't just say, I asked for food and they didn't have it and then I'm now going to fast. You can't fast, you've already eaten. That means this, you woke up for breakfast, you wanted to eat breakfast, okay? And then they told you there's nothing in the house. Or that you forgot to eat and then you realized at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you realized, oh, why don't I just fast? I haven't eaten, I haven't drunk anything. You know what, let me just benefit from it and call it a day of fasting, صح? Like, what about if it's after dhuhr? You haven't eaten breakfast, you didn't eat lunch, it's past dhuhr. What do you do in that situation? Now they differ amongst themselves. The ones that were together, they differ amongst themselves. Madhabu Ahmed's madhab is that أنه في أي وقت من النهار. The Hanabila, they believe any time of the day, no problem. Go for it, brother. You're allowed to. Any time within the day. Whether it's قبل الزوال or بعد الزوال, it doesn't matter. And what's the evidence? عموم الأدلة. عموم الأدلة. They said that the evidence is what? The evidence is general. So it's a general evidence. And this is what the scholars refer to and من مفردات مذهب الحنابلة. It's one of the things that the Hanabila are alone on. There are issues that the Hanabila, they leave everybody and they stand by themselves. That's their problem. They went against everybody. So this is one of those times. So they said anytime you can come with the intention. Then Jumhur al-Ulama, the majority of the scholars, Abi Hanifa,
And also, وَالْمَشْهُورُ مِنْ قَوْلَيْ الشَّافِعِي, and also the most common view from the two views of Imam Shafi'i is that أَنَّهُ لَا تُجْزِئُهُ النِّيَّةُ بَعْدَ الزَّوَالِ. After the zawal, you can't come. Zawal means after the zenith, after dhuhr basically. You can't come with the intention. Why? Because the majority of the day has already gone. The majority has already gone. What are you going to get rewarded for? If you didn't have an intention until dhuhr, and majority of the day is gone. By the way, just so you know, even the Hanabila, even though they say that you can come with intention any time, they don't believe you and the person who intended it from Fajr is the same reward. Because the reward kicks in when you intend, right? So the one who intended it from Fajr, they don't just, but they're saying your fasting is valid. And this is the qawl of that, one of the views of the Shafi'iyya, and the qawl of Abi Hanifa, rahimahullah ta'ala. Third mas'ala, inshallah ta'ala, in this issue is, it's opposite to the other mas'ala that we were talking about, which is breaking your intention for voluntary fasting. Someone already fasted, and this, let me يترجح لي شيء. This issue, I haven't taken a stance on it. This issue, قول الحنابلة, is very قوي. حقيقة الأدلة, عموم الأدلة is very strong. But the Jumhur, they're mentioning, the person, there's a khawf that the person can come with محظورات الصيام. The chances are very high بعد الزوال. Ibadah, can you start the intention halfway other than this issue? Yeah, and it's strong. I think they are part of the أنا لم يترجح لي. I have not got an answer on this one. The opposite of the first issue, which is the total opposite. Somebody already started the voluntary fasting. If he breaks that fasting, is he allowed to break it? We know the wajib, you're not allowed to. It's wajib, you got into it, you have to carry on, you have to finish it, brother. صح? Like, what about voluntary fasting? في حكم قطع الصوم النافلة في النهار. You had the intention for fasting voluntary, and then you saw food and you're like, ooh, can I eat now? MashaAllah, my family cooked a nice lunch. And you want to eat with them. Are you allowed to? And if you break that fasting, do you have to bring it back? You have to bring that fasting back. It's a mas'ala that the scholars differ upon. If you look at the zahir of the hadith, if we look at the apparent zahir of the hadith, it shows the permissibility of breaking your intention. So, it does. Where is that in then? The hadith that the Prophet ﷺ said, Arinihi, when they said the second day, because the first day when he asked, what did they say to him? We don't have food. So he said, based on different wordings, Inni idhan sa'imun ama inni idhan asumu. Sah? But the second day when she said to him, or they said to the Prophet ﷺ, his wives, they said, Ya Rasulullah, today we have a hays for you. The wording of the hadith mentioned that the Prophet said, Arinihi, show it to me. فَلَقَدْ أَصْبَحْتُ صَائِمًا. I woke, أصبحت shows the morning he was fasting. Because the first day he asked, no one gave him anything. He thought the second day is going to be the same. So he said, فَلَقَدْ أَصْبَحْتُ صَائِمًا فَأَكَلَ. And the narration mentioned he ate. So from the zahir of the hadith, it shows that the Prophet broke his intention. صح? It does. And this is from what the scholars mentioned, Jumhur al-Ulama, Madhab Ahmad wa Shafi'i, is that, I can't say Jumhur because 4 are here, 2 are here and 2 are here. Hanabila, the Hanbali, and the Hanabila and the Shafi'iyya here, they agree with each other, which is that this is what separates the fasting which is nafila, voluntary, from that which is fard. The nafila, the Hanabila and the Shafi'i believe, فَلَهُ الْاخْتِيَارِ, فَلَهُ الْخِيَرَةِ. He has the choice في المسألة. If he wants to, he can fast, and if he wants to, he can break it. It's up to him. That's the voluntary. Like in the wajib, he doesn't have that option. Okay? فَإِنْ قَطَعُ فَلَا قَضَاءَ عَلَيْهِ. So if he breaks it, he doesn't have to bring it back. But it's recommended for him to bring it back. It's something good. This is the qawl of the Madhab Ahmad wa Shafi'i. And is this restricted only to the fasting? No. The Hanabila and the Shafi'i agree that this also spills into the other acts of obedience, such as for example, al-wudu was salah and all of that. If a person starts it and stops it halfway, he has the choice to. He can if he wants to.
حكم الصيام. The only istithna here is Hajj. Hajj, you don't have that choice because of the ayah clearly changed it. وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ. And when we say Hajj, Umrah is also in there. If you go into Umrah and Hajj, whether it's voluntary, whether you just, mashallah, it was just one of those days you wanted to go and do Umrah, or you thought, let me just do Hajj again, and you've already done it before, you're not allowed to leave. Even if it was voluntary in the first place, even if it was voluntary. Why? Because Allah said, وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ. Complete it. Finish it off. وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ. So those two, Hajj and Umrah, are an exception from here. This is the view also Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah pushed in agreement with the Hanabila and also the Shafi'iyya in this mas'ala. But the question is, do you get rewarded for the fasting that you did, the little part that you fasted, or is this act all connected, the little bit that you fasted? Let's say before Dhuhr you fasted, and then Dhuhr you saw a good, mashallah, feast on the table, and you said, you know, Allah, I can't miss this. I don't trust my brother Ahmed, he's going to finish it all, I have to. And you broke your fasting. In that situation, do you still get rewarded for the first part you fasted? No, there's reward, la shak. What about the niyyah? The niyyah is a reward. Not the amal, but the niyyah. He had intention all that time and he was sincere about it. Ibn Taymiyyah argues this issue in his Majmu' al-Fatawa that the person is rewarded. Hatta he is rewarded, Ibn Taymiyyah says, for the whole day that he wanted to finish off. He says that this guy intended the whole day. Not just the part that he did. No, he did. The Prophet ﷺ is the one who did this, who broke the fasting. Rahmatullahi wasi'. Rahmatullahi wasi'. Al-madhab al-thani, the second madhab is madhab Abi Hanifa wa Malik, which is what? They believe يلزم الصوم التطوع, the fasting which is تطوع يلزم بالشروع. If you enter it, you have to, once you start. And they use from evidence, وَلَا تُبْطِلُوا أَعْمَالَكُمْ, the وَأَوْفُوا بِالْعُقُودِ, you just made a promise to Allah. It was aqd. Aqd means that you made a condition and an intention in your heart. أَوْفُوا بِالْعُقُودِ, it's a command, they said. So they use that. And the hadith of Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, where she said, أصبحت أنا وحفصة صائمتين, me and Hafsa were both fasting, فعرض لنا طعام اشتهيناه, فعرض علينا, food was presented to us which we really wanted to eat. فأكلنا منه, we ate from it. And then ثم سألنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, we wanted to eat it. We asked the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, and he said to us, اقضيا, both of you guys pay back يوما آخر مكانه. You have to bring back this fasting. The two of you guys. This hadith, Abu Dawood and Tirmidhi and others narrated it. Oh, hadithun da'if. The hadith is not sahih. If it was sahih, then the issue would be clear in this issue. Sah. And from the scholars that weakened it, is one of them is Imam Tirmidhi, who narrated the hadith, and also Abu Dawood himself. He mentioned it, la yathbut. He said this hadith is not thabit. It's not sahih. And it goes against a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ mentioned, and hadith Abi Sa'id al-Khudri, أن أبا سعيد صنع طعاما فدعا النبي. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri made food and he called the Prophet ﷺ and his companions. فلما وضع قال رجل, when the food was placed on the table, a man said, أنا صائم, I'm fasting. فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Prophet then said, دعاك أخوك, your brother called you for food. Your brother invited you over for food. وتكلف لك, and he burdened himself for you. The Prophet said, أفطر, break your fast. وصم مكانه يوما إن شئت, and fast another day in its place if you want to. Which means that he doesn't have to bring it back. But he was told to break his fasting. صح? By who? So this ayah where it says they used وَلَا تُبْطِلُوا أَعْمَالَكُمْ, and those, inshallah ta'ala, these nusus show the fasting regarding that. The fourth mas'ala which we take from it is the person who was fasting and he made the decision of breaking his fast, but he didn't act upon it. What's the ruling regarding that? Someone made an intention to break his fast, and then he didn't break his fast. He didn't eat. What's the ruling on this? Jumhur Ahlul Ilm, the majority of the scholars are of the opinion, and this is the four A'immatul Arba'ah, that anybody who intends to break his fast by eating or drinking or anything other than that, and he makes an unwavering conviction that his fasting is broken,
That his fasting is what? Broken. This is what? The view of Al-A'immah Al-Arba'ah, the 4 Imams. Okay? Even if he doesn't act upon it. Just the fact that you said, I'm going to eat or I'm going to drink, according to the 4 A'immat Al-Arba'ah, the view is, if you intend it, you have broken your fast. And is it different if it's voluntary or obligatory? They said, no, there's no difference. Both of them are the same. Because you broke your intention, and the intention is the base in which the fasting is built on. So, الأصل اعتبار النية في جميع أجزاء العبادة, and it breaks your fasting. So they said, فصار كأنه لم يأتي بها أصلا. It's like he never came with this action at all, and his fasting is gone. صوم النافلة, the voluntary fasting لكن فيجوز على القول الراجح, according to the strongest view. Somebody who's fasting a voluntary fasting wanted to break his fast, and then he thought about it. He said, no, I'm not going to act upon it. If it's a voluntary fasting, inshallah ta'ala, that intention doesn't break if it's voluntary. If it's wajib lakin, نعم. يعني we separate the voluntary for the obligatory.
وعن سهل بن سعد رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لا يزال الناس بخير ما عجل الفطر، متفق عليه. وللترمذي من حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال الله عز وجل أحب عبادي إلي أعجلهم فطرا.
The hadith of Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi, Bukhari narrated it, and Muslim, and At-Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah and Ahmed, they narrated it, and Al-Bayhaqi, and they narrated it من طريق أبي حازم عن سهل بن سعد الساعدي رضي الله تعالى عنه مرفوعا. لكن حدث حديث سهل بن سعد الساعدي. حديث أبو هريرة لكن Tirmidhi narrated it, and Ibn Hibban as it's in Ibn Hibban al-Sahih, and Ibn Khuzaymah also narrated it, Abu Hurairah's one. But the narration comes through من طريق Al-Walid ibn Muslim, and Walid ibn Muslim here narrated it from Al-Awza'i, Al-Imam Al-Awza'i, Imam Ahl al-Sham. Al-Walid ibn Muslim, when he narrated it from Al-Awza'i, he narrated it with an Al-Walid ibn Muslim. So Al-Walid ibn Muslim, he says عن الأوزاعي حدثني قرة بن عبد الرحمن عن الزهري عن أبي سلمة عن أبي هريرة رضي الله تعالى به مرفوعا. Now there's two illa in this hadith. There's 2 defects in the hadith. The first one is Al-Walid ibn Muslim, if he narrates a hadith, he's a mudallis. Okay? And so he's a mudallis. And he narrated this hadith with what? An. So he said, An al-Awza'i. If he doesn't mention it clearly that he heard it from al-Awza'i, we won't take it from him, because he's a mudallis. He throws people out of their chain. That's one defect in the hadith. There's another defect in the hadith, which is Qurrat ibn Abdulrahman. Qurrat ibn Abdulrahman al-Ma'afiri, he's the Shaykh al-Awza'i, he's al-Awza'i's teacher. Al-Imam Ahmad said about him, Munkarul hadith jiddan. His hadiths are very bad. Ibn Ma'in also weakened him. Abu Zur'at al-Razi also weakened him. Abu Hatib al-Razi weakened him. Al-Imam al-Nasa'i weakened him. And Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi graded his hadiths to be Hasan. Okay, he did. Now, Qurrat ibn Abd al-Rahman is also one of the narrators who narrated the hadith من حسن الإسلام المرأة تركوا ما لا يعنيه. صح؟ الأربعون النووية. Abu Hurairah narrated it, right? In the chain is who? Qurrat ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Ma'afiri, Shaykh al-Awza'i. And I told you Ahmed said about him, Munkar al-Hadith, ضعفه ابن معين, Abu Hatim al-Razi, Abu Zur'at al-Razi, Al-Imam al-Nasa'i, all of them, they weakened him. So his hadiths, there is a question mark on it. But that's the chain of who? That's the sanad of who? يعني Abu Hurairah's hadith. But the hadith of Abu Hurairah has a shahid, as Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi mentioned in his Jamia. Where's the shahid for it? And that's why Hafid brought it, both of them together. He brought the hadith of Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi for the reason to back the hadith of Abu Hurairah, to support it. صح? يعني the hadith of Abu Hurairah cannot stand by itself. It's weak. Like the hadith of Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi is what? Shahidun lahu. It's a shahid for it. So inshallah ta'ala yataqawwa bidhalika. It can be strengthened with that, because the meaning is already in the hadith of Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi, and this hadith of Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi is a hadith which is fi as-Sahihayn. It's in Bukhari and Muslim. Sahl ibn Sa'ad ibn Malik
ibn Khalid al-Ansari al-Khazraji al-Sa'idi Abu al-Abbas. His name used to be called Huzn. فغيره النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. He's from the people that the Prophet changed his name. He called him Sahl. Opposite to what his name was. Sadness. And the Prophet called him ease. And the Prophet used to do that a lot, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Anyone who came to him and he had a bad name, he would change those names. So if you see someone who's got a name and that name either is shirk or the name has a meaning which is fasid, corrupt in it, then it's best to make that person change their name. If it's not, even if he's a non-Muslim, he can still keep his name. His name is Daniel, Michael, Steve. Those names don't have anything bad in it. So don't force the new revert to change his name. Let him keep his name. He doesn't have to change it. But if the name has something that goes against the concept of Islam, he should change it. Khalid. Is that a good name? Khalid means a person who lives forever. I like to ask these questions, so it's thought-provoking. There's a kitab written by Sheikh Bakr Abu Zayd rahimahullah ta'ala. It's called Al-Mu'jam Al-Manahi Al-Lafdiyya. I ansahukum. Read that book. It's called Al-Mu'jam Al-Manahi Al-Lafdiyya. Sheikh Bakr rahimahullah ta'ala talks about names that you shouldn't pick, names that you shouldn't take. And you know these names, Taqiyuddin, Nasiruddin, Shihabuddin, and Tajuddin, and he talks about these names that people pick a lot. And so it's called Mu'jam Al-Manahi Al-Lafdiyya. Terminologies that people should really look at when they say. So again, so Sahl, that's what his name is now, Sahl ibn Sa'ad radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. Anna Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So we have to say radiyallahu anhuma لأنه he's a companion. وَلِأَبِيهِ الصُّحْبَةِ. His father was also a companion. Sa'ad was also a companion. Radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. They say Sahl ibn Sa'ad al-Sa'idi آخر من مات بالمدينة. He was the last person to die in the city of Medina. No one died, he was the last. Rahimahullah, he died the year 808, not 800. Sorry, he couldn't have lived for that long. 88 Hijriya. 88 Hijriya. Yani he was the last companion to die in the city of Medina. There was no companion after him. And they say that he passed the age of 100. Yani, وجاوز المئة. His biography, mashallah, Hafidh ibn Hajar talks about it in his Kitab al-Isaba fi Tamyiz al-Sahaba. Ibn Abdul Barr in his Kitab al-Istiyab. And Ibn Athir in his Kitab Usudul Ghaba. Those three books I encourage you guys to buy when it comes to the companions. As-Sahaba to Rasulullah sallallahu their seerah. Hafidh ibn Hajar's one is the best, al-Isaba fi Tamyiz al-Sahaba. And al-Istiyab by Ibn Abdul Barr is good. And also the Kitab Usudul Ghaba by Ibn Athir. Also there's another kitab I have which I've been looking at. It's called Mu'jam al-Sahaba by Ibn Qani'. Mu'jam al-Sahaba by Ibn Qani'. Those books, when it comes to the biographies of the companions and looking at them, it's a must. And a student of knowledge should take time out reading the Siyar al-Salihina. Reading the what? The biography of the righteous people, like Siyar Alam al-Nubala and Tarikh al-Islam and all those books. It will benefit you. Also, even the books that are talking about Buldan, cities like Tarikh al-Dimashqi, Tarikh Madinat al-Salam. Tarikh Madinat al-Salam is Tarikh Baghdad by Ibn Khatib al-Baghdadi. It's called Tarikh Madinat al-Salam by Khatib al-Baghdadi rahimahullah. Read that book and you benefit a lot of benefits in there regarding the Sahabas and the Tabi'in and the Atba'u Tabi'ina. This hadith, it mentions لا يزال الناس بخير. Remember brothers, the word لا يزال, I mentioned this before. لا is a nephew. يزالون فيه معنى النفي. The لا is a nafiya. The لا here is what? Nafiya. That's. And يزال فيه معنى النفي. There's a meaning of negation in it. And the qaida is nafyu ithbat. When two negation come together, what is it? Affirmation. So whenever you see لا يزال, it means the opposite. It means لا يزال الناس بخير. It means the people are upon good. صح? It means the people are upon good. بخير. The people are upon خير. ما عجلوا الفطرة. As long as they hasten what? As long as they hasten the fitrah. And the Prophet ﷺ, he uses this word a lot. لا يزال الدين
ظاهرا, the religion will be apparent. ما عجل الناس الفطرة, another wording, that the religion will be apparent. ظاهر, inshallah, religion will be apparent as long as the people do what? They hasten their breaking of the fasting. لأن اليهود والنصارى يؤخرونه, because the Christians and the Jews, what do? They delay. They what? They delay. And this is the hikmah of this deed, is to go against the Christians and the Jews, is to go against them and not to follow them. And Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah has a risala on this issue called اقتضاء صراط المستقيم مخالفة أصحاب الجحيم. Yani in the name he's already telling you to be on the straight path. What does it entail? مخالفة أصحاب الجحيم, to go against the path of the أصحاب الجحيم. And who does he mean by that? The Christians and the? Because the ayah اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. المغضوب عليهم is the Yahud, and الضالين is the who? النصارى. فهمتم? So this book is good to read. And also Muhammad Abdul Wahhab's risala, which is مسائل الجاهلية, صح? التي خالف فيها أهل الجاهلية الإسلام. Muslim narrated and Tirmidhi أن أبا عطية مالك بن أبي عامر الهمداني قال, he said, دخلت أنا, أبا عطية is saying, I and Masruq ibn al-Ajdam, both of us, we entered onto Aisha, we entered onto her, our mother Aisha. فقلنا, we said to her, يا أم المؤمنين, the mother of the believers, رجلان من أصحاب محمد, two of the companions of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, أحدهما يعجل الفطرة ويعجل الصلاة, one of them hastens the prayer and he hastens the fasting, and he breaking of the fasting, he hastens the prayer quickly, okay, يعني يعجل الإفطار, when he comes to iftar he eats it quickly, ويعجل الصلاة, and he hastens the prayer. والآخر, and the other one, يؤخر الإفطار, he delays the fast, breaking of the fast, ويؤخر الصلاة, and he also delays the prayer. أيهما الذي يعجل, which of them is the one, she said. يعجل, that hastens the iftar, ويعجل الصلاة. She didn't ask about the one who's doing the mistake, our mother Aisha. Sahabatu Rasulullah did not want to think bad of another companion. She just said, which one of the two that you're talking about, whoever you're talking about, who is the one that hastens the prayer and the breaking of the fasting? So then they told her, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. He's the one. He hastens the breaking of the, yani as soon as Allahu Akbar, he eats. And he prays straight away. He doesn't delay. She then said, كَذَلِكَ كَانَ يَصْنَعُ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. What Abdullah ibn Mas'ud is doing is exactly what the Prophet used to do for her. We see him. This is his wife. So she used to see the Prophet breaking his fast, right? That's exactly what the Prophet used to do. He used to hasten it. Alayhi salatu wassalam. So some people, they say, no, I'm good. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to not eat quickly. But that goes against the what? Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Now let's go into some of the issues related to this hadith. The first one is, what is the ruling in hastening the iftar? What's the ruling? When we say ruling, we want to look at, is it wajib? Is it mustahab? Is it makruh? Is it haram? Is it mubah? Hukum, that's what it means. So what is the ruling in this issue? If we look at the two hadiths, we can sense from the two hadith that it's something that you should do, something you must do, or you should do, or something that is highly recommended for a person to do. That's what we can sense from the two hadiths. And this is something that the scholars unanimously agree upon. Al-Ifsah, Ibn Hubayra, he mentions, that book, by the way, is very important when it comes to ijma'at. And ijma' al-Kitab al-Ifsah, and I told you guys, al-Ifsah is a sharh of the what? As-Sahihayn by Al-Humaydi. Al-Humaydi has a kitab on what? Al-Jam'u Bayna As-Sahihayni. There are two scholars who have written a book on Al-Jam'u Bayna As-Sahihayni. Who are they? Abdul Haq al-Ishbili and Al-Humaydi. So Ibn Hubayra, he explains that kitab and he called it Al-Ifsah fi Ma'ani As-Sihah. Okay, he says وَأَجْمَعُوا عَلَى اسْتِحْبَابِ تَعْجِيلِ الْفِطْرِ وَتَأْخِيرِ السُّحُورِ. The scholars unanimously agree upon, no difference of opinion, that it's recommended. There's no one who said it's wajib. And when do you have to hasten it? إذا تحقق غروب الشمس. If you're sure that the sun set, either you saw it or somebody who reliable informed you, such as a mu'addin. Allah, we made the adhan. That person is reliable, inshallah. You break your fast straight away. Or high speculation that the sun set. High speculation. You're in a house or you're in prison and you're not able to see the window or anything like that, then it's also, you have high speculation that it couldn't be daytime right now. So you base it on that as well. The Prophet ﷺ, as Anas ibn Malik mentioned, كان رسول الله يفطر. The Prophet would break his fasting with what? على رطبات. He would break it with رطب. What's the best translation for the word رطب? رطب is different from tamar. Fresh dates, huh? There's no other word for it. Okay, fresh dates. He would break his fasting with what? Fresh dates. فَإِن لَمْ يَكُنْ. If he didn't have رطوبات, what did he do? فَعَلَى تَمَرَات. Then he would go for the normal dates. فَإِن لَمْ تَكُنْ. What about if he didn't have it? حَسَى حَسَوَاتٍ مِن مَاءٍ. Then he would sip a few water. So try to do it like that. Have رطوبات for, if you don't, then tamar. And then if you don't have tamar, to go for what? Water. Okay? What's the illa, brothers? What's the hikmah in this? The first one is we want to revive the sunnah. The hikmah of why we want to break our fast with rutubat and tamr and even water in that order is we want to revive the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? That's the first thing. The second hikmah is what? Or hastening the iftar. Is to go against the Christians and the Jews, which is another hikmah. And the third one the scholars mention is because والحكمة في ذلك ألا يزال في النهار من الليل ولأنه أرفق بالصائم وأقوى له على العبادة. The hikmah is to not make it hard for you to add the night to the day. You've been fasting all day. Hasten quickly, get rid of the pain of hunger and all of that you had. The Sharia wants to lift this up from you straight away now. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He loves to see the slave do what He told him to do, and He loves it to see you stay away from what He told you to stay away from. The Sharia loves it. Allah loves that subhanahu wa ta'ala. The next mas'ala I want to talk about is, which one is better? To break your fast quickly, or is it better to do continual fasting? Okay? Yani continual fasting. Why is that discussion coming up? The reason it's coming up is because the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he used to do continual fasting. And the scholars, they said, Nabiullah Muhammad would do what is best, right? Sah? He's going to do what's best. So he used to do continual fasting, where he would just connect his fasting. Sah? And the reason why he didn't sanction it for us is because, this is what I said, is because we're not like him and we're not of his level. Sah? We're not at his level, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi. And that he's a high level, so he's doing the best. And we're not allowed to do continual fasting. That's what they said. So it's the best. And the other group of scholars, they said, la, the best is this one. And the Prophet ﷺ mentioned it in these ahadith. That's where this dispute is coming from. ظاهر hadith Abi Hurairah. What does it show? That hastening, the hadith that we took right now, Abu Hurairah and Sahl ibn Sa'd and all that, what does it show? From the zahir, from the apparent, that breaking your fast quickly is better, sah? And it's better than the continual fasting. Sah? Because the Prophet ﷺ, he permitted, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi, the continual fasting, he only permitted it ila sahar, until the night time. And then the person has to break it. Where he said, لا تواصلوا. لا تواصلوا. Don't do continual fasting. فَأَيُّكُمْ أَرَادَ أَن يُوَاصِلْ. And anyone who wants to do it, and really wants to do it now, فَلْيُوَاصِلْ حَتَّى السَّحَرِ. Then do it until the night, midnight, or the last part of the night. Don't do it until Fajr. Don't do that. Bukhari narrated this in his Sahih.
The strongest opinion is that the wisal, which is to continual fast, is the best for the Prophet ﷺ. And for the ummah, which one is the best? To break the fast quickly. That's what's the best. And inshallah ta'ala, this mas'ala in details, is it even allowed? Is it agreed upon? That we're going to talk about that later, inshallah ta'ala. Another benefit that we take from this hadith is ahabbu ibadi ilayya. That's what the wording of the hadith mentioned, right? The most beloved slaves to me are who? A'jaluhum fitran. This shows a sifatul mahabbah, that Allah loves subhanahu wa ta'ala. Is the characteristics of loving subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that Allah's love is what? Is a sifatun. It's a characteristics which is what? Haqiqah. And it is like in a way that befits His Majesty subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it is not لَيْسَتْ كَمَحَبَّةِ الْمَخْلُوقِينَ. It's not like the love of the creation. Because of the ayah لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ. Nothing is like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the verse of Allah, قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهَ فَاتَّبِعُونِي يُحْبِبُكُمُ اللَّهُ وَيَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ ذُنُوبَكُمْ وَاللَّهُ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. So Allah loves subhanahu wa ta'ala. يا أيها الذين آمنوا من يرتد منكم عن دينه فسوف يأتي الله بقوم يحبهم ويحبونه. The fourth mas'ala that we were going to talk about regarding this hadith is, what is the ruling of the fasting of a person who wanted to follow the sunnah? He hastened to break his iftar, but then realized after that the sun hasn't set. Or they hastened for the suhoor, or they delayed the suhoor. So they hastened for the iftar, they delayed the suhoor, and they realized later that they had drunk or eaten after Fajr. What did that person do? They were following the sunnah, they were trying to revive the sunnah, but they ended up eating or drinking in the wrong time. Is that clear? What's the ruling regarding that issue? That is also a mas'ala that comes up in this hadith. The four madhahibs, Al-Imam Abu Hanifa, wa Malik, wa Shafi'i, wa Ahmed, all four of them, they consider that the fasting is not sahih. That fasting is incorrect. And that the person has to withhold from that fasting, okay, and also bring it back later. When he realizes what he did wrong, he also has to withhold, but also bring it back later. Because he didn't finish his fasting. Because he ate and he drank before the sunset. So he has to withhold until the sun sets. Or that he ate and drank after the sunset. He also has to what? Withhold, but bring back that fasting. This is the qawl of the Jumhur Ahlul Ilm. And it's the madhab of the A'immatul Arba'a, the Hanafiya, the Shafi'iyya, the Hanafiya, the Malikiyya, the Shafi'iyya, and the Hanabila all agree with each other on this one. Okay? Some of the scholars even transmitted an ijma'. Because of the four A'immah, what they said, they transmitted a consensus in this issue. Remember, brothers, before we spoke about that the person has to base, this is something we need to understand, that the issue of the sun setting or the sun rising cannot be based on shak, doubt. It has to either be based on ar-ru'ya, you have to have seen the sunset or the sunrise, or akhbaraka bihi thiqqa, someone who's reliable informed you, and the mu'adhin inshallah ta'ala, that's what he falls under. Or the third, which we said, it has to be based on ghalabatul dhann, high speculation. High speculation, not just mere speculation, but high speculation. That you believe highly, dhannul ghalib, that ghurub al-shams ama tulu' al-shams. Does that make sense? So the qawlul jumhur is this, brothers, okay? Qawlul jumhur is this view. There's a second madhab, which is madhabu Ishaq ibn Rahuya. And Dawood al-Zahiri and others believe this. And Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm in his Kitab al-Muhalla, of course, he argues strongly for this issue, which is a riwayah of also al-Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala. It is also the view that is taken by Ata ibn Abi Rabah, also Urwa ibn Zubayr, Al-Hasan al-Basri, Mujahid ibn Jabr. Also is the ikhtiyar of Ibn Khuzaymah, Imam al-A'imma,
and he's one of the fuqaha al-Shafi'iyah, Ibn Khuzaymah, also Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah. They take this opinion. And also his student Ibn al-Qayyim, rahimahullah ta'ala, and also the view of, from the late scholars, Shaykh Muhammad ibn Salih al-Uthaymeen. They hold the opinion, which is the second qawl, that the fasting is correct. And that person doesn't have to bring back that fasting. Because that person, when he drank or when he ate, he did it by mistake. He didn't deliberately do it. كان مخطئا. صح? He was a what? A mistaken person. And they said that the mistake and the forgetfulness both take the same ruling. صح? Because if you look at the nusus, they don't separate between the two. Because the Prophet ﷺ, what did he say? مَنْ نَسِيَ وَهُوَ صَائِمٌ فَأَكَلَ أَوْ شَرِبَ. The one who forgets and eats. So it referred to the person's mistake as forgetfulness. They said it's the same thing then. Because this person who, في نهار رمضان, who just went and opened the fridge and he didn't know he was fasting and opened the fridge and got water out or food out and he ate. Yeah? This person is forgotten that he was fasting. But the forgetfulness here is a mistake. So they said it's synonymous to each other. Does that make sense? مَنْ نَسِيَ, anyone who forgets, فَأَكَلَ أَوْ شَرِبَ, and he drinks or he eats, فَلْيُتِمَّ بَقِيَّةَ صَوْمِهِ, finish off the remaining of your fasting. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ هُوَ الَّذِي أَطْعَمَهُ وَسَقَاهُ. أو كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. Allah is the one who fed you, صح? So they said there's no qada upon that person. It's a mistake, you're mukhti. And we know that the Sharia, it doesn't distinguish between the mukhti and the mukhti and the nasi. It doesn't separate it. The one who forgot and the one who does something by mistake. There's no distinguishing thing between it. رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا, if we forget. أَوْ أَخْطَأْنَا. Both of them are the same. And if you go to Sahih Muslim, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, after the believers made this dua, in the ayah, رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا أَوْ أَخْطَأْنَا, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, قَدْ فَعَلْتُ, I have done that. Done what? What have I done? I have forgiven you. I'm not going to hold you account to I'm not going to hold you account to whatever you do out of forgetfulness or mistake. Also the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ فِيمَا أَخْطَأْتُمْ بِهِ, لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ فِيمَا أَخْطَأْتُمْ بِهِ وَلَكِنْ مَا تَعَمَّدَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ. So if you look at this ayah, it's clear that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not holding us account for anything that we do by mistake. Because of the ayah, وَلَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ, there is no harm upon you, فِيمَا أَخْطَأْتُمْ بِهِ, any mistake that you do. Any mistake that you do. به. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ. ما معنى جُناح؟ أي ذنب أو إثم. There's no sin or harm upon you. فِيمَا أَخْطَأْتُمْ بِهِ, any mistake that you do. So they took those nusus, those ulama, and they said, if the person drinks or eats by mistake, thinking that the sun set or the sun rise, no problem. So those were umumat. The adillah here, that was am. Now they started using adillah which is khasa, specifically in this issue, which is قوله تعالى, Surah Al-Baqarah, وَكُلُوا وَشَرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ ثُمَّ أَتِمُّوا الصِّيَامَ إِلَى اللَّيْلِ. This ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah, what does it command us? It commands us to eat and drink as long as it doesn't become clear to us طلوع الفجر, صح? So they said, anyone who eats mu'taqidan, believing that some of the night remains, and then it becomes clear to him daytime, that person has eaten in what? في وقت, a time, قد أذن له, which he was permitted for. Does that make sense? And then they say the qa'idah, which is ما ترتب على المأذون غير مضمون. Anything that occurs because of you following a command, you're not guaranteed, the Sharia is not going to make you pay back. ما ترتب, anything that comes from على المأذون, something you've been given permission for, you are غير مضمون. So if I give you my car keys and say, Akhi, I'm in a dars right now, can you take my car and park it for me? And then you take the car and you try to park and somebody hits you. Do you have to pay me money for the car? No. You were given permission to do it. As long as you're not reckless and you didn't drive on the other side of the road, and then that's it. But if you drove normally, whatever comes from this, you were given a permission to drive. And that's exactly what you did. Whatever occurs from it, you're not going to be told to pay it back. The Sharia told you to hasten the suhoor. To hasten the iftar. And to delay the suhoor. And that's what you were trying to do. Whatever comes from that, the mistake, the shortcoming that comes from it. غَيْرُ مَضْمُونٍ. They said that. This qa'idah also applies here. Also the hadith of Hisham ibn Urwa عن زوجته فاطمة بنت المنذر عن أسماء بنت أبي بكر قالت, she said, أفطرنا على عهد النبي. At the time of the messenger we broke our fast. And it was a يوم غيم. It was a day when it was cloudy. We broke our fast. صح? ثم طلعت الشمس, and then the sun. We broke our fast and then the sun rose. We realized, it was not Maghrib yet. Look what the narration then said. قيل لهشام. It was said to Hisham, فأمروا بالقضاء. Were they commanded to bring it back? He said, بد من قضاء. Qada has to be done. They have to bring it back. That's what Hisham said. وقال معمر بن راشد. He said, سمعت هشام يقول. I heard Hisham saying, which is another wording, لا أدري أقضوا أم لا. I don't know if they paid back or not. The hadith Imam al-Bukhari narrated in his Sahih. Let's go through this hadith a little bit now, because this hadith causes a little confusion here. The narration here is mentioning that Asma bint Abi Bakr is mentioning that they because of the cloud, they thought it was night. They thought it was after the sun had already set, so they ate. They realized when the cloud moved, it was daytime. It was a dusty day and everything, and they thought it was nighttime now. They realized it was day, the sun was out. So then they've done a mistake, right? Clear mistake. So Hisham was asked, were they told to bring back that day? Were they told to bring back that day? He then said from himself, buddum min al-qada, to bring back his must. Lakin Ma'mar narrated, what did he narrate? Ma'mar narrated that Hisham himself said, I don't know if they paid it back, whether they brought it back or not. Ibn Khuzaymah rahimahullah, Imam al-A'imma, he said, لَيْسَ فِي هَذَا الْخَبَرِ. There's no evidence in this statement, أَنَّهُمْ أُمِرُوا بِالْقَضَاءِ. There's no evidence that they were commanded to bring back the fasting. Asma bint Abi Bakr. The Prophet didn't tell her to bring back the fasting. وهذا من قول هشام. This statement, بُدٌّ من ذلك أما بُدٌّ من قضاء. This is the statement of Hisham ibn Urwa. لا في الخبر. Abu Bakr ibn Khuzaymah says this is not in the narration. ولم يبين عندي أن عليهم القضاء. And this issue, he believes, it has not become clear to me that there is upon them to bring it back. Hafidh ibn Hajar also said, حديث أسماء لا يحفظ فيه إثبات القضاء ولا نفيه. The hadith of Asma bint Abi Bakr, there is no mention that they were told to bring it back or they weren't told to bring it back. Affirmation and negation, both of them is not in there. Ibn Taymiyyah, he said, هذا الحديث يدل. This hadith shows على شيئين, two things. Number one, أنه لا يستحب مع الغيم التأخير إلى أن يتيقن الغروب. That's one. What we learn from this is, the first thing is, if it's a bit cloudy and everything, you're not allowed to just hasten, verify. Make sure that the sun has set. You don't just get fooled by the darkness of the clouds and the dusty sky and everything. Okay? The second thing is, Ibn Taymiyyah said, which is Mahallu Shahid, he said, لا يجب القضاء. Qada is not wajib. فإن النبي لو أمرهم بالقضاء. Ibn Taymiyyah, look at the leftah, what he's looking at. He's saying, if the Prophet was to command them to bring back that fasting, he said, لَشَاعَ ذَلِكَ. That would have been well spread in the city of Medina. Not one narration would come. Many narrations would come that the Prophet commanded them to bring it back. صح? فإن قيل, what about if it said, فإن قيل فقد قيل لهشام أمروا بالقضاء, and then Hisham said, oh, بُدُّ من قضاء. What about if somebody says to us, but Hisham said that you have to bring back the fasting? قيل, it will be said, هشام قال ذلك برأيه. Hisham is speaking about his own personal opinion. لم يروي ذلك في الحديث. أما لم يروى ذلك في الحديث. This has not been narrated in the hadith. ويدل على ذلك أنه لم يكن عنده بذلك علم. And the evidence to show you that Hisham didn't know whether they brought that fasting or not is the narration of Ma'mar ibn Rashid. He said, that's what he said. أن معمر روى عنه أنه قال سمعت هشام قال لا أدري أقضوا أم لا. ذكر هذا وهذا عند البخاري وقد نقل هشام عن أبيه عروة. Another مسألة now. Ibn Taymiyyah saying, Hisham, he spoke from his own opinion. Okay, this is not part of the narration. But Hisham narrated from his own father, Urwa ibn Zubayr, that he said what? أنهم لم يؤمروا بالقضاء. Urwa ibn Zubayr said, the father of Hisham, said that they were not commanded to bring back the fasting. So Hisham said, I don't know. The father is saying, I know they were told not to bring back the fasting. Does that make sense? Now, who is more knowledgeable, Hisham or Urwa? The father is more knowledgeable. Look what he then says, وَعُرْوَةُ أَعْلَمُ مِنْ ابْنِهِ. And Urwa is more knowledgeable than him, لأن Urwa is what? إذا قيل من في العلم سبعة أبحر روايتهم ليست عن العلم خارجة فقلهم عبيد الله عروة قاسم سعيد أبي بكر سليمان خارجة. One of the fuqaha sab'a is who? Urwa ibn Zubayr. Urwa was one of the 7 jurists of the city of Medina. صح? Urwa ibn Zubayr. Urwa is a tabi'i, not a? Urwa is a what? He's a tabi'iyun. That's why Muhammad ibn Hishab az-Zuhri said about him, he said, Bahrun, he said he was an ocean, لا تكدره الدلاء. He was an ocean that didn't have a shore in knowledge. مُلِئَ عِلْمًا. Hisham, Urwa ibn Zubayr was what? مُلِئَ عِلْمًا. Some of the narrations mention, مُلِئَ عِلْمًا. He was filled with knowledge, كَقُبَّةِ الصَّخْرَةِ. Like the green dome, right? Like full of knowledge, Urwa ibn Zubayr. Faqih, muhaddith. And he used to open the curtain and just walk into his auntie, Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha. She didn't have to veil from him, صح? لأن he's the son of who? Asma bint Abi Bakr, صح? His mom is Asma bint Abi Bakr, huh? So that's his auntie, his maternal auntie, Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha. And then the strongest opinion, wallahu a'la wa a'lam, is not the qawl of the a'immatul arba'a, and it's the qawl of the what? The qawl of Ishaq ibn Rahuya, and Abu Dawud al-Zahiri, and the riwayah of Imam Muhammad, and Ata, and also Mujahid, and Urwa ibn Zubayr, and Hassan al-Basri, all of them, they had it. And also the ikhtiyar of Ibn Khuzaymah and Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. Yeah, so this hadith was the back and forth. They used it, yeah, there was Hisham ibn Urwa is what they used. He's the Rawi al-Hadith, and he said this, and so if you want to look more into this issue, get the Kitab Tahdhib al-Sunan by Ibn al-Qayyim. I got all of that from the Tahdhib al-Sunan of Ibn al-Qayyim. He mentions it there, rahimahullah ta'ala. The 3rd volume, page 233, inshallah. 232. 232, inshallah.
وعن أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم تسحروا فإن في السحور بركة. متفق عليه.
This hadith, as you can see, اتفق الشيخان, Bukhari and Muslim both agreed on this. As the Shaykh rahimahullah mentioned it, Bukhari only narrated it once. Bukhari only narrated it what? He only narrated it once. And Muslim rahimahullah ta'ala, he narrated it in his Sahih also once. And both of them narrated it min hadith Anas ibn Malik radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, from the hadith of Anas ibn Malik. If we look at the hadith, it says tasahharu. Do suhoor. Tasahharu is a fi'l amr. It's a command. Not a fi'l, but a command. تسحروا. Do suhoor. فإن في السحور. Should we say sahur or suhoor? Sa or su? So then we have to understand what is it. The word as-sahur is mushtaqum min as-sahar. It's taken from the word as-sahar. Sahar. And the word as-sahar, by placing a fatha on the ha and the sin, it's first of all, it occurs قبيل الفجر. It's before the fajr, before as-subh. It has to be before subh, fajr, according to the Arabs. But the difference between as-sahur and as-suhur is that if you place a fatha on it, it's ismun lima yutasahharu bihi. It is a ismun lima yutasahharu bihi min al-ta'ami wa sharab. It's the food and what you're drinking and what you're eating. That's called as-sahur if you place a fatha on it. Are we all together? It's the food, the cups, the pots, that you eat, you put it in. The sahur is the food and the water and the things that you're drinking. But if you place a dhamma on it when you say suhur, then it becomes the fi'l and the masdar. It's what? The masdar wal fi'lu nafsuhu, and the action itself. the action of eating. It's called suhoor, if you place a dhamma on it. Okay? And Ibn Athir, rahimahullah ta'ala, looked at his Kitab al-Nihaya fi Gharib al-Hadith. He strengthens the view of saying su bil-dhamm, by placing a dhamma on it. And saying, تَسَحَّرُوا فَإِنَّ فِي السُّحُورِ بَرَكَةً. Ibn Athir, Sahib al-Kitab al-Nihaya fi Gharib al-Hadith. By the way, how many Ibn Athirs are there? 3. There are 3 Ibn Athirs. People tend to confuse them. There are a lot of scholars that people tend to confuse one another with, and that is like, for example, Shatibi, for example. People think Shatibi is only one Shatibi, sah? Yeah? So there's Abu Qasim al-Shatibi and there's Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi, sah? And there's 100 years between the two of them. So if you do a mistake, that's like, whoa. That's like 100-year gap mistake that you're doing, right? So when you hear, so it depends on what science you're reading. If you're reading a science of usul al-fiqh and things like that, then who are they referring to? Or maqasid al-sharia, or even maybe nahu as well. Because he has a kitab called Al-Maqasid al-Shafiyah fi Sharh al-Khulasa, the 10-volume book on the explanation of Alfiyat ibn Malik. It's the biggest sharh. Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi, sah? But when they're talking about qira'at and things like that, which one do they mean? Abu al-Qasim al-Shatibi ibn Firruh al-Ru'ayni al-Andalusi rahimahullah ta'ala, sah? So a lot of people confuse them. So then your homework is to find the difference between all the 3 different Ibn Athirs. Are they all the same? Jami' al-Usul, the one who wrote it, is it the same as the one that authored the Tarikh and the one who authored the Nihaya fi Gharib al-Hadith? Are they all the same, or are they 3 different Ibn Athirs? Inshallah ta'ala, look at that, it's a benefit, inshallah ta'ala. Anyways, as-sahur, we spoke about what it means. As-sahur bil-fath, what does it mean? If you say sahur, what does that mean? It's the food. By the way, you might think, why am I mentioning this? Is it very important? It brings us to Aqidah issue, which is there barakah in touching someone? Huh? You meet a brother and say, Wallahi akhi, you have barakah in you. That's the issue I want to go to. You understand? And the issue of a tabarruk. Each thing is connected to something else. Every mas'ala is connected to another mas'ala. Sah? Somebody might come to the Mawlana and the Shaykh and he said, Shaykh, I'll touch you, mashallah, barakah. Or you came from Umrah and Hajj, Allah, let me touch you. Some people go to the Kaaba and they touch every part of the Kaaba, even the door of the Kaaba. Some of them, even the floor when it rains outside. Anyway, it rains in Mecca, he's putting it on the marble outside. And if you ask him, why are you doing this? He'll say to you, this barakah, sah? So all of this we need to understand. Is it right? Is it wrong? Why is it right? Why is it wrong, sah? So first we have to agree, is it sahur or is it suhoor? Ibn Athir says it's suhoor. He says it's bil-dhamm. So based on him, he believes that it's what? The action of the person. That's what he believes. And the fatha is going to be the food, sah? And he's saying that the barakah and the ajr and the thawab is in the action, it's not in the food. He believes that the barakah here means al-thawab. If Allah rewards you, that's barakah. Sah? Yani you sitting there and eating, that's what the barakah is in, because you're doing an action Allah loves and it pleases to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sah? Lakin Hafidh ibn Hajar mala ila jawazi al-wajhayni. Hafidh ibn Hajar, what did he say? Both are right, no problem. He said both is right. بفتح السين وضمها. You can place a fatha on it or you can place a dhamm on it, no problem, he said. The reason he said Ibn Athir is right, he said, in the sense where Ibn Athir's qawl, yani the concept of what Ibn Athir said is right, that it is a barakah in the ajr and the thawab of what the person is doing, but also a barakah in the what? The food. That this food is not going to be like any other random food that you've eaten. It's going to be food that when you eat, inshallah, Allah is going to give you quwwah, strength. You're going to feel it throughout the day that you don't want to eat. Allah is going to give you enthusiasm, that food that you have. Allah also, with that food, Allah yukhaffifu al-mashaqqah, the hardship is going to be lifted from you. So then he said, the fatha is right. There's nothing wrong with that as well. And I believe both of them are right. يعني قول ابن حجر is قوي, that it refers to both. But one thing we need to understand, the thing that has barakah is what Allah has given barakah to it. Are we all together? We know that the Prophet ﷺ, his saliva, his hair, his body, barakah. No dispute about that. صح. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, his hair, his body, if we saw him today, we touch him, barakah, alayhi salatu wasallam. There's no dispute about that. No one should question that. But is the same for Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman and Ali? No. Anyone who says it is, they need to bring proof. They cannot use the Prophet as an evidence. Because everything that there's barakah in it, by touching it, is what the Sharia mentions. It's tawqifi. You can't just mention whatever you want barakah for. Does that make sense? And then you can't bring a shaykh's kalam to say, he said that this is barakah in it. We'll say that the scholar, kalam al-ulama yuhtajju laha wa la yuhtajju biha. The statement of a scholar is not a proof in and within itself. It requires evidence. حتى ولو قال أحمد رحمه الله ولو قال به الشافعي, even if Shafi'i says, صح? Even if Abu Hanifa says it, rahimahumullah, may Allah be pleased with each and every one. Malik if he says it. ولذلك, that's why you never find none of the companions saying to each other, I'm going to touch you to look for barakah in you. Are we all together? You will never find that. You will never find the tabi'een doing that, touching the sahabas and saying, you met the Prophet, let me touch you. But we do find them, the hair of the Prophet, when they had it, they looked for barakah in it. The clothing of the Prophet ﷺ, they looked for barakah in it. They even fought one another over the Prophet ﷺ's what? Wudu. Alayhi salatu wasalam. This is clear, there are evidences for it. There's no dispute about that. Does that make sense, brothers? So this is something also we need to, and I'm going to speak about that, that some of the creation of Allah, there are barakah in it, other than the Prophet ﷺ. And from the things is suhoor. There's barakah in it. Nobody's going to dispute. And if you can bring evidence for, we'll say, Jazakallah khairan, there's barakah in this one. So the food that you're eating at the time of suhoor is from the makhluqat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that has what? Barakah. You can look for barakah in it. That's no doubt. Let's move on to another mas'ala, which is, what's the ruling of suhoor? What is the hukmu fi hukm as-suhoor? What's the ruling of as-suhoor? From the zahir of the hadith, it shows that it's wajib. From the zahir, if we look at the hadith from the apparent, because it's a command. Tasahharu. Sah? If you look at it from the zahir, it's a command. If the Prophet commands you something, it becomes what? Obligatory. That's the zahir, if we look at it from the apparent. يقتضي الوجوب. But there has come qara'in, not qarina, qara'in. External evidences that removed it from the obligation. It's no longer obligatory. Because the qa'idah is what? الأمر يقتضي الوجوب ما لم يأتي قرينة تصرف عن الوجوب إلى الندب. That the command shows obligation as long as there doesn't come another evidence that removes it from the obligation. So do we have a qarina that diverted it from the obligation? The qarina here is what's going to come to us later, and Imam al-Bukhari chaptered a bab for it. Babu barakat as-suhuri min ghayri ijab. Bukhari chaptered that. That the suhoor has barakah min ghayri ijab, and it's not obligatory. Why? Where's the evidence for that? The concept of the wisal, continual fasting. The fact that the Prophet permitted the continual fasting, and we mentioned that he permitted it up to the sahar. That means that they're not going to have suhoor, right? If they do it, that's what some of the scholars. Are we all together? And Bukhari's understanding is that لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وأصحابه واصلوا ولم يذكر السحور, he says. Are we all together? Also the ijma'. The ijma' is that the suhoor is not wajib. And the scholars that transmitted ijma' from them is Ibn al-Mundhir. He transmitted the ijma' that the suhoor is ala istihbab, that it's recommended and that it's not wajib. If my memory serves me right, and don't quote me on this, but if my memory serves me right, Al-Imam Muwafaquddin ibn Qudama rahimahullah ta'ala in his Kitab Al-Mughni, which is the Sharh of Mukhtasar al-Khiraqi, he mentions it as well, that it is what? Bil ijma', by consensus, that it's highly recommended. Okay? Look at it there. If you've got the Mughni at home, then it's in the 4th volume. The chapter of fasting is in the 4th volume. That's where Ibn Qudama rahimahullah mentions it. The second mas'ala that we want to look at in this is that the Prophet said, Fis suhuri barakah. Fis sahuri barakah. Okay? There is in the suhoor barakah. So some of the scholars, they try to understand what is the barakah that's in the suhoor, whether it be the action or whether it be the food itself. Where is it coming from? The first angle in which it is that the suhoor is reviving the sunnah of our Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You're following the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's command. Then they said this, of course, connected with it is what? Reward. If you follow the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's command, you get rewarded. Anyone who intends the reward. And of course, this is a barakah. That is a what? Barakah. Another barakah that they mentioned that it has as well is that by doing the suhoor, you're opposing the Christians and the Jews. And that's what the suhoor was for. Because the Prophet, he said, فَصْلُ مَا بَيْنَ صِيَامِنَا وَصِيَامِ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ الْأَكْلَةُ السَّحَرِ. The Prophet, he said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the difference between the suhoor or the fasting of us and the people of the scripture, okay, is what? Aklatu sahar. It's the eating of the suhoor. So this is a form of barakah in it as well. And also the third one they said is that the barakah of what? Because the word barakah means what? Az-ziyadat wa nama. It means that growth and something going up and more, right? So the person who's doing all of these things, their deeds, their actions, their righteousness, their piety is going up. The third one, inshallah ta'ala, is the barakah is that you get strength, which we already mentioned, enthusiasm that you get from it, and it helps towards your fasting. And that's what the Prophet ﷺ mentioned in the Hadith, Ista'inu bi ta'am as-suhuri. Seek help by what? By eating the suhoor. Yani seek from the suhoor some help for your fasting. The Prophet said, ala siyam al-nahari wal qaylulati ala qiyam al-layli. And also qaylula, between dhuhr and asr. Anyone who doesn't sleep between dhuhr and asr, or even before dhuhr, different opinions, just before dhuhr, an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours before it, is a qaylula. The person who sleeps that time is a person who can later wake up for qiyamul layl. Naam. Qaylula is meant for the person who wants to pray qiyamul layl and wants to wake up and do something productive at night. And the suhoor is made for the person who wants to fast the daytime, to use it for what? To use it for their food. For their fasting. The fourth barakah in the suhoor is what? It's a means for you to be awake at a time when you can beg Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you wake up for suhoor, you're going to be at the time of waqtul ijabah, the time that the dua is accepted. Anyone who wakes up for suhoor, they'll catch the waqtul ijabah if he eats at that time. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told us in the hadith, ينزل الله تبارك وتعالى كل ليلة إلى السماء الدنيا. Allah descends every third of the night. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he descends حين يبقى ثلث الليل الأخير فيقول من يدعوني فأستجيب له. Who is going to ask me, I can accept from them their supplication. من يسألني, who's going to ask me, فأعطيه, I give him what he asked for. من يستغفرني, anyone who's going to ask forgiveness for me, فأغفر له, I forgive him. So that barakah. And also the fifth barakah that you get from the suhoor is you will most likely pray Salatul Fajr in Jama'ah. صح? Someone who's awake for suhoor will stay up for Fajr and pray Jama'ah, which is another barakah. صح? And not only will he get the Jama'ah, but he will also be saying whatever the mu'adhin says. إذا سمعتم النداء فقولوا مثل ما يقول المؤذن. If you hear the mu'adhin doing the adhan, then say exactly what the mu'adhin is doing. So these are the barakah in suhoor that it brings for you. Also, another benefit that we take from this hadith is what are the things that we need to do our suhoor with. The Prophet ﷺ, he used to water, ala al-aqal, the bare minimum. The narration mentions that the Prophet ﷺ, وَلَوْ أَنْ يَجْرَعَ, he says, even if the person drinks أَحَدُكُمْ جُرْعًا مِنْ مَاءٍ, even if you drink جُرْعَةً مِنْ مَاءٍ, even if you just gulp 1 cup of water. that's fine. And also tamar as well. Based on the hadith of Abu Huraira, Na'am, the Prophet, he said, As-sahur al-mu'min al-tamr, the Prophet, he said, that the suhoor of the believer is what? It's tamr. Shaykh Muhammad Nasiruddin al-Albani, rahimahullah, in his Kitab Silsila Hadith al-Sahih, authenticated this. Where the Prophet, he said, Na'am, sahur al-mu'min, that the suhoor of the believer is what? At-tamr. Actually, brothers, if you live in a house where there's no date, the Prophet said about that, بيت لا تمر فيه جياع أهله بيت لا تمر فيه جياع أهله the بيت لا تمر فيه جياع أهله, a house where there's no date in that house, then those people are hungry. What do you really have in your house if you have no dates? Does that make sense, brothers? So it doesn't matter, throughout the year have dates in your house. And wallahi, brothers, I've seen it, that if you have dates in your house, sometimes it suffices you from wasting time to order food and eat and this and that. You just get dates, and you could make so much with dates. So much you can do with what? You could do with dates. Method, you can have nice cup of milk and date. Very nice. Wallah, Allahumma barik. You can get that. If you got peanuts, what's it called? Peanut butter. Yeah, and you put it somewhere, and you put olive oil in there as well, and then dates, Allah. If you have tahina, Allahu Akbar with dates. Huh? If you can get coffee with it and you want to study, then that can also suffice. Dates, so much things it can do for you. Huh? Are we all together, brothers? Even what you can do with it is, you can get you can open a bread and put dates inside it, and a cup of water. Akhi, wallahi, it will suffice you for breakfast. Yani tamar, my brothers and sisters, is what? If you don't have it in your house, then you are really what? Hungry. And there are a lot of fawaid that are mentioned about tamar. ولذلك ابن القيم رحمه الله, in his Kitab طب النبوي, which is originally part of the Zad of Ibn al-Qayyim. Ibn al-Qayyim has a book called Zad al-Ma'ad fi Hadi Khayr al-Ibad. In there he talks about the Prophet ﷺ and the medicine, or the medications that he used to take. And he has a whole chapter where he talks about the benefits of dates and all the narrations related to it. And I actually had a lecture that I did on it from that book. What time is the suhoor? Which is the last point, inshallah ta'ala. The word suhoor, it gives us the understanding of what time it's going to be. Suhoor is mushtaqun min waqti sahar. The word suhoor originally comes from the time sahar. Okay? And the word sahar is what? قبيل الفجر. It's just before the subh, or just before the fajr. That's what it is. So the scholars, so we know it's before subh, but what time does it start is where the khilaf occurs. We know it's before subh, before the morning, but what time does the suhoor start is where the dispute lies. According to the Hanafiya, and it's the zahir of the kalam of Ahmed, rahimahullah ta'ala, Imam Ahmed, is zahir from his statement, is that it occurs as-sudus al-akhir min al-layl, the last sixth of the night. If you break the night into six, it's the last of it. As-sudus al-akhir of the night. According to the Malikiyya and some of the Shafi'iyya, some scholars, they do a mistake by saying وقول الشافعية, لا لا, بعض الشافعية. Some of the Shafi'iyya is that it is نصف الليل, the last half of the night. Okay? يعني نصف الليل, the middle of the night. Because they believe that the وقت الأذان الأول للفجر, it starts when? In نصف الليل. That's what they believe. And which view is the strongest? It seems that the Hanafiya and the Kalam of Ahmed seem to be stronger, because of it occurs because of what the word came from. Suhoor just came from just before Fajr. It didn't come from middle of the night. Suhoor, it comes from the word al-ashar. وَبِالْأَسْحَارِ هُمْ يَسْتَغْفِرُونَ. It doesn't mean half of the night. Half of the night, some people don't even sleep yet. وَبِالْأَسْحَارِ هُمْ يَسْتَغْفِرُونَ. This, the virtue of these people is just before Fajr, where everybody is generally sleeping. These people woke up and they're remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then it just means that 45 minutes, 1 hour before Fajr. That time, taqriban. Okay? And it's highly recommended, brothers, to delay it. The suhoor. To what? To delay it. Okay? Now.
وعن سلمان بن عامر الضبي رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: إذا أفطر أحدكم فليفطر على تمر، فإن لم يجد فليفطر على ماء فإنه طهور. رواه الخمسة وصححه ابن خزيمة وابن حبان والحاكم.
So this hadith of Salman ibn Amir al-Dabbi, who narrated this hadith? The five narrated it. They all narrated it. The five here meaning Ashab al-Sunan, the four Sunan, and who else? Ahmad rahimahullahu ta'ala. Madaru isnadihi, this sanad revolves around Hafsa binti Sirin, who is the sister of who? Muhammad ibn Sirin, a sister. She narrated from who? Rabab binti Sulay' al-Dabbiyah, who narrated from her uncle Sulaiman ibn Amir al-Dabbi. And so the majority of the asanid, this is what it goes back to. And Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi rahimahullah, he graded this hadith to be what? Hadithun hasanun sahih. And Al-Hakim rahimahullah ta'ala, he also graded this hadith to be sahih ala sharti al-Bukhari wa lam yukharrijahu, and Dhahabi agreed it with him. And also the hadith is narrated in Al-Imam al-Nasa'i's Kubra. Naam. Why did I mention Al-Imam al-Nasa'i narrated in his Kubra if Hafiz ibn Hajar just said Rawahu al-Khamsa and Nasa'i is already in there? Because when we say Ahlus Sunan, we're not referring to Sunan al-Kubra by Imam al-Nasa'i. Nasa'i's Sunan al-Kubra is not in the list of the 6 books of Hadith. It's the Mujtaba that's in there faqat. The Sughra. He has 2 Sunan, right? Nasa'i. He's got Sunan al-Sughra and Sunan al-Kubra. The Sunan al-Sughra, which is known as the Mujtaba, that's the one that's in the 6 books of Hadith. Amma al-Kubra, no, it's not part of the 6 books of Hadith. And even the Sunan al-Sughra, which is the Mujtaba, it's mukhtalafun fihi, man alladhi ijtabahu. Who's the one who selected these ahadith? Some of the scholars, they say it was Ibn Sunni, his student, and some say Al-Imam al-Nasa'i himself, wal-Rajih is that is Al-Imam al-Nasa'i himself, rahimahullahu ta'ala. So make sure you know this. That the Mujtaba is the one that's referred to as what? One of the 6 books of Hadith. The Mujtaba, which is a smaller version of the Sunan. By the way, you might think to yourself, when I say Sunan al-Sughra, you think that the Sughra is going to have less hadith. You're going to think to yourself, the Sughra is going to have less hadith than the Kubra, right? And that's right. But it has some chapterings, a hadith in there, the Sughra, that's not in the Kubra. فهمتم؟ ولذلك, no one explains the Kubra right now. If you just do the Sughra, you're a good guy. If you do Arba'un al-Nawiyya nowadays, you're Shaykh al-Islam, صح? No? صح, no? Nowadays, who sits down and goes through مثلا Umdatul Hakam from beginning to end? That's big. Umdatul Hakam, like, wow, Allahumma barik, Bulugh Al-Maram, Allah, Shaykh al-Islam, like Bulugh Al-Maram is ajib, صح? And it's nothing compared to these books that we're talking about, like Abu Dawood and Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Nasa'i, these books. Khasatan, anyone who really wants to learn fiqh from a book of hadith, Sunan Abi Dawood is a must. It's a must. Ajib. From the 6 books of hadith, there are only 2 scholars who are considered mujtahid mutlaq. Who are they? Bukhari and Abi Dawood. Shaykh al-Islam Taymi says those are the only 2 who are mujtahideen from the 6 books of hadith. They've reached that level of ijtihad. So when you read Sahih Bukhari, even though the chapterings of the ahkam is very little, and Sunan Abi Dawood, the whole purpose of the book is actually Hadith al-Ahkam, right? The fiqh of Al-Imam Abi Dawood, rahimahullah, and the hadith he chose shows you this man is a mujtahid. That's why it's a must to read that book, Sunan Abi Dawood. I remember when I studied the Kutub al-Hadith, the 6 books of Hadith, my teacher said we're going to start with Sunan Abi Dawood. I didn't understand why Sunan Abi Dawood. Start with Bukhari, and then Muslim. And then, like he said, no, we're going to do Abi Dawood. And I really realized it later. The Abi Dawood, the hadith, the fiqh that is in it, Allahu musta'an. Student of knowledge. So I believe, if you want to study the 6 books of hadith, I would personally encourage to start with what? Sunan Abi Dawood, because it straight away, it gives you what? What does it give you?
Hadith al-Ahkam, very good. And if you want to know madahib al-a'immah, yeah, the views of the a'immah, other than the 4 imams, from the 6 books of hadith, which one's the best? Tirmidhi. Who said it? Tirmidhi, sahih. Now look at Tirmidhi, how many times we quoted him. He will tell you this is the qawl of Layth, and Ajib, mashallah, a lot you can get from him. What about when it comes to ilalul hadith and intiqa'at and narrations and defaults and going into that? Who is the one? Al-Imam al-Nasa'i rahimahullah ta'ala. So we were in the hadith of Salman ibn Amir al-Dabbi radiyallahu ta'ala anhu عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال. This hadith in the Sanad is Al-Rabbab. I mentioned her. She is Al-Rabbab binti Sulay al-Dabbiyah. And she is not known to have narrated from anybody except her uncle Salman ibn Amir al-Dabbi. That's the only person she's ever narrated from. But what I found was Abu Hatim al-Razi rahimahullah ta'ala, he authenticated her in his Kitab al-Ilal. He said that she is يعني ثقة. That's what he referred to her as. And Jam'un min Ahl al-Ilmi also authenticated this hadith. From them is Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi and Ibn Khuzaymah and Ibn Hibban and Al-Hakim, and that Imam Hakim rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentions that this hadith is ala sharti al-Bukhari, and he mentioned walam yukharrijahu, and he didn't mention it in his Sahih. And Imam al-Dhahabi, as you know, if Hakim graded a hadith ala sharti al-Bukhari or Muslim, whichever it may be, Dhahabi goes after him and sees if it's right or wrong, and then he either agrees with him or disagrees with him. So ووافقه الذهبي, Dhahabi agreed with him on this issue. Lakin Hafidh ibn Hajar, so what he did here, that he went against his own actions, is that he didn't mention the tawthiq of who? The tasheeh of Imam al-Tirmidhi. Because Tirmidhi is one of the people who narrated the hadith. He said Rawahu al-Khamsa, but he didn't mention the tasheeh of Tirmidhi. And he should have mentioned that. Also, the hadith, does it say Salman for you guys? Or Sulaiman? Salman. Does anyone say Sulaiman? Does it all say Salman for you guys? Salman. So some of the copies of the Bulugh I came across, it mentions يعني Sulaiman. Some of the copies mention that. Okay? But it's not. It is Salman, not Sulaiman. Ibn Amir ibn Aus ibn Hujr al-Dabbi. He's a Sahabiyun. خرج له الجماعة. Imam Muslim in his Sahih, I found that he only narrated from him twice, only faqat. Twice he mentioned him. So he's not from the Sahabas who narrate a lot of narrations. Like in the rest, they narrated from him as well. Bukhari, like, he never mentioned this hadith at all. He didn't narrate it. إذا أفطر أحدكم, if one of you breaks his fast, فليفطر على تمر, break your fast on what? Date, tamr. فإن لم يجد, if you can't find itna, فليفطر على ماء, break it upon water. فإنه طهور, water is what? It's pure. Water is what? It's pure. So the benefits that we take from the hadith is, number 1, the first benefit is that it's a sunnah for a person who's been fasting all day to break their fast with what? Tamr. And this is something very recommended, that a person breaks their fast with what? At-tamru. I'm going to mention a benefit Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned, because the hadith says فَإِنَّهُ طَهُورٌ, and Ibn al-Qayyim took a benefit from this. فَإِنَّهُ طَهُورٌ, he said أَيْ يُطَهِّرُ الْمَعِدَّةِ, that what it does is يُطَهِّرُ, it purifies al-ma'idah, the stomach of the person, it purifies it. And he mentioned so much benefits for the tamr. This is what he said, Ibn al-Qayyim in his Kitab Zad al-Ma'ad. He says هذا من كمال شفقته, he said that this is one of the Prophet ﷺ's shafaqah, care for the ummah that he had for them. على أمته ونصحهم, and how he was sincere to his
ummah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why? فَإِنَّ إِعْطَاءَ الطَّبِيعِيَّةِ, because to give the people something natural, الشَّيْءَ الْحُلْوَ, to give them something which tastes sweet. مَعَ خُلُوِّ الْمَعِدَةِ, with the stomach having nothing in it, أَدْعَى إِلَىٰ قَبُولِهِ, that's the body accepts it faster. If the stomach is empty and you haven't eaten all day, what do? It's better to start with something which is natural, number one, and secondly, that it's got sugar in it. وَلِذَلِكَ, if you look at people who've been starved, are we all together? And for example, prisoners, they grab them, or there was a hostage exchange or whatever it may be, and they take that prisoner, and that prisoner hasn't eaten for 48 hours or for 4 or 5 days or something like that. They don't give them food straight away. If they do, the person will die. Yeah. When a person goes through starvation, if you give them food straight away, the person will die. So what do? They inject them. What do they inject them with? Glucose. What does the glucose contain? Sugar. Is it natural? No. Chemicals. You understand my point, brothers? And the Prophet ﷺ prescribed for the person who's been starving all day and hasn't eaten anything to eat what? Sugar. So start with that and have it. Because the body can take it that easily. And it straight away gets from it what? Glucose. وَانْتِفَاعِ الْقُوَى بِهِ. Sugar gives you glucose. It's good for you. وَلَا سِيَّمَا الْقُوَى الْبَاصِرَةِ. Especially the eyesight. Very good for it. فإنها تقوى به وأما الماء. What about the water لكن? What's the benefit in the water? He said فإن الكبد يحصل. What happens to the kabid? What's the best translation for the word kabid? Liver. Yeah? It gets dry. So when it gets dry, or the kidneys, they get dry. The kidneys. Not the kabid, the liver. The kidneys. The kidneys get dry when the person doesn't drink water. And that's what happens if you don't drink water. What happens to your urine? It becomes very dark color. And when it's light color, it means that you're, mashallah, you're drinking in a lot of water. So if you've been fasting all day, you haven't drank water, your kidneys start to get dry. It's not good for your kidneys. Ibn al-Qayyim saying, drinking water, what does it do? It moists the person's kidneys. And it takes away that dryness from them. So this is the benefit of the what? Of why you should have water. And drink water. And remember, subhanAllah, one time I started getting dizzy, headache. So I went to the doctors and I said, look, I'm feeling dizzy a lot and this is not normal. So they said to me, how is your water? I said, yeah, that's fine. Then I'm waiting for medicine or telling me he just said, no, I think you're not drinking enough water. Trust me, that's not what I'm here. Tell me something. Go drink water. I said, are you serious? Yeah, drink water. I couldn't believe it. So this was in the UK. So I was saying the NHS, that's the UK medical system. They don't want to give me no medication. These people are so stingy. And etc. Ala kullin, I started drinking water and having water. And subhanAllah, I started realizing, my head is feeling better. So when my reduction of water and I don't have enough water, I start feeling a bit dizzy. Who feels that way? Yeah, if you don't drink enough water, you start getting dizzy. Water is very beneficial, very beneficial. So again, you've been fasting all day, water. ولذلك, if the person's been fasting all day, what's the thing that they're encouraged to do? Water, you can have it even if you've gone to a week starvation. Water is never a problem. Subhanallah. If you fast 5 days and you only drink water, the water will go through you. Your body won't retain the water. Huh? I'm not a medical student, trust me, I just read about these stuff. And if I'm wrong, I know there's medical students here, I can see them. So inshallah, yusahihunani, they will correct me. So they ask you to place what? Salt inside it, right? Electrolytes. They put electrolytes in the water and that allows the water to stay in your system. Sahih? Zamzam water already has it. Anyone who drinks Zamzam water, it doesn't go through them. What does Zamzam water do? It won't just go through you. So that's why the Prophet referred to the Zamzam water as food.
Abu Dharr al-Ghifari, what did he say? For 1 month, I only had water. As he was in Mecca. What did he then say in the narration? فَعُكِنَ بَطْنِي. My stomach became folds. Folds. Only from what? Drinking Zamzam. And I've seen it, man. Ramadan, if you're there in the Haram and you don't get a lot of food to eat. Alhamdulillah, nowadays, mashallah, they bring iftar for the people to have. But back in the days when I was there, you wouldn't necessarily get it. And so the only thing you would have is Zamzam water. So what I would do is, I would enter the Haram from Asr, because there used to be a dars in the Haram by one of the great scholars who died, who passed away. He's from India, a scholar of Hadith. His name is Shaykh Yahya al-Mudarris. He used to teach in the Haram. الدرس عجيبة حقيقة. تفسير ابن كثير used to teach Sahih Muslim in Ramadan after Asr, and he used to teach فتح المجيد شرح كتاب التوحيد. And he used to have a dars on a kitab, which inshallah this Ramadan I'm going to be teaching بإذن الله الكريم. He's passed away, Allah يرحمه. He was a teacher of Sheikh مقبل بن هادي الوادعي. يعني he had إجازات كثيرة جدا. Shaykh Yahya al-Mudarris. The point is, so I used to go into the Haram Asr time, and I would leave Fajr the whole night, Taraweeh and Tahajjud. If it was the last 10 nights, Tahajjud would come in, and if it was Taraweeh, I wouldn't just leave, I'll just stay. So I'd only come home, what time? After Fajr. I'd sleep 3-4 hours, and then I'll stay awake throughout the day. Are we all together, brothers? So what would I have from Fajr, from Maghrib to Isha, Fajr? Sometimes all I would have is Zamzam water. And maybe dates that they gave us, I'll just keep having that, and Zamzam water. And I genuinely would not feel hungry. Zamzam water fills you up. So the barakah in it. So Ibn al-Qayyim here is saying, وَلِهَذَا كَانَ الْأَوْلَى بِالظَّمْآنِ الْجَائِعَ أن يبدأ قبل الأكل بشرب قليل من الماء ثم يأكل بعده. هذا مع ما في التمر والماء من الخاصية التي لها تأثير في صلاح القلب لا يعلمها إلا أطباء القلوب. It also has benefits for the heart, Ibn al-Qayyim says. And then he mentions so many other benefits, rahimahullah ta'ala. So brothers, suhoor, even if you don't want to eat a lot of food and you're not the type to eat at that time, and my stomach, I'm not used to it, then date and what? Water. نعم.
وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال نهى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم عن الوصال، فقال رجل من المسلمين فإنك يا رسول الله تواصل، فقال وأيكم مثلي إني أبيت يطعمني ربي ويسقيني، فلما أبوا أن ينتهوا عن الوصال واصل بهم يوما ثم رأوا الهلال، فقال لو تأخر الهلال لزدتكم كالمنكر لهم حين أبوا أن ينتهوا. متفق عليه.
This hadith, Al-Imam al-Bukhari narrated it, and also Muslim narrated it, and Ahmad and Bayhaqi, and also Ibn Hibban rahimahullah ta'ala. And he narrated من طريق الزهري, Al-Imam al-Zuhri, Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, who said حدثني أبو سلمة AbdulRahman, narrated it from Abu Hurairah, where the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam prohibited us. نهى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. This hadith has shawahid. ما معنى shawahid? There's other hadith that also have been narrated with it that have the similar concept. Hadith Aisha and Anas and Ibn Umar, all of them in Sahihain. Also Bukhari by himself has narrated it min Hadith Abi Sa'id al-Khudri radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. This hadith has few words that inshallah ta'ala we should cover and take. The first part of the hadith, it says Naha Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam anil wisal. So you have to put a kasra on the waw and a fatha on the sad. Okay? And it comes from the word wasala wisalan, qatala qitalan. Similar to that, right? Which is an yasila bayna yawmayni. It's to combine between what? An yasila bayna yawmayni, that you combine between 2 days for akthar, and more than that bis-siyami, with fasting. 2 days or more. Okay? And you do not
break your fast at all. No drinking, no eating, no intimacy, nothing. You stay the same. So all day you've been fasting, all night you're fasting, again the second day you're again fasting, you're not eating, you're not drinking, nothing. La iftar wa la suhoor. This is called a what? It's called a wisal. فَقَالَ رَجُلٌ مِّنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. So the narration mentioned a man from the Muslims said. Hafidh ibn Hajar in his Kitab Fathul Bari, he mentions and he said, في أكثر الأحاديث. The majority of the hadith or the wordings that have come is قالوا إنك تواصل. قالوا, they said, إنك تواصل. Why is it plural if the beginning of the hadith says فقال رجل من المسلمين, a man said from the Muslims? The reason is because one man said it and the rest agreed with him. And this, the ulama take a fiqh from it, which is, if one person does something and everybody else agrees with him, they all take the what? صح. فقال رجل من المسلمين, a man from the Muslims said, and then قالوا إنك تواصل. So this shows كأن القائل واحد. The قائل and the one who said it is only one. ونسب القول إلى الجميع. But it's been attributed to everybody. The reason is for لِرِضَاهُمْ بِهِ. They were all pleased with this. So like that man was their spokesman. He was speaking on their behalf. Everyone was feeling what that man was saying. So that's why the narration says, قَالُوا, they all said. But not everyone said. One man said it and the other one was speaking on their, that man was speaking on their behalf. Another part of the hadith, the wording, it says, كَالْمُنَكِّلِ لَهُ. أما كالمنكل لهم. Some of the riwayat it mentions كالتنكيل لهم. It mentions the word al-munakkil, أما التنكيل. What does it mean? It means al-mu'aqabah. He did it to punish them. Al-munakkil, what does it mean? It means al-mu'aqib, someone who was punishing them. So what the hadith is basically saying is that the Prophet prohibited one day and he told his companions, do not do continual fasting. فقال رجل من المسلمين, a man said to the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, إنك تواصل يا رسول الله. O Messenger of Allah, you do it lakin. Which shows us that the people will look at what you do versus what you say. صح? The people will listen to you and they'll say, does he do it? If you don't do it, صح? And if the Sahabas are saying to the Prophet, إِنَّكَ تُوَاصِلُ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ, O Messenger of Allah, but you do continual fasting, then the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam responded, he said, وَأَيُّكُمْ مِثْلِي, who is like me? إِنِّي أَبِيتُ يُطْعِمُنِي رَبِّي وَيَسْقِينِ, I am fed and I am given water from my Lord, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this is a question here now. If the Prophet is being given water and food, is he actually fasting? Yeah. If he's been given water and he's been given food from Allah, how is that wisal? How is that continual fasting? It means that the Prophet ﷺ, he said, أَنَا كَ, I'm like الَّذِي أَكَلَ أَوْ شَرِبَ, I'm like the one who ate and drank. I'm similar to that person. مِنْ حَيْثُ الطَّاقَةِ وَالْقُوَّةِ, in terms of strength and ability. But it's not that Allah gives me food or sustenance and anything like that, or else he's not going to do wisal. That's not what he means. But he means, I am the way you guys would normally eat and drink. I am like that. The way Allah has created me, Nabiullah Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, is that I am like, similar to the person who's been given food and given water. I don't feel, my body doesn't need this, so I can do al-wisal. But it doesn't mean I'm being given water and food. That's not what it means. And the Prophet ﷺ, no doubt, the way Allah created him physically, he was much stronger than everybody. Physically he was. We have some of the narrations where the Messenger ﷺ, he had intimacy with all of his 9 wives in one night. Every single wife. In one night. He's one wife, then the other one, then the other one, then the other one. This requires what? It requires a lot of strength and power. Sah? It does. And the Prophet had that. Keeping in mind, he sallallahu alayhi wa sallam didn't have the nutrition and the food that we had. Because of the narrations that we have. كان يمر علينا هلال وهلال وهلال لا يوقد في بيت رسول الله نارا.
So there's seasons where he wasn't eating, alayhi salatu wassalam. So the question here is, where is he getting all of this from? This is the mu'jiza that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him. So here he's telling them, Inni abitu yut'imuni rabbi wa yasqeen. He's trying to say, I'm like that, but you guys are not. Some of the ulama mentioned that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the Jibreel, when he came to him and he opened the Prophet's chest, from the things that he took from him is this weakness, shahawat, and these little desires and all of that. He was cleansed and cleaned, alayhi salatu wasalam. You understand, brothers? So he was saying to them, that's how I am. فَلَمَّا أَبَوْا, the Sahabas refused. Now, we know the Sahabas never reject the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and they listen to everything that the Prophet says. But why is it here that we're seeing that they refused it from him? How do we reconcile that with what we know about the companions? Every time the Prophet told them something, they did it. Hatta there's a hadith of Abi Dawood narrated fi sunanihi, that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam one day khatab al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam yawman, one day he did khutbah, and he said to the people, they were standing, and he said to them, Anijlisu, sit down. وكان عبد الله بن مسعود خارج المسجد. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was outside the masjid. فجلس في مكانه. He was on the middle of the road, and he just heard the Prophet saying to the people, sit down. And he sat where he was. That's how much they would adhere to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They knew the reason that the Prophet was stopping them from this was not that it was a hukum shara'i. That's how they saw it. They saw it that he was being nice to them. He was caring about them. And so they said, Ya Rasul, we can do this. لكن ليس من باب العناد والجحود والاستكبار. It wasn't like that. It was من باب الرغبة في الخير. They wanted the khair. They wanted to do good. Ya Rasulullah, don't worry about us. And then the lafz of abaw, it means that they said no to this from that angle. But not to be stubborn and hard-headed and to reject the Prophet's command, alayhi salatu wasalam. فَلَمَّا أَبَوْا أَنْ يَنْتَهُوا عَنِ الْوِصَالِ. When they didn't stop the wisal, so they kept doing it. وَاصَلَ بِهِمْ يَوْمًا. He did it with them one day. ثُمَّ يَوْمًا, and then a second day. The Prophet said, okay, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. So they did it. And then the second day they did it with the Prophet. ثُمَّ رَأَوُا الْهِلَالَ, and then Ramadan finished. They saw the hilal, the crescent. فقال, the Prophet, he said, لو تأخر لزدتكم. If only Ramadan was to go more, لزدتكم, I would have added another day on for you. And then you guys would have you'll become a bit dizzy. You'll become weak. You would be unable to pursue the deeds that you were doing. لزدتكم, and I would have added more days onto for you. Then the narration says, كالمنكل. And we mentioned that the word al-munakkil is al-mu'aqib. He was doing it to punish them. To punish them, to make them feel the pain, because he wanted them, because they were saying, we can do it, Ya Rasulullah, we can do it. Sah? Okay, let's see. He wanted them to touch the pain and then come back and say, Ya Rasulullah, I understand. And this happened similar to Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said to him, his wife complained. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, his wife, she complained to his father, Amr ibn al-As, Sahabiyun Jalil. Then Amr ibn al-As came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he said, Ya Rasulullah, zawwajtuhu, I married off to him imra'atun, a woman from the what? The heads of the people of Quraysh, a woman of high status. I didn't marry him off to any random person. He's married to a woman of high station. But the whole entire day he's fasting, and the whole night he's praying. He's forsaken this woman. She's complained to me, Ya Rasulullah. Talk to Abdullah. So the Prophet spoke to Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As. He said, what is this? Then the Prophet reduced his what? His deeds. That says, don't fast like this. Every day you're fasting, every night you're, don't do this. The Prophet then said, Sum yawman wa aftar yawman. Do the fasting of what? Dawood. Kana yasumu yawman wa yuftiru yawman. And finish the Quran every 3 days. Yani not less than 3 days. Sah?
Abdullah ibn Amr ibn As, he said, Ya Rasulullah, inni utiqu akthara min dhalik. I can do more than this. Please let me do more. When you're young, mashallah. And then when he grew older, Abdullah ibn Amr ibn As, and he aged, what did he say? Wallahi law akhadtu rukhsata Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If only I was to take the concession of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If I was to take the rukhsah. Now he's old. Because the Prophet said to him in the hadith, Sayati alayka yawm. A day will come to you that you're not going to be able to do this deed anymore. And that happened. He grew older, he became a bit tired, physically he's not able anymore, he can't do what he used to do when he was young. And then they said to him, why don't you stop now? You still got the rukhsah, just take it. And he goes, I don't want to change from the way I used to be with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I want to be the way I was when he was alive. I don't want to change. Consistency, and continuation. So this is similar to what the Prophet wanted to show the Sahabas now in this situation. He wanted them to feel and realize that they can't do this. So that's what it means. كالمنكل لهم صلى الله عليه وسلم حين أبوا أن ينتهوا متفق عليه. مسائل الحديث وفوائده. Masail that we take from the hadith and some fiqh that we take from it. المسألة الأولى is what? حكم الوصال. What is the ruling on al-wisal? Continual fasting. What's the ruling? If we look at these ahadith and we ponder on it and we look at it, what we take from the hadith is number one, أن الوصال من خصائصه صلى الله عليه وسلم. That continual fasting is from the things Allah specifically gave Nabiullah Muhammad. وأن غيره, and other than the Messenger صلى الله عليه وسلم, it's what? ممنوع منه. That they're not allowed to do it. That's what we learn from the hadith. If we look at all of the hadith that we took, what we benefit, the ruling that we take from it is this is specific to the Prophet and everybody else is not allowed to do it. But there's another hadith that makes it a bit hard for us to take this hadith ala zahirihi, to take it upon its apparent. Which is it? Which hadith is this? The hadith that I mentioned, that Bukhari narrated, that the Prophet, he said, La tuwasilu, do not do continual fasting. فأيكم أراد, whichever one from amongst you, فأيكم أراد أن يواصل فليواصل إلى السحر. Whoever one from amongst you wants to do continual fasting, let he or she do it until as-sahar. And we already spoke about what sahar is قبيل الصبح. قبيل الصبح. Okay? So فليواصل حتى السحر. This shows us that the Prophet is allowing it. Alayhi salatu wasalam. And then the scholars, because of this, they differed now. Some of them, they said, is this nahi, where the hadith mentioned, naha Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam anil wisal. Is this nahi lit tahreem or is this nahi lil karaha? اختلف أهل العلم. They differed amongst themselves. هل هو على سبيل التحريم أو هو على سبيل الكراهة؟ على قولين. على قولين. القول الأول, the first view is, which is قول جمهور أهل العلم. جمهور, the majority of the scholars. ومنهم أبو حنيفة ومالك والشافعي. These three, what do they believe? This is the قول الأول. The first group, they believe that نهى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, that the nahi here is للتحريم. It's haram. This is the قول of what? جمهور أهل العلم. ومنهم أبو حنيفة ومالك والشافعي. And they believe that the tahrim is, the nahi is للتحريم. You're not allowed to do it. And what's the evidence? The evidence is that they say that نهى رسول الله أما لا تواصلوا. They said النهي يقتضي التحريم. النهي يقتضي التحريم. That the prohibition or the Prophet stopping us from doing it, يقتضي التحريم, it shows تحريم. That's what it shows, they said. And also from there, they take from it that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he prohibited them from it, and they did it, what was it that he did it with them for? كالمنكل لهم, أي معاقبا لهم. He wanted to punish them. And if this is not haram and it's disliked, why would the Prophet punish them? So this is the qawl al-jumhur. They say the reason why the Prophet is كالمنكل لهم أما كالتنكيل لهم, as some of the riwayat mention,
they said this shows, what does it show? That it is haram. That's what they said. Okay? Also they said that this takes min khasa'is al-Rasul. This is something he specifically to him. So then it's not allowed for anybody else. And the khasa'is al-Nabi, no one else can do it except him. Like him marrying 9 wives. Are we allowed to marry 9 wives? No. The Prophet ﷺ is allowed to marry however much he wanted. He had no limitation. 9 was not only the limit. He could marry as much as he wanted. Like for us, it's restricted to 4. So they said anything that's min khasa'is al-Nabi, that this is specific to him, then it's not allowed for anybody else. And they said, وَأَيُّكُمْ مِثْلِي, who is like me, shows that this is specific to him. Okay? Also they said that the Prophet said in this hadith, إِذَا أَقْبَلَ اللَّيْلُ مِنْهَا هُنَا وَأَدْبَرَ النَّهَارُ مِنْهَا هُنَا فَقَدْ أَفْطَرَ وَأَدْبَرَ النَّهَارُ مِنْهَا هُنَا وَغَرَبَتِ الشَّمْسِ, and the sun sets, فَقَدْ أَفْطَرَ الصَّائِمُ. فَقَدْ أَفْطَرَ الصَّائِمُ shows if the night comes from here and the day goes the other direction and it goes, then the hadith mentions and the sun set. What does this show? فَقَدْ أَفْطَرَ الصَّائِمُ. They said فَقَدْ أَفْطَرَ الصَّائِمُ. It means that your fasting is already broken. Your fasting is what? It's already broken. And you shouldn't carry on. And you shouldn't carry on fasting. That's what they said. This was their argument. Al-Qawl al-Thani, the second qawl is the qawl of Al-Mashhur bin Madhhab Ahmad. It's well known from the madhhab of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah, which is أن الوصال مكروه. أن الوصال مكروه. That the wisal, which is the continual fasting, it's disliked. وليس بمحرم. And that it's not haram. And they said the evidence for that is naha, this wording. We have a wording, hadith that proves it, they said. Which is what? The hadith that the Prophet said. Hadith is Sahihain. The hadith is what? It's in Bukhari and Muslim. In hadith Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, where the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam naha an-Nabiy sallallahu alayhi wa sallam anil wisali rahmatan lahum. That the Prophet prohibited the wisal, the continual fasting, rahmatan lahum. It's out of mercy. So they said anyone who's able to do it, he doesn't fall under the prohibition aslan. Sah? The one who's able to do it, he doesn't fall under the prohibition. Because the Prophet ﷺ, the reason why he prohibited it is not because it's haram in and within itself, it's because of them. So they say, look, anyone who can do it, who will not suffer, who will not hurt himself, who will not harm himself, is allowed to do it. So why was it that the Prophet had mercy for them on it? Shafaqah. And they said it's like when Abdullah ibn Amr ibn As, the Prophet ﷺ prohibited him from what? Fasting daytime and praying nighttime and reciting the Quran less than 3 days. They said this was not because it was haram for him. He could do it less than that if he wanted the Quran. But they said this was what? Jazakallahu khairan. This is because it's what? It is disliked, and that it's not haram. They also used the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that Abu Dawood narrated. They also used another hadith where نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن الحجامة والمواصلة ولم يحرمهما. The narration mentions that the Prophet ﷺ, he prohibited what? Al-hijama, the hijama. Wal-muwasala, and the continual fasting. وَلَمْ يُحَرِّمْهُمَا, but he didn't make it haram, both of them. إِبْقَاءً عَلَىٰ أَصْحَابِهِ. The reason why he did it was out of mercy for his slaves. This hadith, Al-Imam Abi Dawud narrated it fi sunanihi, and Hafidh ibn Kathir, he says in Fathul Bari, إِسْنَادُهُ صَحِيح. So وَالَّذِي يَظْهَرُ وَاللَّهُ أَعْلَمُ, that which seems apparent, and Allah knows best subhanahu wa ta'ala, is أن الأقرب للصواب القول الثاني. That the second view is closer to the strongest, inshallah ta'ala. That the hukum is not في حد ذاتها. The nahi is not في حد ذاتها. In and within itself is haram, بغض النظر of whether the person is able to do or not. The reason why the Prophet prohibited it was rahmatan lahum, was a shafaqah. It's not because it was haram, he just personally cared about his companions.
and he did not want them to suffer. That's the qawl which seems أقرب للصواب, and that the wisal is makruh and that it's not haram. But if إن ترتب عليه ضرر للبدن أو ترك واجب, if it harms your body, أو ترك واجب, or you're struggling to pray dhuhr and asr, and then in this situation, then you're not allowed to do it. But what about if a person doesn't want to do iftar? He just wants to continue up to, so he's been fasting all day and he goes on until Fajr. No, he doesn't reach Fajr, just before suhoor, he stops. This one, Imam Ahmad said, it's not even makruh hata. This is jaiz. This is no problem with this one. This one's not even makruh. Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala permitted it. Also Ishaq ibn Rahuya and Ibn al-Mundhir and Ibn Khuzaymah, they all permitted it because of the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's what they said in this particular issue. I believe, la shakka wala rayb, is still the same. It's better not to do it. And al-afdala, that which is better للصائم is تعجيل فطره, to hasten the fitra, and all of the hadith are still standing. Another benefit that we take from the hadith is what did the Prophet mean in this hadith when he said إني أبيت يطعمني ربي ويسقيني. Let's take the aqwal of the ulama, even though I've mentioned it. The scholars disagree on what does it mean إني أبيت يطعمني ربي ويسقين. There's two views. The first view, they say إنه على حقيقته. This is literal. Something comes from the sky to the Prophet ﷺ and he's given. And they said that the food that was given to him is from the Jannah and etc. And this was a karamatan lahu alayhi salatu wasalam min indillahi, from Allah, fi layali Ramadan. In the month of Ramadan, the Prophet actually was receiving food and water from Jannah. Some of the people of knowledge said that. That is the first qawl. Al-qawl al-thani is what? وهو qawl al-jumhur. It's the qawl of the jumhur, is that أنه يعان على الصيام. He was aided sallallahu alayhi wasallam in the fasting. Meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala placed in him أنه يغنيه الله تعالى عن الطعام والشراب. Allah made him self-sufficient salawatullahi wa sallam alayhi, from eating and drinking. He was not in need of it. He didn't need it. Allah made him like that he didn't need to eat or drink. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made the Prophet without the need and the desire of food and drinking that was taken away from him alayhi salatu wassalam. This is the qawl of the jumhur.
وعنه رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من لم يدع قول الزور والعمل به والجهل فليس لله حاجة في أن يدع طعامه وشرابه. رواه البخاري وأبو داود واللفظ له.
Let me just inshallah ta'ala go back to the previous hadith and mention some benefits connected to that hadith as well that I didn't mention before we go into this hadith inshallah ta'ala. And that is, my brothers and sisters, I would encourage you guys to write this down. This is benefits that was mentioned by Hafidh ibn Hajar in his Kitab Fathul Bari rahimahullah, in the 4th volume, page 205. Fathul Bari, which is the Sharh of Sahih al-Bukhari by Hafidh ibn Hajar, the 4th volume, page 205. He mentions some benefits on the hadith al-wisal, the hadiths of continual fasting. Okay, he says the first benefit that we take from this hadith, benefit he mentions, which is very good, is istiwa'ul mukallafina fil ahkam. All of us, when it comes to ahkam, we're all equal. Everybody, when it comes to the jurisprudent rulings, the ahkam of the sharia, all of us are equal. Rijalan wa nisa'a, men and women. Generally speaking, we're all equal. In the ahkam of the sharia, we're all equal. What the man has to do is what the woman needs to do. We're all together, brothers and sisters. إِلَّا مَسْتُثْنِيَ بِدَلِيلٍ, unless there comes an evidence, specifies, and says that the men can do this and the women can't. Fahimtum? Are we all together? So if there comes an evidence that says, you can't do this and you can, and you can't do this and you can, then what we will do is we will follow the religion. But generally speaking, men and women and everybody, Arabs, non-Arabs, whatever you're from, all the ahkam of the religion applies on everybody. The same way it applies on them. Sah? Unless there is an evidence that specifies or changes or and etc. Are we all together? That's the first thing that we take from the hadith, he says. And anything, which is still the first point, and anything that the Prophet ﷺ has to do now, we also have to do.
And wherever he leaves, we also have to leave, generally speaking, unless there's an evidence that specifies him. Number two, the benefit we take from this hadith is that it is permissible to go against the mufti. وَفِيهِ جَوَازِ مُعَارَضَةُ الْمُفْتِي. That it is permissible to oppose the person who's given a fatwa. You're allowed to go to him فِيمَا أَفْتَى بِهِ, in the thing that he gave fatwa in, إِذَا كَانَ بِخِلَافِ حَالِهِ, if he opposes his own situation. If he's doing something different to what he is saying, you have the rights to oppose him or to push back onto him and say to him, why is it that you're not doing it yourself? Naam. And then what is it upon? The mufti has to make it clear to the mustafti sirrul mukhalafa. Why is it that I am not doing it? When he asks him for it. Just like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did. This is different to the qadi. The qadi is different from the mufti. Qadi, you can't talk back to him. Because kalamul qadi is mulzam. The qadi and the mufti, what's the difference between them? The mufti is just giving you a fatwa. You can accept it or reject it. Lakin the qadi is mulzam. You have to take his verdict. Does that make sense? Are we all together, brothers? The qadi, the judge, he's different from the mufti. The mufti just gives you a fatwa. You came to him, you asked me a question, I gave you the answer. You can say, Jazakallah Shaykh, I don't agree with you. Right, no problem. But you walked into a courtroom, the same person you just said no to is now the qadi. He's judging you now in this case. And then the case is brought to him and he says to you, you have to do this now. You can't say, oh no, I'm not taking you. No, he's not a mufti now. He's a qadi. And a qadi's kalam is mulzam. So this is the difference between a qadi and a mufti. Fi kutub al-usul, this is why they talk about it. Also, the third thing that we benefit from it is that the sharia has hikmah. That Ibn Hajar mentions, وَفِيهِ اكْتِشَافُ عَنْ حِكْمَةِ النَّهِي. That the religion it's not just a deen that just says, you do this, you do this. There's wisdom behind things. This legislation has got wisdom behind it. Whether you know it or not, وَرُبَّمَا يُعْوِزُنَا الطِّلَاعُ لَكِنَّهَا لَيْسَ بِهِ امْتِنَاعُ. في بعض الحالات, in some situations, you may not know the wisdom of why the legislator, Allah, the reason why He prohibited this particular thing, you may not know it. But upon you is what? To follow and adhere and submit to it, whether you know it or not. Does that make sense? وربما يعوز صاحب المراقي in his Alfiya, what does he say? وربما يعوزنا الطلاع لكنها ليس به امتناع. Sometimes we may not know the حكمة النهي أما the حكمة الإيجاب. We may not know. but علينا التسليم. For us is to submit and to surrender and to take. But the Prophet clarified it to them. Why he's رحمة لهم. Out of mercy for you guys. That's why I'm not saying to do it. Does that make sense? So then it's a chapter that you study in the religion and you learn. The fourth benefit Ibn Hajar mentioned, rahimahullah ta'ala, is وَفِيهِ ثُبُوتُ خَصَائِصِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. We're learning here that the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam has things that are unique for him. That also benefits us, the hadith. So what does that show us? You cannot use عموم قوله تعالى, the general text which says لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ وَذَكَرَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. You cannot use that verse in everything and say, the Prophet is a role model for us in everything and that we must follow him in everything. No, there are things we're not allowed to follow him in. Sahih? That text, that ayah is general. It's general. And there are halat, things that we are not allowed to follow him in. And those things that we're not allowed to follow him in, there has to be an evidence that shows us why that we can't. So if there's two people debating, one is saying, no, this is unique to the Prophet, and another one is saying, no, it's not unique to the Prophet, who is the burden of proof on? Who has to prove that this is, who has to prove his stance? The one who's saying it's unique to the Prophet, or the one who's saying that you can do it? The one who's saying it's unique to the Prophet has to prove it. Why? Because the other one, he's using the general text, which is لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. He doesn't have to prove anything. He's saying, I'm going to follow the Prophet in everything. You're telling me not to follow him in this issue? Where's the dalil? That is unique to him. Does that make sense? And if he then gives you some evidence that it's unique to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what do you have to do? You You're not allowed to do it now. You have to stop from it. The fifth benefit Ibn Hajar mentioned that we also take from this hadith is أن الصحابة كانوا يرجعون إلى فعله المعلوم صفته. That the Sahabas used to go back to the Prophet ﷺ in the actions that he used to do which are known, the form in which he used to do in it. Yani what the Sahabas used to do is they used to watch the Prophet's actions and they would follow him in his action. The way he does it, how he does it, they used to follow him in it. Unless he told them, don't follow me in it. Like they used to do that. We benefit from that. إِلَّا فِي مَا نَهَاهُمْ عَنْهُ, except that which he prohibited from them. Yani we all know the story of the Prophet ﷺ, the أُوتِيَ بِضَبٍ. They brought him a lizard, a big lizard that they cooked. They put it in front of the Prophet. The Prophet looked, said, what is this? They said, it's a dab. He pushed it. The Sahabas, they said, أَحَرَامٌ هِيَ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ? Is it haram? They don't want to eat what the Prophet doesn't eat. They said, is it haram, O Messenger of Allah? He goes, no. Inna bani qawmi la yakuluna. My people don't eat this. We don't eat this. I'm not used to this. Khalid bin Walid said, Jazakallahu khairan. He ate. When he found out that the Prophet ﷺ didn't prohibit it, and that was his personal choice, what did he do? He ate it. So they used to follow the Prophet in his action. Whatever he did, they did. If he stayed back from something, why did he? Ya Rasulullah, we're going to stay back from it. Even the hadith, you all know when the Prophet ﷺ was in the salah and Jibreel came to him, فَأَخْبَرَهُ أَنَّ فِينَ عَلَيْهِ شَيْءٍ, that his two shoes that he was wearing in the salah while he was leading, there was dirt on it. Jibreel informed the Prophet and the Prophet took it off while he was praying, and the Sahabas, every one of them took it off in the salah. When he finished the salah, he said, why is it that you all took it off? And they said, Ya Rasulullah, we saw you do it. Wow. And then he said to them, I took it off because Jibreel came to me and told me that there was something on my shoes. So the Sahabas, they will look at the Prophet and they will follow him in his actions. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. There is one of the chapters, if you look at Kutub Usul al-Fiqh, the books of Usul al-Fiqh, they focus mainly on Dalalatul Alfaz, the wordings of the hadith, sah? Kutub al-Usul, they focus on Alfaz. Does this word show prohibition? Does it show generality? Does it show specification? Is it abrogated? What abrogated it? They focus more on the alfaz. صح? ولذلك أصول الفقه is based on the aqwal of the Prophet's speech. صحيح? What is it that majority of the times that's not discussed in more details is the أفعال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Prophet's actions. It's not really rich في كتب الأصول. Huh? And one of the scholars that have written a book on this is Abu Shamat al-Maqdisi rahimahullah ta'ala. Even though his book is still not rich in that regard, he focuses on the Prophet ﷺ's actions. Remember the Prophet ﷺ, some of the actions he did were actions which were jibilli. Jibilli, which was natural. He personally, this is how Allah created him, the way he used to walk. Brothers. The way he used to, the Prophet ﷺ, the narration mentions that the way he used to walk is that as though he was coming from somewhere high and he was coming down from it, the way he would walk. كأنما ينحط. It was like as though he was coming down من مكان عال, a high place. So this was how he was, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So some of his af'al are what? Jibilli, the way he was naturally, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Some of his actions were what? Ta'abbudi. It was an act of worship. He was doing it to get closer to Allah by it. Sahih? So Abu Shama goes into these actions of the Prophet ﷺ and whether the action of the Prophet ﷺ by default, does it show us wujub? Does it show istihbab? Does it show ibaha? He discusses it in great details. So his Kitab Abu Shama, do you know what it's called? Al-Mu'ammal إلى أمر الأول, I think. خطبة المؤمل إلى أمر الأول, I think it's called. Long time ago before I read it. Also another benefit that we take from this hadith is the usage of the word low. Some of the hadith mention that we're not allowed to say the word low, صح? The Prophet prohibited. لو أني فعلت كذا وكذا لكان كذا وكذا, the Prophet, he said. لا تقل لو أني فعلت كذا وكذا لكان كذا وكذا. The Prophet said, ولكن قل قدر الله وما شاء فعل. فإن كلمة لو تفتح باب الشيطان. صح? So why did the Prophet say here لو تأخر لزدتكم? If the month was to go a bit late, I would have increased it for you, the fasting, and I would have made you guys. The Prophet used the word low right in the hadith. لو تأخر, what did he say? لو تأخر الهلال لزدتكم. The Prophet used the word low. صح? How do we reconcile that with the hadith in Sahih Muslim? So the low that the Prophet here is prohibiting is اعتراض على أقدار الله. Any low that you use to oppose the qadar, أو من باب التأسف والتأسي على ما مضى. Oh, if only this was to happen. Oh, all of that is what the Prophet is prohibiting, alayhi salatu wassalam. But we know the Prophet himself used it. لو استقبلت من أمري ما استدبرت لما سقت الهدي. صح? It wasn't sallallahu alayhi wasallam. It wasn't to show that he's against the qadar. Because Bukhari, what did he chapter? Babu, the chapter of ما يجوز من اللو. Bukhari. The chapter of what is permissible from al-law, using the word low. And this benefits us, brothers, that if you hear one hadith somewhere, you need to understand that maybe there's a istithna'at, exceptions and things like that, and a reason and a sharah and explanation that you need to look at. Now, let's go back to the hadith that you mentioned, BarakAllahu feek. وعنه, and it's also narrated from. When the Shaykh says وعنه, who does it go back to? عنه, him. رضي الله تعالى عنه قال, who? Abu Hurairah, because he was the last person that was mentioned. الضمير يعود إلى أقرب المذكور. صح? The pronoun goes back to the closest thing that was mentioned, which is Abu Hurairah. وعنه, أي وعن أبي هريرة, is being narrated from Abi Hurairah. And this hadith, who narrated it from Abu Hurairah? Bukhari. He narrated. And also Abu Dawood narrated it. صح? So Bukhari narrated it in his chapter في الأدب, in the chapter of Adab. He narrated it, Bukhari rahimahullah ta'ala. And that's the only place. Two places he narrated it. In Kitab al-Adab, and he also narrated it in Kitab al-Sawm. Two places. Abu Dawood, lakin, he narrated it one place in his, he narrated it in his Kitab As-Siyam. All of them, even Nasa'i narrated it, and Ibn Majah, they all narrated it. جميعهم من طريق ابن أبي ذئب عن سعيد المقبري عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة. That's what he narrated it. Lakin the word والجهل, that is not in An-Nasa'i. And also Ibn Majah didn't mention it. صح? And Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi said هذا حديث حسن صحيح. So this is kind of strange because Hafiz ibn Hajar did a mistake here. This hadith, he said رواه البخاري وأبو داود واللفظ له. صح? This hadith is narrated by Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Nasa'i. Ashab al-Sunan, 4 of them narrated it. And Bukhari narrated it. Muslim didn't narrate this hadith. So Ibn Hajar, why did he not mention it? Allahu alam. صح? Another mistake that Hafiz ibn Hajar fell into here is that he says رواه البخاري وأبو داود واللفظ له. The lafz is not a lafz of Abu Dawud. This is the lafz of Bukhari. And the scholars, they mentioned that Hafiz ibn Hajar mentioned this all from memory. Bulugh Al-Maram was all from memory. And the human being is he can do mistakes. صح? So the lafz here, why did, and I'm going to stop here inshallah ta'ala, but my question here is, some of the problems that occur in Kutub al-Hadith, such as Sunan al-Bayhaqi, Bulugh al-Maram, you see it sometimes. You'll even see it in Umdatul Ahkam. You see it. What is that problem? Is that they base the hadith on not Bukhari and Muslim directly. They don't go to the Bukhari and the Muslim. They don't. Where do they go to? They go to the mustakhrajat. Mustakhrajat are books written by scholars who want to come to Bukhari in his hadith but through their own chain, like Abu Awana, Abu Nu'aym, and other than them.
So what they do is they narrate the hadith through the mustakhrajat. واستخرجوا أبو الصحيح واستخرجوا على الصحيح كأبي عوانة الإسفرايني رحمه الله تعالى. He has a mustakhraj. So what he says, what he wants to do is he wants to narrate the hadith, but doesn't want to go through Bukhari. He wants to narrate from his own chain, but come to the Sahabi through that chain into the hadith with Bukhari. That's what he wants to do. Are we all together? They're called mustakhrajat, beneficial. They have benefits. I've spoken about it previously. So some of the scholars, they go to those books because the mustakhrij is trying to narrate this hadith through his own chain to Sahih Muslim, for example, or Sahih Bukhari. They take the hadith from him because it's the same as Bukhari and Muslim, so they take it. But no, sometimes it's different wordings. And sometimes the mustakhrajat, the benefits that he has is some of the hadith, it becomes clear to you through the mustakhrajat what the hadith meant, because they bring it sometimes with different wordings. Don't think the mustakhrajat is a repetition of the book of Bukhari and Muslim again. So that's why sometimes this happens. And Hafiz ibn Hajar, he's a master when it comes to Bukhari, right? He's a master. He's the one who explains Sahih Bukhari, Fath al-Bari. ومع ذلك he's a human being. يصيبه ويخطئ. He can get it right. رحمه الله تعالى. نعم. The hadith mentions من لم يدع. We're going to end it with this hadith inshaAllah ta'ala. The word that we want to take from the hadith is من لم يدع. Anyone who doesn't leave off. The asl of the word يدع comes from the asl of the fi'l of ودعته أدعه ودعا, which means what? أي تركته, I left it, صح? تركته. ويدع, it means what? يتركه. That's what it means. That's what Al-Fuyumi mentions in his Kitab Al-Misbah al-Munir. Al-Fuyumi has a dictionary book which is called Al-Misbah al-Munir, which is originally, Al-Misbah al-Munir is taken from the Kitab Fath al-Aziz by Al-Rafi'i. All the alfaz which are gharibah, he took it and explains it there, rahimahullah ta'ala. Okay. وزعمت النحاة, the grammarians claimed أن العرب أماتت ماضي يدع ومصدره واسم الفاعل. That the grammarians claimed that the Arabs, they killed the madi of يدع and the masdar and the ism fa'il. They killed it. ولذلك مجاهد and عروة and مقاتل بن سليمان and Ibn Abi Ablah and Yazid al-Nahwi, they all recited ما ودعك ربك. They read it rather than ما ودعك ربك, they read it بالتخفيف. ما ودعك ربك بالتخفيف. And also the hadith لا ينتهين أقوام عن ودعهم الجمعات. يعني عن ودعهم means what? عن تركهم, they're leaving off عن تركهم الجمعات. The word القول الزور, it means what? It's من باب إضافة الموصوف إلى صفته. Like when they say دار الآخرة, صح? When you say دار الآخرة, قول الزور is دار الآخرة. It is إضافة الموصوف إلى الصفة. أما حبلة الحمقاء, for example. أما صلاة الأولى, for example. أما مسجد الجامع. These are examples of it. The asl is that you're not allowed to إضافة الموصوف إلى صفته. The asl is that you shouldn't do it. You're not allowed to do it unless there is some benefit in it and a reason for you to do it, because the Quran doesn't do that. It says والذين لا يشهدون الزور, صح? It doesn't say قول الزور. So what does the word الزور mean? Unless there's a fa'idah in it, you don't mention قول الزور. That's what I mean. ويدخل في كل كلام باطل مائل عن الحق. The word قول الزور means what? Every statement, every speech that is away from the truth, that's false. Because the word الزور, what does it originally mean in the Arabic language? It means al-mayl wal-inhiraf. Anything that's diverted, anything that's not straight, it's crooked. What is it called? الزور. The Arabs refer to الزور as al-mayl wal-inhiraf. هذا في أصل اللغة. If you want to look more into it, Al-Misbah al-Munir of Al-Fuyumi mentions it, and other great scholars, they mention it. وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ, what does it mean? It means acting upon the azur. وَالْكَذِب. وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ, it means to act upon azur. Any speech that goes against the truth, to act upon that.
Okay? And also lying to act upon it. But وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ, Ibn Kathir rahimahullah ta'ala, hatta al-Imam Ibn al-Qayyim mentions it. They say that the وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ, it means every action which is باطل منحرف عن الحق falls under that. So it can be الإصرار على الصغائر, أما it can be الوقوع في الكبائر, and it can also be البدع, all of that. And of course, without a shadow of a doubt, it will encompass any action which is kufriyat and shirkiyat, it will encompass it as well. Stay away from that. وَالْجَهْلَ, what does it mean? The word al-jahl here, it means ضد الحلم. You don't have forbearance. It's the opposite of forbearance. Ramadan is about refraining, holding yourself back, not just acting upon the feeling, the urge that you get. So the word al-jahla here in the hadith means as-safah, wal-udwan, wal-baghi. Now that's what it means. Dim-wittedness. And it means transgression on other people. That's what it means. Okay? Don't think to yourself that the jahl here is referring to ضد العلم. It's not the opposite of knowledge. No, that's not it. Here it means what? It's the opposite of what? The opposite of al-hilm, forbearance. Forbearance means a person who can endure the hardship of the people. And we're going to see that hadith which mentioned, فَإِنْ سَابَّكَ أَحَدٌ, if somebody insults you, what do you say to them? فَلْيَقُلْ إِنِّي مْرُؤٌ صَائِمٌ, Habibi, I'm fasting. When you say I'm fasting, you mean I'm not going to entertain that. I'm not going to. But it doesn't mean I'm fasting. When I break my fast, you'll see. It doesn't mean that. It means I am what? I'm fasting. And so I'm not going to go to that level. وَلَوْ كُلُّ كَلْبٍ عَوَى أَلْقَمْتَهُ حَجَرًا لَأَصْبَحَ الصَّخْرُ مِثْقَالًا بِدِينَارِ. Now every dog that barks, do you throw stones at it? Or else the rock is going to turn into gold. Sah? So you don't respond to everybody. Sah? As a side benefit, kid story, I tell my children little kid stories sometimes. A donkey and a tiger, they had an argument. So the donkey said to the tiger that the grass is green. Now the donkey said the grass is blue. The tiger said, no, it's not. It's green. The donkey said, no, it's blue. The tiger said, no, it's green. They said, now that we've disagreed on this issue and we have this quarrel, how do you reconcile? They said, let's go to the king of the jungle. Let's go to the lion. So they went and they came to the lion. The donkey said, lion, lion. Lion said, what? He said, me and tiger have had a disagreement on the color of the grass. I believe that the grass is blue and he's saying that the grass is what? Is green. The tiger said, what do you think? Donkey. Donkey said, I believe it's blue. He said, is that what you believe? It is blue. And then he looked at the tiger and he said to him, no one's going to speak to you in this kingdom for 5 years. You're boycotted. The donkey looked at the tiger and said, I told you. And he left. The tiger looked at the king and said, the king of the jungle, the lion, he looked at him and he said to him, you and I both know that the grass is green. Why are you on the side of the donkey? Why have you agreed with him? He said, because you're a fool arguing with a fool then. The donkey is a fool. And the fact that you brought him to me, you deserve to be boycotted for 5 years. So there are some people, the moral of the story is some people, you just don't argue with them, you don't quarrel with them. Because if you do, you just stoop to a level. I mean, if you wrestle with a pig in the mud, even if you win, the pig enjoyed what was happening and you're staining your clothes. Sah? وَلِذَلِكَ, one of the signs of a smart person is sometimes in certain circumstances, you just have to say, Jazakallahu khairan. I now need to go. Sah, brothers? If every time someone spoke and you have to answer them and you have to be the last person to speak, that's just not sah. If 5 people walk into a room, 4 people talk the most, and 1 person is very quiet, everybody wants to know that 5th person, what is he thinking? Everyone wants, and the minute he opens his mouth, everybody's going to listen. Sah? True or false?
Silence creates respect. It creates what? It creates eagerness to want to know what you say. The more you speak, the more your value goes down. People straight away, the minute they hear you talk, they're going to pigeonhole you. They're going to put you in a category. This guy's smart. Nah, he's dumb. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But if you're dumb and you walk into a room and you're silent, you're safe, right? Then no one's going to know. No one's going to. I remember one time, a friend of mine, he asked me to come with him, and he brought me to the top-notch businessmen. Like, it was all the people that were sitting there were rich businessmen. They had so much knowledge of the way the world works and the e-commerce. And I have no knowledge of what any of that is. So I made a decision that in this gathering, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to nod my head. Because if I open my mouth, I'm not only going to embarrass myself. Everybody wanted to know what I think. If I agree, if I don't agree. And I knew it the minute I speak, it's going to, do you understand, brothers? So that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, the Salaf used to say, Man samata naja. Man samata naja. Anyone who's silent, naja. The poet, he said, احفظ لسانك أيها الإنسان لا يلدغنك إنه ثعبان كم في المقابر من قتيل لسانه كان تهاب لقاءه الشجعان. احفظ لسانك. Protect your tongue, O children of Adam. How many people ended up going to their graves due to a statement that they said? Like, if you think about it, a lot of people that fight, why do they fight? Because they exchange words first. Words have to come first. Then that led to the fist. That's why the Prophet told us in the Hadith, إِذَا اسْتَيْقَظَ أَحَدُكُمْ. If one of you wakes up in the morning, فَإِنَّ الْأَعْضَاءَ تُكَفِّرُ لِسَانَهُ. The body speaks to the tongue, and they say to the tongue, اتَّقِ اللَّهَ فِينَا. Fear Allah regarding us. فَإِنِ اسْتَقَمْتَ اسْتَقَمْنَا وَإِنِ اعْوَجَجْتَ اعْوَجَجْنَا. Fear Allah in our regard. Because wallahi, if you're upright, we're all going to be upright. And if you go south, we're all going to go south with you. Because if you exchange words with a man, and then the fist is going to be like, oh, I have to join in. And then the leg is like, oh yeah, I have to come in. And he comes in. And then the forehead says, definitely, I have to finish this off. And so your whole body is in this quarrel and disagreement and fight only because words were exchanged. True or false? And then the tongue is the asal, and that's why it needs to be protected. And Ramadan is about al-imsak. Ramadan is not just staying away from food and drinking. It's about refraining from even saying words that you would normally say. You protect your tongue. You protect speaking upon ignorance. And that's what it means, wal jahla, ignorance. Okay, let's take some fiqh from the hadith, and then we'll end it there, inshallah ta'ala. The first benefit that we take from the hadith is the person should stay away from, the first benefit that we take from the hadith is that the person who is fasting, it's not just food or drinking. It's also about speech and actions. Yes. That's the first benefit that we take from the hadith. And I've already spoken about that. And that's exactly what taqwa is, right? Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullah, ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykum as-Siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaquna. Ahlul taqwa, what are they known for? Their tongue, their speech and their actions. So Ramadan, that's what it's about. The second benefit that we take from the hadith is, what's the ruling of the person who in the month of Ramadan is lying, fighting with people? What is its ruling? Scholars discuss it based on this hadith. من لم يدع قول الزور والعمل به فليس لله حاجة أن يدع طعامه وشرابه وشهوته. They're based on this hadith. The scholars have a discussion, which is حكم الصيام. What is the ruling of the fasting? من يقول الزور, the one who speaks and does things which are against the Sharia, lies, insults, vulgar speech, he says it. And he's also transgressive. He's beating this person up, or he's even stealing, or this and that. What is the ruling of that person? Ibn Hubayra, in his Kitab Al-Ifsah, he says, إجماع أهل العلم, by unanimous agreement of the people of knowledge, is على أن الكذب, lying, والغيبة, and backbiting, لا يفسدان الصوم, they do not corrupt your fasting. Meaning your fasting is still valid. He mentions an ijma'. خلافا لما يظن. And he then says, in opposition to what may be assumed من ظاهر هذا الحديث, the apparent meaning of this hadith. From the ظاهر of the hadith, it looks like, if you look at it, and you just look at the hadith alone, from the ظاهر of the hadith, you might think to yourself, فليس لله حاجة أن يدع طعامه وشرابه وشهوته. You think that the person's fasting is gone. From the ظاهر of the hadith. But, he says that's not the point. إجماع, consensus. ولعل هذا مأخوذ من القاعدة الشرعية وهي, and he said that this may be the reason where the qaida of the sharia has been taken, which is أن المحرم إذا كان محرما لمعنى يختص بالعبادة أفسدها وإن كان تحريمه عاما لم يفسدها. The things which are haram, they are divided into two. Haram which are general and haram which is specific. Are we all together? So remember, when you're praying salah, there are things which are haram for you to do. You can't speak. This is connected to the prayer. So if you speak, salah is null and void. But also it's haram to steal, sah? Is it not? It's haram. So you went and you stole someone's wealth. That doesn't affect your salah. It doesn't affect your salah, sah? Even though you just stole and then you went, Allahu Akbar. It doesn't affect your prayer. It won't affect your prayer. But of course you're a sinner. Does that make sense? It doesn't. This is what some of the scholars discuss now. Scholars, they discuss, a woman, is she allowed to travel without a mahram? There's a difference of opinion on this issue, but a large number of scholars mention, no, a woman is not allowed to travel without a mahram. Sah? Here's the question now. The woman made it to Hajj. She didn't listen, she went Hajj. She's now in the haram. Or she's going there for Umrah. She didn't listen, she took a flight, she went with her friends, they're in the haram now. Is the Hajj and the Umrah valid? Yes. The prohibition is general. Does that make sense? It's not restricted to the Umrah and the Hajj. So the Umrah and the Hajj is valid. Is the sin on the woman? Yes, the sin is on the woman. But her Hajj and her Umrah is valid. Does that make sense? Because the qaida is what? أن المحرم, the haram, إذا كان محرما لمعنى يختص بالعبادة. If it's a haram which is restricted and it's connected to the act of ibadah, then أفسدها, it will corrupt it. وإن كان, if the haram is, إن كان تحريمه عاما, general, لم يفسدها, it doesn't harm it. Does that make sense? So مثلا, someone stole and they went Allahu Akbar, is their salah null and void? No. But he stole clothes and he prayed in the salah, the stolen clothes. You get it now? Well, now it might be a problem now. Why? Because the clothes is a condition for the prayer to cover the awrah, sah? Sah? And he's using clothes which is? And this clothes which is stolen, is it connected to prayer now? Of course, because this is where the awrah is meant to be covered. But what about if he stole a hat or an imamah? Because the head doesn't have to be covered, right? So is the salah valid? Do you see the difference? The small difference. Yeah. If the clothes is stolen where there is the parts of the awrah that needs to be covered, of course. The salah is null and void. Yeah, of course, la shak. Why? Because that part has to be covered with clothing which is halalun, clothes which is halal, and clothes that you got from a halal means, sah. But if he stole a watch, then his salah is still valid. What about if he stole water and he did wudu on it? He went to Nesto, went and done wudu with it. I'm not giving anybody any ideas. Is this water connected to his prayer? So what does it do to his prayer? Invalid. So that's what the scholars. And also, some of the scholars, Ibn Hubayra, even though he transmitted ijma', there are some of the Salaf, like Ibrahim al-Nakha'i and Muhammad ibn Sirin and others, who believe that the person who lies and backbites, their fasting is gone. Khalas. Because they mentioned the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, رُبَّ صَائِمٍ لَيْسَ لَهُ مِنْ صِيَامِهِ رُبَّ صَائِمٍ, a person is fasting, لَيْسَ لَهُ مِنْ صِيَامِهِ إِلَّا الْجُوعَ وَالْعَطَشِ, that this person is fasting and he's got nothing from his fasting except thirst and what? Hunger. So they took the hadith. وَرُبَّ قَائِمٍ, and another one is fast praying. لَيْسَ لَهُ مِنْ قِيَامِهِ إِلَّا التَّعَبْ, and all he's endured from his praying is what? Tiredness and مِنْ قِيَامِهِ إِلَّا السَّهَرَ وَالتَّعَبْ. So there's a difference of opinion in this regard. Like in Ibn Hubayra, he transmits a consensus, and I don't know how he understood the statement of the Salaf. What does it mean? Another benefit that we take from the hadith. What does it mean? فَلَيْسَ لِلَّهِ حَاجَةٌ, that Allah does not have a haja. Can we say Allah has need for something? Yeah. فَلَيْسَ لِلَّهِ حَاجَةٌ. You know what haja means, right? Haja means need. The word in Arabic language, haja, it means need. I have this, indi haja. I have a need, صح? So do we say Allah has a haja? And can we say that's Allah's characteristics? Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani in his Fath al-Bari, he says, لا مفهوم له. This hadith doesn't have any mafhum. Remember we took mantuq and mafhum. Mantuq is what the hadith says, and a mafhum is what you understood from the hadith. He said the hadith doesn't have a mafhum. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَحْتَاجُ إِلَى شَيْءٍ. Allah doesn't need anything. That has to settle in your mind. وإنما معناه, what the meaning here is he says, فليس لله إرادة في صيامه. Allah does not have a irada, a will in his fasting. فوضع الحاجة موضع الإرادة. The word حاجة has been placed in the place of إرادة. وعليه يكون معناه. So then the meaning becomes what? أن الله تعالى لا يريد الصوم. Allah does not want. Allah تبارك وتعالى, he doesn't want. So it's not need. لا يريد, he doesn't want. الصوم, the fasting, المتلبس, which is mixed with what? صاحبه بالزور, the person has mixed it up with what? زورا, كذبا, all of that. ولا يقبله منه, Allah does not accept it from him. ولا يثيبه عليه, and he doesn't reward him on it. لأنه ليس صياما كاملا على مراد الله تعالى, because this is a صفة نقص. صفة نقص. Another benefit that we take from the hadith is أن يدع طعامه وشرابه. The hadith mentions أن يدع, to leave off, طعامه, he's eating, and شرابه is drinking. Ibn Abdul Barr rahimahullah ta'ala, he says, what does it mean in his Kitab التمهيد? He says معناه الكراهية. كما جاء في الحديث من شرب الخمر فليشقص الخنازير. Does it mean anyone who doesn't stay from idle speech and Allah doesn't want fasting from you? So that means Allah doesn't want fasting from me. MashaAllah, I don't need to fast. Is that what you understand from it? Ibn Abdul Barr says no. What it means is, just like when the Prophet said, Man sharib al-khamra, anyone who drinks alcohol, فَلْيُشَقِّصِ الْخَنَازِيرَ, let them slaughter, go and slaughter a pig. It doesn't mean, Allah has allowed me to slaughter a pig. Just like when your parents say to you, when you're young and you say, Mom, can I go with my friends? And your mom looks at you and says, hey, go. You're like, no, Mom, I'm staying, inshallah. You know it. Her go here doesn't mean go. It means, because you were trying to ask her that while she's with her friends. So you thought this is a good opportunity. My mom's with her friends. Let me get that question in so she can let me go with my friends. And she says, in front of her friends, she goes, yeah, go. And that look and that tone of voice and everything for you is like, no, Mom, I'm just going to stay, inshallah. Because you know what's going to happen later when her friends go. You're going to be dealt with. And then you cannot. So this, Ibn Hajar says, معناه الكراهية والتغليظ. It doesn't mean permission. فمن شاء فليؤمن ومن شاء فليكفر. No. This is lies. It doesn't mean you have a choice. Shall I believe or shall I become a kafir? I have a choice. You can't say that. Whatever you choose, you'll be punished for it. ومن شاء فليؤمن ومن شاء فليكفر. إنا أعتدنا للظالمين نارا أحاط بهم سرادقها وإن يستغيثوا يغاثوا بماء كالمهل يشوي الوجوه بئس الشراب وساءت مرتفقا. So they're going to be punished. It's not a choice that you've been given here. Does that make sense? So that's what it means. Hafiz ibn Abdul Barr points that out. Okay? And the last and final benefit that we take from the hadith is, what does a person say if he's insulted? What does a person say if he's insulted? Someone comes and insults you. The ulama mentioned that if a person insults you, إِذَا شُتِمَ,
if you're insulted. Oh subba, somebody comes and insults you and calls you names. In Ramadan, you don't respond to the person. Bel, what you say to them is, Inni sa'imun, I'm fasting. That's it. Once, twice, you keep saying it. And that's what came from the Prophet ﷺ in the Hadith of Abu Hurairah that Bukhari and Muslim both narrated. قال الله جل وعلا, Allah said, كل عمل ابن آدم له. Every action that the children of Adam do is for them. إلا الصيام, except fasting. فإنه لي وأنا أجزي به. Except fasting. It's for me and I reward you. The reason is for, why did the Hadith say كل عمل ابن آدم له? Because every action, I can tell you if this person did this action. So, hey, if somebody prays in front of me, I can say he prayed. But you can never say somebody fasted. How do you know he didn't drink? Huh? Does that make sense? You cannot really establish someone is fasting, can you? Because even if he doesn't eat in front of you, the fact that he doesn't, his intention is not to fast is enough. Sah? So you cannot really establish that somebody is fasting. So if he really is fasting, then that's between you and Allah. Only He knows. Do you understand, brothers? That's what it means. كُلُّ عَمَلِ ابْنِ آدَمِ لَهُ. Every action is for the slave. Everyone else can see it. Does that make sense? إِلَّا الصِّيَامَ, fasting. فَإِنَّهُ لِي, it's mine. Only you and I know that you're really fasting. وَأَنَا أَجْزِي بِهِ, and because of that, I will reward you for it. Then the Prophet said, وَالصِّيَامُ جُنَّةٌ, fasting is a shield, it protects you. وَإِذَا كَانَ يَوْمُ صَوْمِ أَحَدِكُمْ فَلَا يَرْفَثْ وَلَا يَفْسُقْ. If one of you is fasting, don't have intimacy, don't be vulgar, protect yourself. وَلَا يَسْقَبْ. وَإِن سَابَهُ أَحَدٌ أَوْ شَتَمَهُ, and if somebody insults you and calls you names now, فَلْيَقُلْ, let that person say, إِنِّي مْرُؤٌ صَائِمٌ, I am a person who's fasting. Then the Prophet said, وَالَّذِي نَفْسِي بِيَدِهِ لَخُلُوفُ فَمِ الصَّائِمِ أَطْيَبُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ مِنْ رِيحِ الْمِسْكِ. That the odor, the smell that comes from the mouth of the person who's fasting is better to Allah than the smell of the misk. The smell of the misk. إِذَا أَفْطَرَ الصَّائِمِ, and if the person, لِلصَّائِمِ فَرْحَتَانِ يَفْرَحُهُمَا, the person who's fasting, there's twice when he becomes happy. إِذَا أَفْطَرَ فَرِحَ, when you break your fast that day, and mashallah, and you really worked for it, you get happy. And even when the month of Ramadan is finished, and you fasted the entire 30 nights, or you fasted the 30 days, or you fasted the 29 days, and you finished your fasting, and you kept it up, and you read all the Quran that you wanted to read, and you didn't miss your Taraweeh, and etc., the person becomes happy. وَإِذَا لَقِيَ رَبَّهُ, and when he meets his Lord, and he gets rewarded by an entire door called what? What's it called? The door of people who are fasting? Bab al-Rayyan. So then you are put in that door of the people of Rayyan, and you're entered into that door. Fariha, the person becomes happy. Bisawmihi, he's fasting. Inshallah ta'ala, tomorrow we're going to start from the hadith of our mother Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, where she said, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقبل وهو صائم. The Prophet used to kiss his wives while he was fasting. ويباشر وهو صائم. He wouldn't play with his wives while he was fasting. وَلَكِنَّهُ أَمْلَكُكُمْ لِإِرْبِهِ, but he was the one who was the best in protecting himself, his private part. That's the hadith we're going to be taking tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me and shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.